Good afternoon, everybody. We are here for the Nerd Rage Gaming $1,000 League Cup. My name is Dan Hugar. I'm here hosting with Brian DeVesa, talking about some awesome Pokemon action. We are coming out of the Pittsburgh Regionals and getting ready for Peoria coming up, so we've got a heck of a tournament for you. Brian, we've got 74 people here for this?
Yeah, and 7 rounds of games too.
7 rounds of
Yeah.
Swiss, which is wild. So, just as a note on some of the people here, we have multiple regional champions. We have multiple, I think, 3 world's qualifiers. We've got some of the top players in North America here, which is amazing. And we also have a $1,000 grand prize
I
going the
know.
winner.
I know. We have $1,000, to compete for, as well as, the 50 CP towards that World's invite as well. So there's a lot on the table here to play for tonight.
There is, and it's gonna be a long day, and it's gonna be a great day. So just so everyone knows, introduce ourselves a bit. Like I said, my name is Dan Hugar. I've been playing for a couple of years now. You should listen to me only because I've actually won a few games. So I got global players top 16 in 2 of the Players Cups. Recently, day 2 of Worlds, top 64 Worlds in 2022, and then day 2 of and top 32 in the last 2 regionals I attended. So, y'all, I promise I've played the game. And Brian over here, if you can talk a little bit about your story, because you're relatively new to the game, but you've been just smacking people around at locals.
Yeah, so I've only been playing the Pokemon TCG since about like December or so, but I've been making myself pretty prevalent in the local scene. I try to come out to as many events as I can, and with how good the Midwest community is at this game, I feel like I've been learning a lot and learning really quickly. So, I mean, this is my first ever trading card game, and I feel like I've just been learning a lot and trying to get as good as I can.
And I can say from watching you play, like you've picked it up so quick, you know what you're doing. Bryce here is about to go signal that Jake Reed needs to put his prizes down and then get the game started here. So, in this first matchup here, we do have Jake Reed playing Mew VMAX versus Ryan Prusak playing Arceus Klefki. So I'm happy to talk about the Arceus Klefki, but Brian, can
Yeah.
you tell us a bit about Mew VMAX and what Jake's trying to do?
Yeah, so UV Max is just one of those decks that it's really fast. I mean, you draw a lot of cards, you hit really hard, you're pretty tanky as a Pokemon itself. So there's just a lot of really good things going for the Pokemon, and especially into this matchup, it's got, weakness advantage going into the Aerodactyl, so that's definitely something to look out for.
It does. So I think Aerodactyl is actually weak to grass.
Oh, is it to grass?
But
Okay.
that being said, Aerodactyl is 260 HP.
Yeah.
Mew's probably smacking it around
Yeah,
anyway.
absolutely.
And on Ryan's side, Ryan actually has a basically deck custom built to ruin Mew's day.
Exactly, yeah.
So, Brian, can you tell us a bit about like how Mew's engine actually works?
Yeah, so Mew's engine pretty much just works as trying to place as many Fusion Strike Pokemon on the board as possible because your Genesects will help you to draw cards with the amount of Pokemon that are on the field. So just using that to power up and to just be able to shuffle through as many cards as you can just to see as much of the deck as you can.
Yes, and unfortunately for Jake, Genesect V's Fusion Strike system is on a basic Pokemon, and Ryan over here is playing Arceus Aerodactyl Klefki, and that Klefki says basic Pokemon in play have no abilities. And so the only way Jake's going to be able to play the game is if he can get that Klefki out of the active slot using something like the escape rope he has in hand.
Exactly. Yeah, so this deck pretty much, just like you said, try to get abilities pretty much out of the picture, but I guess, Mew VMAX has always been known as the deck to never die, so there's always a way around it.
The deck does never die. It actually had a pretty good showing at Pittsburgh this last weekend with Colin, another local player, getting third
Yeah,
out
third
of
place.
1,800, which is insane.
Yeah, it is insane. And it feels like every new set that we get, like the Pokemon Company tries to print out another way to get Mew VMAX out of the meta, but it
Yes.
just finds a way around it every single time.
Absolutely. Most recent one being Spiritomb, which Ryan does not play because why would he when he has Klefki?
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's also a big thing that a lot of players have just grown to do is just to disrespect the Mew matchup.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why, because it keeps coming back.
Keeps coming back every single time.
So for Jake, obviously Jake has the escape rope in hand to try to get this Klefki out of the active. What else is he trying to do this turn?
I think another thing is just what I was saying earlier. You know, get those Genesects out on the board, try to draw as many cards as you can, and just get yourself set up. Just because, a big attack that the Mew VMAX does like to do is to copy the Technoblast, and if you're not able to get another Mew on the board or anything like that, then it's going to be a little hard to get those attacks coming off on sequential turns.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, looking at Jake's hand, he does have the escape rope, but he does not really have a way to clear out his hand in order to draw cards.
Exactly. Yeah, that is a pretty difficult situation that he's in right now. So I guess one thing that he can hope for is that, he's not able to set up fast enough.
Agreed. And Ryan making the maybe interesting decision to go into the Aerodactyl, because I realize he's probably going to try to use Aerodactyl's V-Star to turn off all of Jake's abilities for the rest of
Hmm.
the game, but that fusion energy already basically negates Aerodactyl's ability.
It does, yeah. And I think that's a big part of why Mew VMAX is still so relevant in today's meta, is just because of how powerful Fusion Strike energy is. I feel like when Mew VMAX was first introduced, like it was just like a way to, attack
Right.
like an offensive tool, but now it's just a big defensive tool that helps still draw cards, negate abilities, and all of that stuff.
I think that's an excellent
Yeah.
point that it was originally purely offensive, and now people have gone to the fusion build to basically manage stuff like Spiritomb, like Klefki, so that way you're able to still play the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
So, Brian, what do you think Ryan's trying to go for here? Is it just Arceus V Star set up? Do you think there's a different game plan?
So here I believe he will try to Starbirth, get set up, and all of that just because with the board state that Jake has right now, he can definitely get a big lead just by taking
Yes.
that early knockout.
Well, and I think that's exactly it. I think he's digging for escape rope and then a V guard or some other kind of energy. Because if
Yeah,
he knocks out this Mew V, who really cares about Klefki?
yeah,
He does only play the one escape rope though. So we're likely going to see the boss switch energy if that is a play Ryan has available to
yeah.
him.
And Path to the Peak is still a card in the deck as well, so there's definitely many ways that Ryan can go around and put Jake in a very big disadvantaged situation.
Yes, absolutely. So we'll see what Ryan does here. And he does have the switch. He does look like he has the Aerodactyl V-Star, although that matters a little less now that he used his Arceus V-Star. And
Yes.
it looks like Ryan is going to shuffle. Are we going to see the Iono from his hand? Or are we just going to see the hit into Genesect? Interesting. And Dying Mayo, I don't know what your name is, but I totally support you in supporting this. And it looks like Ryan is just going to hit into the Genesect, which, to be honest, Brian, that feels a little underwhelming.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason why that Iona wasn't used is because I think Ryan recognizes the fact that Jake, doesn't really have much set up, and it's like he could, I guess, just Iona him into a bunch of usable cards.
Right.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Because again, if your opponent has a dead hand, like, why would you try to help them out in getting
exactly.
out of it?
Yeah,
So the one interesting thing that Jake has here is he has that Giacomo in hand, which I'll be honest is a little hilarious. And
yes.
Brian, do you know? Can you tell the people what that card does?
Yeah, so Giacomo is a really funny card just because it removes one special energy from, all the Pokemon on your opponent's board. And it's a very interesting thing just because it helps out with that Mew matchup immensely. Takes out a lot of those Fusion Strike energies from the Genesects that
For
help them draw
sure.
cards. And it could even help with other matchups like Lugia and stuff like that, which heavily depend on the use of special energy.
And to that point, that's also kind of interesting why Jake is playing it in Mew VMAX. He was playing it in Mew
Yeah.
VMAX. And maybe, like you said, is it for the mirror? Is it for Lugia?
Yeah, it could also help out with Rapid Strike. There's a lot of very relevant decks in this format right now that utilize special energies. So I think it's a funny little tech card in there that could prove to be useful later on in the day.
Absolutely. And it looks like Jake is going to be able to draw a card here. And I get not wanting to use that Ultra Ball at first because you're going to have to try to. Oh, and he just passes the turn. Interesting.
Yeah.
And so Ryan's going to look to see if he can get, honestly, any energy card off this Colress because he can take this knockout with
Yes,
Aerodactyl.
absolutely.
So, and this is where Ryan, to be honest, for Ryan, how would you play around Giacomo here? Why would you think to play around Giacomo here?
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing that like not many people expect, especially in a deck like Mew VMAX. So, getting that energy is a super important thing that he needed to get.
Yes.
Yes.
And we do see another Aerodactyl come down. And that's kind of interesting because I don't know if Aerodactyl is his best attacker for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I don't believe so either, just because it's not really seen as an attacker. Aerodactyl's pretty much purely in there for the ability.
It is.
Yeah.
And Jake just had a huge top deck of that 4 Seal Stone with the Ultra Ball in hand as well. And so if it's that is a decision ever made to attach to the Genesect. And he does have the Elisa Sparkle. I'm curious what the approach is here for Jake, because I could have sworn. Okay, so we do see the 4 Seal Stone. I'm curious to see if he chooses to use it. And it looks like he's kind of counting math and seeing, hey, is this the best move right here? So what do you think he would want to get here, Brian?
So there's a few ways that he can go about using the Force Seal Stone. Very important card to have here because he can, try to get another draw supporter. Like, Iono could be used as a draw supporter this early in the game. He could try to go for the VMAX so he knows he can guarantee an attack.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of ways he can go around using the Force Seal Stone. It's definitely one of those things that he needed to have in order to keep himself in the game.
And honestly, even just getting another Genesect or a Nest Ball for Genesect, something like that could be helpful here because right now, Ryan isn't preventing Jake from using his abilities, so
Yeah.
he'd be able to start drawing and getting into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely could, use that as a way, as like an opportunity to get his engine going because that, turn one, turn two of Mew VMAX is so important because you're trying to get that board state set up to where you can just keep drawing maximum 6 cards each turn.
And I think you said it perfectly there. Get his engine going. Like Pokemon, obviously, trading card game, it's a resource game, but you also have to establish a board that lets you play the game. And I'm wondering, like, does Jake think that he can't use Genesect's ability right now? No, there we
No,
go.
there we
Okay,
go.
we do see the draw. And to be honest, Brian, I would have loved to see that draw before using the 4 Seal Stone.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you 100%. Just because, you could always draw into something that you also could need before using the Force Seal Stone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Greg and I, Greg, Judge Extraordinaire, coming back to help us out for this tournament. He's awesome. Greg Smith, everybody. But he and I were talking coming into this about how sequencing is so important, but it's not always clear what proper sequencing means. So I guess, Brian, if you were in Jake's situation, how would you approach that turn?
Yeah, I think it's always about just maximizing the potential, maximizing either if that's the maximum amount of damage that you could do, maximum amount of cards you can draw. I guess that like when you look at sequencing, it's always about where you can get the biggest return from or the most consistent return from. And in that situation, being able to get the Genesect draw out of the way first before using the Force Seal Stone is because you could either get like a useful supporter, another Pokemon you can use, item card that you can use in hand before searching out another card that you can use to potentially put you over the top.
Yes, exactly. And that's exactly the point is how do you make decisions in order to enable yourself to hit whatever the best potential you need for that turn?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it looks like Jake here, even though he declined to go about that way, and choosing to go to Meloetta here instead of a Genesect. And how do you feel about this decision?
You know, in the early game, I think getting that Meloetta down is very beneficial just because, you can, find a way to get that, that really early knockout or all that heavy
Hmm.
damage. But I feel like in this situation, in my opinion only, I think that the Genesect draw is probably the most important thing that you should be getting in this state of the game.
I would tend to agree with that. And it looks like Ryan, though, Ryan does play 3 Path to the Peak. He still plays the Klefkis. Oh, he does have the other Aerodactyl V-Star. So we're going to see what approach he takes here. We do see
Oh,
the
see the
Path and
Iono.
we see the Iono. And so Ryan, same thing, is really just hoping for either a double turbo or just any energy to retreat into this Aerodactyl
Yeah,
V-Star.
absolutely.
Did Ryan discard an Aerodactyl V-Star earlier this turn, or was that a Vulpix V-Star and I just whiffed it?
I think I actually do not know. I didn't catch that part.
No, I think he kept the V-Star in
Yeah.
hand. So let's see what Ryan got here off of this Iono. I see a trekking shoe, and that's about all we can see from his hand. So what do you think he's digging for here?
Definitely needs that energy. That's definitely one of the biggest parts
Yeah,
that he's looking for here. And I was talking to Ryan before, that before we started this today, and he was telling me that, like one of the most important parts of this deck was, the shoes, just because it really helps with, looking through, searching cards, and just being able to look through the deck.
for sure. And so when you say shoes, can you tell us a little bit about what trekking shoes does and why it's important in
Yeah,
here?
trekking shoes is a really important card just because you can just go, search, top card of your deck. You have the option to keep it or you can discard it and draw the next card in your deck. So just an easy way just to be able to see more cards and get your hand a lot bigger.
And it looks like Ryan's struggling with that decision right here of, is this something I need to keep? Which says to me it's not an energy, but it is an important card. And it looks like he
Uh,
does decide to keep it. Do we
yes,
have
and
an...
it was a V-Guard energy.
Oh, okay. So then if he does decide to play it down, oh, we see the switch here. Oh, Ryan is chilling.
Yeah, so
He is fine.
he could definitely use this opportunity to, build back that Arceus if he so chooses to, or to, as he just did now, just build up another Arceus as
Absolutely.
another attacker to use for later on in the game.
And he has gotten rid of his Alolan Vulpix V-Star, which is an attacker that he can use in the Mew matchup, but with already a couple attackers almost set up, he doesn't really need
Yeah,
those.
absolutely, and I agree with you on that.
And so Aerodactyl V-Star's attack says for do 240 damage and lost on the top 3 cards of your deck. And for Ryan, the Judge would have been nice to keep, but lost owning 2 Nest Ball, like he's set up it at this
Yeah,
point. That's almost a benefit.
it is a benefit. Yeah, so it's pretty much just thinning out cards that he really doesn't need anymore, so he doesn't draw into anything like that in his future turns.
Absolutely. And it looks like Jake was kind of hoping for that cram to flip heads. It did flip heads? I guess
Yes.
that is heads.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So what do you think he's trying to get off this cram?
Definitely hoping to, I guess, just set up another Mew. Or
Yeah, just set up another UV Max.
yeah, set up another attacker. I did believe he used the Techno Blast. So he needs to, find another way, either way out of the active so he can attack with that one again, or just to set up another one.
And I'm curious if he decides to do that either by plopping down a Lost City or using a Lost Vacuum to be able to draw with his Genesects. And it looks like he has an Iono, a Mew V, and then another Cram in his hand. So I gotta imagine we're gonna see the Genesect to start.
Yes, and that's just what we were talking about that previous turn too, is the proper sequencing. So maybe he's listening to us or something like that, but he's, trying to get the maximum amount of his cards in hand before he plays that Iono and just draws into 6 more.
And we have great advice, so he absolutely should listen
Yes.
to us, obviously.
Absolutely.
So we do see him draw the 3 with Genesect. We see the basic Psychic attachment, which Jake does play 2 basic Psychic energy, which is not something you typically see in Mew
Yeah,
now.
it really isn't.
All right, and we see the 1 Genesect draw, and with 6 in hand, he may have used Meloetta's attack to do 190 last turn to allow himself to attack back to back. But even then, he still needs the boss in order to go for the Arceus V-Star, or maybe he just decides to try to 2-shot the Aerodactyl V-Star.
Yeah, and I guess there's some merit into using the 2-shot on the Aerodactyl just because, when there's multiple Pokemon that are kind of damaged on the board, it can pretty much just become cleanup from there on.
Ah, and he actually is deciding to use, oh, and this is a great play, I think, the block
The block
sliding
slider.
attack from Ice Cube on the bench that lets you do, I think it's 40 damage
Yes,
times a number.
for each Fusion Strike energy that's attached to your Pokemon.
Yes, absolutely. And so that's big then, because Jake doesn't have to use a boss. He doesn't have to use any resources to go for the Arceus on the bench.
Yes.
And so the downside is that this Mew VMAX is going down.
Yes, and that's the hard thing about this is having to keep that Mew VMAX in the active and not being able to really work around it as much, but still a very beneficial knockout to get on that Arceus.
Absolutely. And so Ryan's going to be able to take this knockout, lost on a few extra cards, and then he still needs to take either 2 knockouts or 2-shot another Mew VMAX, whereas Jake just needs to take 2 more knockouts on Vs. But Ryan getting the Arceus V-Star down is a big deal because now there's no easy one-shot ability with Mew VMAX.
Exactly, and there's also not as easy of a way to accelerate more energies to that other Arceus Aerodactyl V-Star on the bench as well.
Absolutely. And Ryan decides to get rid of another judge, but at a boss's orders. And then Path to the Peak, which actually those are kind of painful discards
They
there.
are, yes, absolutely. Just because those cards really do help out in cleaning up the late game.
They do. And Jake, though, Jake has the Mew VMAX, he has the Fusion Strike energy. He's kind of ready to roll. Although, luckily for Ryan, Jake's damage is pretty nerfed due to that one Fusion Strike energy getting taken off the board.
Yes, absolutely. And it also could be hurtful to him as well if the Klefki ends up making a way back into the active, if he needs to stall it any sort of way, and all
Yes.
of that. Yes.
And it looks like Jake plays the Oricorio too. So Jake just decided to throw all the tech
Yes.
guys into this list. And so throwing out that Oricorio, I guess he's going for another Genesect here, right?
Yeah, I would think so too, just because, to help out really with that draw engine, try to get more cards in hand, find a way to, think a couple of turns in advance. Ooh,
Ooh,
the VMAX.
the VMAX. So does he have an Iono in hand or something like that where he wants to shove it at the bottom of the deck?
Don't know. Or maybe he's trying to get another VMAX set up.
Ah, but without the Mew V, it's kind of hard to do
Yeah.
that.
Oh, there
Oh,
he
and he already
goes.
has the Mew
Yep,
V
he's got
in
the Mew V.
hand. Okay. So then, yeah, I'm curious what approach he tries to take here, and it is the
The
Iono.
Iono.
And Ryan, I don't know how happy he was with the hand, but he really just needs another energy to make sure he can continue to attack the rest of the game.
Yes, absolutely.
And Ryan doesn't play a bit of a different list. Oh, actually, no, still 4 double turbo, 4 fighting, 3 V guard, 2 water. So energy abounds. He's just going to need to find one of those in order to keep attacking if for some reason this Mew gets knocked out. Or excuse me, this Aerodactyl gets knocked out. All right, we see the cram. That is.
As a
It's
heads.
a heads.
Heads,
All right.
heads.
That is a very hard to see dice.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, Brian, kind of same question. Is Jake reaching for the knockout here? Is Jake just trying to draw? What do you think?
I'm thinking he's starting to draw, just because I feel like you can start going into that, into the thoughts of the knockout, once you start to get either those power tablets in hand or, like a choice belt or anything like that. I don't think we've really seen many of those power tablets come up yet.
I don't think we've seen any actually.
Yeah.
So, well, Ryan's got to be pleased. Jake's been two-shotting things. Jake has enough to reach for that big one shot relatively easily,
Yeah.
especially with, and
There we
there's one
go.
power
Power
tablet.
tablet.
But with Mew not having the double turbo on the board, he's going to need one less modifier to knock out this Aerodactyl.
Yeah, and that's I think a big reason why Fusion Strike has really started to come back in the meta instead of just pure double turbo is just because of that really heavy number that
Yeah.
that can really hit for.
And we do see the second power tablet. So Jake's going to be able to hit 270 and knock out this Aerodactyl V-Star.
Yeah.
So the one thing Ryan has going for him is he could still, going with the Arceus V-Star, hit into the Mew VMAX, and then either Judge or Iono or whatever it may be. And so those Pokemon to go Lost Zone, excellent. Ryan's almost ready to start Requiem here. Oh, and Ryan may not have the energy if he's debating going into that Klefki. That Iono could have really hurt him.
Yeah, it really could have. And having that judge being part of the lost zone now could have also really hurt him as well.
Absolutely, because that's more draw supporters. That's more outs to play the
Mhm.
game.
Absolutely.
So for Ryan, too, going into the Klefki doesn't matter too much from a prize map standpoint, because Jake's still got to take another 2-prize knockout.
Yes.
And we'll see, does Ryan have the out 2 energy? We see the Ultra Ball. Do we have a Luminion? Do we have something similar? Jake, what a guy, showing us his hand,
Yes.
looking out for us. Or it could just be Jake is very tall. I'm not
Yes.
sure which it was there. But Ryan's thinning out his hand, clearing the stuff out, getting ready to dig for that energy. So do you think he has a supporter in hand?
I think that's like the main thing that he needs to have in hand in order to really keep himself in this game because I feel like he loses a lot of momentum if he's not able to get any sort of attack off.
Agreed. And it looks like he has a card to play. Are we going to see a trekking shoe here?
Oh,
We are
there's
gonna see the Iono.
Very
Okay.
good.
And that's excellent. And I see Ryan's, though, decision on whether or not to advance the Klefki because there's no guarantees he hits the energy here.
Yeah, and having the
And
Klefki in the active as well could also help out. Try to um, further put Jake's draw support behind and all of that. So
absolutely. And so Ryan does get the hit into the Mew VMAX. And for Ryan, excuse me, for Jake, Jake's going to need 4 modifiers to hit through this Arceus V-Star or a second Giacomo. I guess, does he
Yes.
play Palpad? I do not.
I do not see a pal pad here. And I
All
think
right.
he went through 2 power tablets through the last turn already.
Yes.
So that's, it's gonna I don't think he's able to get it this turn per se. I don't see a choice belt in the list at all or anything like that. So it's gonna be a little tough to
Oh,
uh
no choice belts in the
no
list?
choice belt in this list.
Interesting.
Yes.
That is certainly a move, but I
Yeah.
do
So
see.
one interesting decision that I see in this list is the choice to go with the panic mask over the choice belt.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So that could be problematic if Jake does get 2 power tablets here. That would put Ryan's Arceus V-Star at 240.
It
And
would.
if he puts the panic mask down, Ryan's going to be out of attackers
Yeah,
into that VMAX.
absolutely.
What and number one, this is why I love League Cups is you see some of the most like interesting, clever, weird, whatever you want to call it, decisions in what people include in lists, and you got to be ready for it.
Absolutely. And I think one thing that could really help save Ryan in this instance is that V-Guard energy that's attached to the Arceus.
Agreed. That is a huge deal to be able to withstand like whatever trying to damage he tries to reach.
Yeah, and that could also help out as well when thinking about what the Panic Mask could do at the end of the game.
Absolutely. And so Ryan right now is really just going to need a boss on the Mew VMAX to knock out whatever it is Jake sends up if he decides to Psychic Leap. And we
Oh, we see
see
the
the
Iono
Iono.
again.
And that's a big deal since Ryan is shoving what looked like a terrible hand to the bottom of his deck. And Ryan plays 3 bosses' orders, and none of them are now in his hand.
Yeah, but I think a big thing that he was able to draw into is that, he's got a couple energy in hand now, so he's able to power up that um, Aerodactyl if need be, or if he finds a way out of that, having the Arceus in the active, he has a way out now.
Well, and unfortunately, though, for Ryan, in general, I would agree, but it looks like he is now down all 4 of his fighting
Oh,
energy.
all 4 of them.
So he plays 4 fighting. There's 2 right now on the Arceus V Star and 2 in the discard that were previously attached to the Aerodactyl V Star. And that's why Ryan, I think, was a little disappointed that the energy he drew off of the last Iono was the fighting
Mm.
and not a V Guard or something similar. So that way he could accelerate energy to the Aerodactyl on the bench. However, though, now with Jake evolving that Mew V, Psychic Leap is no longer a play. So he's going to have game available for Ryan this next turn, no matter what. And I
Yeah.
don't know if I love that decision if you're not taking a knockout.
Yeah, and I think that's why that could be like a big difference between, some of the greatest Mew players to play in our game right now is because a lot of them really do utilize Psychic Leap to its fullest potential.
Absolutely. It's being able to control what prizes your opponent is able to take. Because
Absolutely.
if you remove that 3 prizer, you can just take the game away right from under them.
Yeah, and a lot of those energy cards can be, recycled into the deck and used on other Pokemon as well.
Absolutely. So we do see 1 power tablet come down, and it looks like we're going to see, I'm guessing, a Melodious Echo to hit for 290 because of the 190 because of the V Guard. And now does Ryan get the boss here? Because that really is the only thing that's going to win in the game right now, or he's probably going to have to go back into that Klefki and Iono. So I don't see it in hand because I think he would have just insta-played it. So what do you think he's trying to do?
Ooh, and I think he's looking to retreat right now.
Oh, man. Oh, that is big. Well, with the double turbo in hand, does it make more sense to just attach and retreat off the double turbo so that way he's able to knock out the Genesects? Or is he trying to save that attachment for later?
Maybe he's trying to save that attachment for later.
Maybe. So we see him go into the Klefki. We see the double turbo
Double turbo,
attachment and the
the
Iono.
Iono comes out.
So, Brian, why do you think he was trying to get rid of the basic energy there and not just ditch the double turbo for the retreat?
I think keeping the V-Guard energy is definitely a very important part about this matchup, just because it is, a big reason why he's able to, um, stay in the game. A big reason why he's not knocked out yet or anything
Right.
like that.
Absolutely. All right, so Ryan has an extremely thin deck, so I gotta imagine if the boss is in there, he's gonna see it either off his top deck or what's in his hand. But now Jake has an option of if he can get the boss, he probably just wins the game.
Yeah.
Oh, and it looks like he did get the boss off one of those draws. So he's got to see that all he needs to do is retreat into the other Mew VMAX, boss up that Arceus, and that's going to be game for him.
Yep.
And we'll see. We do see the retreat. And do we see the gust? We see the
Ooh,
panic mask. Do we still see the gust? Dude, did he not have the boss?
Power tablet.
Okay, see the power tablet. And we
There
do
you
see
go.
the boss's
Boss's
orders.
orders.
Okay. We were just being thorough there. So Jake takes the win here. And Brian, is there anything you saw on Ryan's end that he could have done to avoid that?
You know, it's a little tough just because with a list like this, you have a lot of like outs to it, but it's just I guess, doing your setup,
Right.
maybe there could have been a different way that he goes about. Maybe he uses the Aerodactyl setup and he tries to target the Genesect or,
Right.
yeah.
And,
So
and
it's
weirdly enough, Giacomo, I think, was the difference maker in this game.
yeah, and I think it did because it kind of put him a little behind a couple of turns because he wasn't able to attack.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so we are going to jump over to Bryce. What are we jumping over to? We're going to take a quick break here. All right. So we're going to take a quick break here. But before we do, just as a reminder, we do have 74 players today for this League Cup and 1K. So honestly, what a great turnout. We love having everyone here. The games are going to be very competitive because, like you said, we got a heck of a lot of good players here. So we're looking forward to staying with you for the next couple rounds and then even top 8 later. So take a quick break, everyone, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the Nerd Rage Gaming $1,000 League Cup. I'm here again with Brian DeVeza, and we are about to see Andrew Nunez playing Charizard Curlia recently that did extremely well in the Japanese Champions League versus Alex Diaz playing Arceus Klefki, a slightly different version compared to what Ryan was just playing. So, Brian, can you tell us about this Charizard Curlia deck that Andrew's bringing?
Yeah, so this Charizard Curlia deck has been one that, sort of came out of nowhere,
Yeah.
plays top 8 in Japan, like you were saying earlier, and it's to utilize the new Charizard EX card that's really been the talk of the town the last couple months, just because, it's a big 330 HP dark Pokemon, and the ability allows it to accelerate fire energies however you'd like.
And that's a huge ability because it lets you set yourself up and not have to worry about missing attachments. And you can go from having nothing on the board to 1 to 2 attackers fully set up.
Yeah, and the Curlia engine really helps to, be a draw engine to help, search out those rare candies, the EX itself and other very important pieces to the deck as well.
Absolutely. And on Alex's side, he's playing a very similar version to Ryan's. He just has the one additional Flying Pikachu V and V Max. So, Brian, why do you think he'd be including that in the list?
Yeah, so Flying Pikachu is actually a really good card, especially in this format, just because the attack, hits for 160, and it also prevents basic Pokemon from attacking it the next turn. So this is really helpful into matchups like Lost Box, Chien-Pao, so it can really help, control the pacing of the game.
And it does seem like auto win is always such a strong word, but it does seem like it makes you hugely favored into Chi and Pao because Chi and Pao can't reach. You one shot Palkia if they play
hmm
Palkia V Star as a complementary attacker, and you do enough damage to one shot Excalibur as well if they try to do something tricky there.
Yeah, absolutely. So it really is a very helpful Pokemon, especially into a lot of the really prevalent decks that we have in the format.
Absolutely. And to those in the chat, I also have no idea how Arceus suddenly became a key meta deck, but we apparently just picked 2 of the, I think there's 4 or 5 players playing it here today. So if it keeps winning, we may be showing it a little
Yeah, it might
more.
be. And I think Keys just being a big part of the meta, it really started to sort of hinder Lost Box, but I feel like as, a lot of these other decks with heavy ability use, like, the Mew that we saw in the last game are seen, that's when Keys really starts to come out.
Absolutely. Because that's the idea is keys, it's not an offensive force, but it just stops your opponent from doing what they want to do while you set up. And Andrew Nunez, honestly, as much as you'd say, oh, it's kind of disappointing, That's honestly not a bad turn one if the Charmander survives. And that may be a little sketchy if Alex has either the double turbo or the boss or the switch in hand. Because right now, Alex does need those three pieces in order to go after that Charmander.
Yep, and he only can Starbirth for two of them, so
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly. And we will see the Starbirth. And if the, oh boy, we see a boss and a double turbo at the bottom of the deck for him. Ah, but he is going for the research and the
Yes.
double turbo.
Yes,
So,
so the research play is pretty interesting because it's almost like you're kind of gambling on receiving the rest of the pieces that you need.
very true. Because he may not have the switch in hand. Because if he did, he'd probably be going for the boss here.
Yeah, and I think he's trying to rethink that right now, thinking about maybe the escape rope instead.
Which, as much as I don't mind that, it would be bold because at that point, then you're saying, do I miss setting up another attacker?
Yeah,
And going down one or going up one prize here isn't the end of the world because then Charizard only hits for 210, but still, you got to try to set up a board, not just go lone Arceus for the whole game.
yeah, absolutely.
And so, for Andrew's side of the things, can you explain a little bit about why Charizard EX is so good?
Yeah, so Charizard EX is super good just because, as the game goes on, it's an incredibly scary late game attacker. So as your opponent takes more prize cards, its attack starts to hit for 30 damage more each prize that's been taken. So that could be really scary into, some of these really big Pokemon that are out here, like the Arceus V-Star, 280 HP. Some of the VMAXs go up to like 330 HP. Some of the EXs also go up to like 330 HP.
Yeah.
So it makes it really scary for a lot of those Pokemon later in the game, as well as that dark typing being really strong into a lot of the decks that we have in the current format.
Absolutely. And you said this, Brian, best, and it clearly is what came to pass. Alex was able to get the double turbo, he was able to draw cards, but he missed a switching out or another basic to set up another attacker. So that basically bought Andrew a turn to start doing some stuff.
Yeah, so he's able to set up this first EX here and start to accelerate a lot of those energies. So that could, get him an early knockout on the clef key.
Yeah. And I think for Andrew's side of things, as much as you don't love the fact that you don't have really a board set up, you don't have another attacker outside of the Charmander, just being able to go in and take a prize with a 330 HP attacker, there's not much that Alex is going to do. He's going to get at best two shot by
Yeah.
Alex's side of the things or side of the board.
Yeah, and by the time that he's able to get that Charizard like knocked out, might have another one set up already.
Absolutely. And it's interesting that Andrew actually plays the Jet Energy as a part of his deck, really just to act as really additional switch outs. Because you're accelerating fire with the Charizard, so your energy attachments from hand are less essential than maybe other decks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always good, just because I feel like a lot of the times when I see this Charizard matchup, a big part of why people lose the games is because they sort of run out of energy. They sort of run
Yes.
out of steam. So
And we've seen that at a couple different times on this stream, even where opponents playing, setting up their board, but they kind of overextend, run themselves out of resources, and just end up with no other way to accelerate energy, get someone else set up, or they get stuck because they can't switch anything out of the active.
yeah, absolutely. So
And
hopefully Alex can sort of see on his side of the board that he sort of needs to get some other things set up. Get another attacker going, maybe get that B barrel out on the field,
right.
things like that.
Absolutely. And I think the first part you said, getting another attacker set up, is really the urgent thing because he's going to be able to hit into this Charizard, but Charizard's going to two shot him right back. And the V Guard energy doesn't do anything to stop that because Charizard is an EX.
Yes.
And on Andrew's side, he's probably feeling pretty happy to see that judge.
Yes, absolutely. And
'Cause
I think also like what we were saying also about setting up that other attacker that's so important too is because you want to utilize the most of the Pokemon and being able to accelerate those extra energies with Arceus is a big part of this Pokemon.
Absolutely. And it looks like Nunez off of that got, his name is Andrew. I call
Yeah.
him Nunez. Please forgive me. But after that, he got two level balls, it looks like, or excuse me, a level ball, rod, rare candy, and an Irida, or
Or
excuse me, an
Iono.
Iono. So he's going to be able to start gaming over there. And on Alex's side, he does Ultra Ball for the barrel to at least start getting his engine set up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think having those level balls in hand really helps him to start getting going just because, get those Curlias on the board, you're going to start drawing with that refinement engine.
For sure. And so on Andrew's side of the board, what other attackers does he have outside of that Charizard EX?
Outside of that, um, I guess you can, look at the Gallade from Astral Radiance. Is that the one with the buddy catch ability?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so the buddy catch ability is very important as well, just because it's a free supporter. It searches out a supporter, so it can help close out games with boss's orders. If you find yourself, sort of locked up, you can, find another draw support card like an Iono or a Research, and it really is just can also, help attack as well.
Absolutely. And that was a very rough, industrious incisors for Alex. He didn't see another attacker.
Yeah.
And so he's going to be able to hit into this Charizard, and he does put the path to the peak down, so Andrew can't accelerate additional energy. But that's it. That's all he's got.
Yeah, and it's a little tough for Alex's side just because you want to be able to use the most of that Arceus, but it's not the end of the world. The path to the peak is still there. There's still other ways to go around, and it's not like the Charizard can one shot the Arceus anyway, so he still has a little bit more time to get another attacker set up.
Absolutely. And I think Alex can assume that he's going to take the knockout on this Charizard EX during his next turn, which is good because then he's still moving his game forward. But he's really going to need to set up a second attacker to follow that because the issue is once he knocks out that Charizard, Andrew's Charizard is going to be doing 240 base damage, which is enough to knock out any V Alex benches.
Yeah, so it's almost like he's on like a pretty slim timeline here. It's not like the end of the world, but it's starting to really creep up on him. So he needs to definitely take that into account when thinking about his next few moves.
Absolutely. And it looks like Andrew does play the Iono, which even if Alex didn't do much that turn, he doesn't have, like, he clears a full hand of 5. He has Barrel to draw. It's not like you're really disrupting him out of too much. And unfortunately for Alex, he does see the Ultra Ball, so he is going to be able to set up. But he also would have seen the Ultra Ball as the 6th card last turn off the draw, which is super unfortunate. And so we will see Andrew, I assume he just hits into the Arceus here, right?
Yeah, I would think so too.
Yep, and that's what he decides to do, hitting the Arceus for 180, turning off the Box of Disaster since your Pokemon has to have full HP, sending it right back over to Alex. So then for Alex, what do you think he's trying to do here?
Definitely just trying to set up that next attacker. The Ultra Ball was the first thing to go down onto the board, so he's definitely looking at, which attacker he can put on there, whether it be another Arceus or if he decides to put the Aerodactyl down, any of that.
And I think this game right here is illustrating that even though Alex kind of fell behind pretty far, like Charizard got up and said, Charizard's hitting. I think this is one of the big issues with the Charizard EX deck is early game, you're not applying a ton of pressure.
No, not really. Yeah, and that's I guess one of the big things about it. It's like 180 base damage. It could take out some of the supporting two prize Pokemon like the Squawkabilly or maybe like the Luminion. But when it comes to putting your opponent really far behind, it kind of lacks a lot of those early tools to be able to do that.
It does. And with the only 2 main attackers of Glade and Charizard, the things they can do are incredibly cool. Like, absolutely cool. And those really cool things don't cover all the bases.
Yeah.
It doesn't include taking big one shots. It doesn't include making insane comebacks. It just means I'm doing X amount of damage and I can move some energy around with Glade.
Mm-hmm.
And so we do see the Iono come in, and for Andrew, he sees another level ball. He sees a supporter. Like, honestly, he really just needs to see a rare candy Charizard this turn. And if he can see that, he is going to be in such a good position.
Yeah, just because this Charizard EX is going to be out of the picture now, so he sort of has to think about like, well, how am I going to get this next one set up?
Right. And I think if you're Andrew, you do have to advance the Charmander, just knowing that you're going to see 5 cards of this Iono. You're going to have 4 more draws off.
Oh, there's the EX.
So then that's tough. And do you now try to draw into the rare candy after shuffling your deck a bit? Because how many Ultra Ball does Andrew play?
Andrew plays 3 Ultra Balls.
Okay, so 3 Ultra Ball, 3 EX. So it's not unlikely to see it, but you're still going to have to hit that 2-card combo.
Yeah, and he's electing to grab the another Charmander off of this level ball here, just in case if he's not able to get an attack off or anything like that, he's got another one set up just in case.
And I would agree with that in general. I would almost have preferred to see another Ralts, or excuse me, another Curlia, just to continue to draw after this Iono, if that's what he goes with. But oh, he has another
Yeah.
Curlia in hand, so never mind. Ignore me, Andrew. You're doing great. Keep it up. So if you are Andrew, do you? Oh, and he does decide to Curlia first. How do you feel about that decision?
Um, I don't know if I like the idea of, deciding to discard the Iono, just because, if you
I think
aren't.
he actually has a
Oh, he
second
has a
one in
second
hand.
one in hand. Okay, so yeah, being able to keep an Iono in hand is very important, just because like if you're not able to get that rare candy out, you need to get, you need to sort of see more cards and try to get as much as you can.
Right. And unfortunately for Andrew, he did actually draw into an Ultra Ball, which means he would have seen it out to Charizard on the other side of the Iono if he had played that first.
Yeah,
And we are going to see the other Curlia just trying to hit that rare candy. And did we hit it? I don't think we
I don't think we
did.
did.
Ooh, that's tough. So I think we're going to have to go see. Wait, does Andrew play Raihan in his deck? He
Yes,
does.
one copy of Raihan.
So we could still see the Gallade Buddy Catch for Raihan to get an energy on the board, evolve into the Charizard EX, and then take the knockout on this Arceus V-Star. And at that point, and there it is, there's the Raihan. Oof. Alex has got to be feeling a little scared because even
Yeah.
if he puts a guy down, Andrew's doing a ton of damage.
And that just shows like, what we were talking about last round with, the proper sequencing because, each step of the way reached the
Right.
same end goal, but, he really maximized everything that he could have possibly gotten back from it.
And this is interesting. We're actually going to see the reversal energy from Andrew, and I think he's going to leave the Gallade in the active rather than evolving up to the Charizard EX. So that way he can force Alex to go to 3 prizes remaining. And with a choice belt, then Andrew's Charizard EX would be knocking out a V Star. How do you feel about this decision?
It's definitely something that, um, something that he probably has hammered in his practice and all of that stuff. Because mainly, like when we think about stuff like this, you try to get the Charizard out in the active, and you
Right.
you you swing for it. But this is definitely one of those things where he's calculated, like he's probably played this matchup a million times, and it's something that he's thought about.
Honestly, if he's played the Klefki matchup a million times, then dude, he tests way harder than I do
Yes.
because that is not something I would expect to see. But to your point, knowing that in this scenario it's better to expose a single prizer, even if it's part of your engine, makes sense. Because then you're forcing your opponent to go into odd prizes. Clearly, Alex isn't bossing here. So Andrew's going to be in a position to maybe just take a knockout on a V Star and then just cruise from that point.
Yeah, and there is another Gallade that he plays two copies of that Gallade, so he's definitely not too upset about losing one of them.
Absolutely. The only tricky part is now Andrew will need to draw into the rare candy to evolve into a Charizard EX, since hitting in with another Gallade probably isn't exactly what he's looking
No,
for.
I don't believe so.
And so it looks like Andrew does play another Curlia and 4 Ralt, so he could set up a little more of his draw engine, but it's kind of funny. It's with a Curlia line here too, but one of the issues with Gardevoir is when you use your primary engine as your attacker, you can be susceptible to falling behind late.
Yeah, and I think that's comes to be as like your engine ends up getting targeted a lot more.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so then Andrew goes up into the Charmander. So outside of a rare candy, what else do you think he's trying to find here?
Um, oh, he definitely needs to get that Path of the Peak out of the way.
Yes, absolutely. And I think he had an Artisan in hand, or am I misremembering that?
I don't think I see it.
All right, we are going to see the Refinement from Curlia. We see Level Ball. Unfortunately, that's not a rare candy.
It isn't.
And I was kind of curious on this. I guess he did search his deck a couple times, so the rare candy being at the bottom is just unfortunate circumstances. But what do you think Andrew tries to do here then?
I see. I think I see the Charmeleon at the top of his deck there. So he could be
Yes,
looking for an angle there to, manually evolve up into that Charizard EX. There are some energies on the board already, so like, not the end of the world if he's not able to use that ability, because he can always still manual attach for that second energy.
true. And I think it's a good point too. And Andrew, I thought I saw a Celebrations Mew in his hand, and along with the Jet Energy. So Andrew does have the option of benching that Mew, going in with the Jet Energy to dig just a little further for the rare candy.
Yeah, and I
And
think that's why a lot of these Charizard lists have been running like increased amounts of Celebrations Mew, is just because it's able to, look through and get those item cards that you really do need in the matchups.
absolutely. And I think Andrew's debating using this Iono here. I don't think he'd be wrong to do so, but we're going to have to see. Or do we just see the retreat into Mew before the Iono? And I feel like he's been digging so hard to find the rare candy without being willing to remove his hand.
Ooh, and there goes the attach.
I do. Oh, and we're just
Oh,
going for it. We're just hoping we see straight Charizard and candy
yes.
off of this Iono.
Only 3 cards to work with though. It's
I
a
know.
little tough.
Oh my gosh. We saw the Charizard, we see the Jet Energy, but unfortunately not the rare candy. But also, I don't think Andrew minds too much. We do see Gallade.
Rare
We
candy.
see the candy. All right.
There we go.
And I'm going to be honest with you, Brian. I think you may just use the rare candy here anyway, right?
Yeah, I think he'd use the rare candy here just because, that Charmander's pretty frail, so it can get knocked out very, very easily. So being able to just have the Charizard out there, it makes it a lot harder to get knocked out, and you can always just find that energy elsewhere.
And that I think is the tricky part is he just needs to see another fire energy, but he's going to try to give himself as many outs as possible.
Yeah.
And with Alex likely taking a knockout on the Mew, well, never mind. Alex has boss in hand,
Yes.
so we may see that Curlia go down.
Yeah.
It could be a little harder for Andrew to find that fire energy then.
Yeah, I think that's partially the reason why he decided to play that Super Rod. I mean, he wants the Buddy Catch Gallade to come back in, but also at least to put at least an energy back in there, just so it increases his chances of seeing it in the deck.
Absolutely. And we do see the jet energy, which can be helpful, but with the previously attached fire energy, it's not going to do much good for him this turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, it won't do too much.
And I think Andrew is debating, do I use the candy now or say, you're not going to Iono me? And he decides not
Yeah,
to, decides to just pass. So do you agree with that decision?
Um, I can get behind it just because I know that Charmeleon is still in on the bench. So say he's able to boss knock out one of the two, he still has the candy in order to evolve it the next turn. So he pretty much has to pick which supporter he wants to use. If he wanted to use the boss, wanted to use the Iono, one or the other.
Mm-hmm. No, and that makes sense. And I think with Alex using that boss's orders here, I don't mind that. I don't think it's the wrong decision. But I think that's kind of what Andrew was banking on because now, with Alex have taken 4 prizes, Andrew only has a single prizers on his board, and Charizard EX is going to knock out any of Alex's Pokemon.
Yeah, and that could also be big with that
Ooh,
box of disaster leaving early as well.
yes. And so we do see the Gallade buddy catch. And now I think Andrew's deciding what supporter to go with. So I guess, Brian, looking at his deck list, what do you think his best option is here?
Um, you know, he could search for another Iono. I mean, Alex is only down to 2 prizes, so he could definitely, make his life a little bit more difficult with like only 2 prizes. He does have some pretty useful cards in hand right now, like the boss's orders. So, putting that Iono down wouldn't be like the worst thing in the world. Could also search out boss's orders as well for himself if he wanted to have that for another turn.
And he does actually decide to go with the professor's research. And to your point, I agree. Disrupting Alex could be good, like saving good supporters. But I think what Andrew sees here is I'm about to rare candy into this Charizard, and the only thing I need to see out of this deck is a fire energy. And if I see a fire energy, I probably win the game. But if I don't see a fire energy, could be a your go, my friend.
Yes, very true. And yeah, we forget that sometimes that the path of the peak is still on the board.
I agreed. Was that a fire? I see a belt. I see
Ooh.
ooh. But we do see a level ball. So there may be an opportunity to get another curly out of the deck and draw a little harder. But we'll see. I think was there another curly left?
And I
There
see,
was.
and I see there's only one fire energy left in the deck as well.
Ooh, and
So
that's tough. Because Andrew played a Super Rod a little earlier and only put one fire energy back.
yeah, so that's there's another
Oh,
one.
well, all right, there you go. That'll
Yes.
definitely help things.
Yes.
And if I'm him, you just throw
Yeah,
them all in
just
there.
throw all of them in
Yep,
there. You got to maximize your chances when you can.
because we're gonna see two cards out of a pretty thick deck. But and this is I think where it comes down to a swing turn. I think if one of these is a fire energy, Andrew probably wins the game. If one of these is not a fire energy, Andrew probably loses the game.
Yeah, just because Alex will be able to set up that two-shot angle. He's got another Arceus on the bench, and it's loaded up with energies already, so he's definitely looking to do that.
Absolutely. And so we'll see the
Moment of truth.
refinement here. And
There
we
we go.
see
We
the
see the fire
fire.
energy.
Oh, what a draw. And with Alex at 2 prizes, Andrew's going to take a one shot here with the base damage of 180 plus 30 more for each prize Alex has taken. Andrew's hitting 300. And that's enough to knock out the V-Star.
Yeah, it's enough, and he still has that jet energy in hand as well. So if Alex decides he wants to try to stall out the game a little bit more, he's got many outs to get that Charizard EX back into the active.
Absolutely. And with Andrew going on odd prizes, Andrew only needs one more prize to win the game. So Alex can't throw up a single prizer and try to buy a turn back.
Yeah,
And also, on that flip side, with Alex having to take 2 additional prizes, using an escape rope, shoving up a single prizer, that's going to be the game.
that's
And
that game.
Alex sees it and scoops it up, saying that, Andrew, you know what? You got me in a checkmate scenario.
Yeah, and I think the big part of, that win was, the prize trade that we were talking about earlier. Having the buddy catch Gallade in there, being able to take that one knockout to finish off the first Arceus V-Star was really what changed the game for it.
Absolutely. And I think to that point, this is one of the most important things with this Charizard EX deck is how am I setting up my opponent's prize map so I'm able to hit as hard as I need and take the prizes I need? Because Andrew there said, I'm okay with you going down to 2 prizes remaining because then I'm one-shotting everything at that point.
Yeah. And that late game is really why Charizard EX is such a scary Pokemon.
Absolutely. And Alex, to his credit, I think he did everything he could there, but missing a turn early, and just in general, his deck doesn't have outs to take a big one-shot on a Charizard EX.
Yeah, and the point of having the Arceus is just because you need to lock down those energies. I mean, I feel like that Charizard EX and ability isn't really one that needs to be locked for an entire game.
Right.
So, it's just like a really weird matchup specific kind of thing.
It is, and the path to the peak on Alex's side really is the scary part for Andrew, since that disrupts his entire engine of getting those energy down
Yeah.
and getting set up. Well, thank you all very much for hanging out and chatting with us on this one here. We're going to go take a quick break before we get to round 3, and we'll be back with just a little more of this great Pokemon action. See y'all in a few. Welcome back, everyone, to round 3 of the Nerd Rage Gaming $1,000 League Cup. For this round, we have a Turbo Lost Zone box mirror for you. So Jack C on the left is playing Turbo Lost Zone box against Tyler Matthews on the right, who's playing Turbo Lost Zone box. So Brian, can you tell us a bit what this mirror match looks like?
Yeah, so when looking at the Lost Box mirror, like the big thing to look at is pretty much who reaches those Lost Zone numbers first. So like the big ones in Lost Zone are like who reaches 4, 7, and 10 first, because 4 allows you to attack with Cramorant, 7 allows you to use Mirage Gate, and then 10 allows you to use Sableye.
Exactly. And there's always kind of a conflict around, do you want to go first or second with Lost Zone box into the Lost Zone mirror of some capacity? And so, Brian, from your experience, what do you usually prefer?
It's always for me going first. I feel like, with where the state of Lost Box is right now, if you're able to get those 3 Comfies on the board, you're able to, get a couple flower selectings off, maybe even like a vacuum on a tool or a stadium, you can pretty much put yourself so much farther ahead than your opponent.
Absolutely. And I had this come up a couple times playing, so I played Lost Zone Giratina to the, Pittsburgh Regionals. And I played a couple opponents in the mirror where they actually chose to go second. And I kind of that mindset. My thought was if you go second and you get the Colress and the Kramer in attack, going second is way better. If you don't do exactly that, Bryce, can you ask Tyler to put his prizes out? Can you ask Tyler to put his prizes out? Yep. So if you don't do exactly that and get the Colress Kramer and attack off, then you're way behind going
Yeah,
second.
absolutely. And that's one of those things about Lost Boxes. Like, pacing is almost everything about it. Like, you really need to make sure that you stay on pace with your opponent and you get those numbers so you can keep up with the prize trade.
Exactly. And that's really it. It's the prize trade. And the prize trade's kind of weird in the matchup because, and I'm looking at this, it looks like Jack does not play Roxanne, but Tyler actually plays two Roxanne.
Yeah, two Roxanne has been something that I've been seeing a lot in the more recent Lost Box lists. A lot of them are electing to do that instead of playing the Iono on there, just because they value being able to have that 6-to-2 card ratio.
Yeah. And that makes a lot of sense. The Iono is definitely beneficial, but like you said, if you're both getting to lower prizes, and that's I think why everyone was so excited about Iono in the first place, is you are disrupting yourself along with your opponent.
Yeah.
And in these mirrors, both opponents are usually taking prizes relatively consistently, so it's rare an Iono would be a 6-to-1 or 6-to-2 advantage.
Yeah, it is. And I think for the other side of it, a lot of people really do like Iono just because instead of Roxanne, because, Iono is useful every step of the game.
Yes.
You can use it to as a 6 card draw supporter, or you can use it to put your opponent to to one card in hand. So there's a lot of I guess pros and cons between the two of them. It's just really, I guess it comes down to preference almost.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
for sure. And people throw around play style like it doesn't exist, it's not a thing. But I do think that it changes how you approach a game. I've talked to a friend, Kevin Krieger, Limitless Online Champion. He never says that. I always say that about him. He gets annoyed with it, or they get annoyed with it. Sorry, Kevin. So they have said that they tend to use decks as aggressive, like I want to take a lead kind of decks rather than sit back, come back. And so we had a conflict on that. Not a conflict. We had a discussion about it with Lost Zone Giratina in that they wanted to play like Luminion, Ultra Ball as their ways to find Colress and go through the deck faster. Whereas I was saying, I think that can help, but I'd rather do something like Pokegear because even though it's less consistent at getting you what you need, it doesn't put liabilities in place. It doesn't help your opponent accelerate their game at the benefit of you accelerating yours.
Yeah, absolutely. And I definitely agree with that too, because there's definitely like what you were saying about play style, because if you lean towards the Poke Gear, you sort of see it as like, oh, this can get me X amount of options of supporters I can draw in hand.
Right.
And then from, Kevin's point of view, it's like for them, it's like, oh yeah, if I have Luminion, it's like end of game, I can get boss orders, I can get, early game Colress, like just like you said earlier.
Absolutely. And so Tyler is doing exactly what Lawson Box wants to do if they go second. He got off the Colress. He's drawing the fleet footed. He has at least one search out. And I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to pull off a cram attack here. Um, Notably, Jack on the other side got the Pokestop off one of his flower selectings and declined to put it down. And to be honest, I love that decision on his end.
Yeah, I do too, because when you got to think about it from your opponent's point of view, because you got to see like whenever you put a stadium out there, is like how much is this going to benefit yourself and how much is it going to benefit your opponent?
Exactly. And I think it's a delicate balance because I've seen plenty of people lose games because they didn't take an action to advance their board because they didn't want to help their opponent. But like at that time and in that place, the benefit wasn't, excuse me, the risk wasn't high enough to outdo the benefit. In this case, Jack already has two comfies down, probably doesn't want to bench anymore. He's already had switch outs, he's already gotten his flower selecting. There's no real benefit for Poke stopping and trying to find some more stuff. And it looks like Jack's just going to loop those guys right back around. Tyler actually got rid of a Colress too and a Roxanne. Whew! This must have been two good cards.
Yeah, and some of this could also be like sort of like a mind game against your opponent too. He sees that the Roxanne is in the lost zone now. He doesn't know if he plays one or two copies, so it's like
Right.
he's got to think of that. Like, how is that going to affect him in the late game?
Well, to be fair, Jack probably also had a brief moment of terror of he plays Roxanne in general. Like, is this something I need to play around?
Yeah.
Because Jack, from what it looks like, doesn't play any hand disruption whatsoever. Let me make sure I'm looking at Jack's correctly. So, yeah, There's no Iono, there's no Roxanne, there's no anything that would force your opponent to shuffle their hand back in. So whatever Tyler draws into and gets, that's going to be in his hand as long as he wants to keep it there.
Yeah, and we can see here that Tyler actually did reach that number, that magic number 4 right away, and he's able to get that Cramorant knockout.
Yes. And Tyler, I should note too, Tyler is an incredible player. He's gotten top 16 in multiple regionals, comes up with some of the coolest, most unique deck lists, both for standard and for GLC. If any of y'all have seen his Psychic Sableye deck, it is wild. So it's always good to have players of this caliber who play locally to really see like what they can showcase, what new ideas they have, like this kind of unique list.
Yeah, and it really goes to show like how great, our community is at this game. That's like one of the big things that I learned like coming into playing this game is like, I've lived here my entire life, but, this is like one of the big strong regions in North
Yeah.
America when it comes to Pokemon.
And obviously, there's always going to be a little bit of a homer comment with that of like, oh, yeah, of course, where we're from is the best.
Yeah.
However, we did have a pretty large contingent of Chicago people go to Pittsburgh. And I think we had 5, 6, 7 of us of maybe the 15 there make day two. We had a handful of others go 6-3 or just barely miss. And then every person on the Nerd Rage team got points at the regional. Every member of our Airbnb got points, and 3 of them made day two. It, Chicago can have a showing kind of across the country when we do go to these big events.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also makes for very competitive events, especially at these really big local events like these League Cups and challenges.
Absolutely. And in this kind of matchup here too, I love it because I feel like I get better as a player when I see these games, when I play against this caliber of opponent. So Jack's still in a very good position, honestly, with those gates in hand, 5 in the loss zone. He really just needs a vacuum, and he's going to be at the point where he can start doing some crazy things on his end. And he does also have the Sableye in hand, so he's not quite going to be able to reach for Sableye numbers, but taking a prize and having his Manaphy down isn't terrible in this situation either.
Yeah, and at the point where he's at too, it's not like, end of the world. Like he's reached that first magic number that we were talking about to be able to swing with the Cramorant. So he's not able to go over the top and reach that 7. He's still kind of like, chilling at 5.
Yes, absolutely. And so you are going to see actually the bench of the Comfy. So do you think he's trying to dig for the Mirage Gate or just dig further into his deck?
Definitely trying to just dig further. Lost Box, something that I learned about playing the deck is you really want to see as much of the deck as you can. That's like how powerful the engine is just because you're able to see so many cards, get such big hands and stuff like that. So, um, as long as you're still going through the deck as much as you can, that'll really put you over the top.
For sure. And as we see here, Jack's really making a bunch of tough decisions. And I don't know if I love the sequencing just based on what he's had to draw and what order he drew cards in, but in general, he's just trying to set himself up. And unfortunately, this is something that's been an issue with Lawson Box, is he's kind of taken a while to go through his turn. He's not slow playing. He's not making any inappropriate decisions or anything like that, but he's making a bunch of highly, highly critical decisions that'll affect the rest of his game, and it can take a while.
Yeah, and I think what he's trying to do here is playing that Lost Vacuum is he's trying to go to 7, super rod some of those energies back in, and then try to swing with the either with the Greninja or try to go with the Cramorant.
For sure. And I think
Yeah.
this turn he definitely has to go with the Cram since the Greninja isn't going to do much with
Yeah,
that
with the
mana
mana
feed
fee
down.
on the board, yeah.
But I think he is putting himself in a position where next turn, with either a Chorus or 2 Comfies, he's going to be able to Sableye. And that's going to be a big deal if Tyler hasn't been able to reach that mark himself. So with the Cram attack, Jack, you're kind of on schedule. So now it's just Tyler, can you reach? And how likely do you think it is that Tyler gets to that 10 to start using Sableye?
Right now he's looking like he's right on pace for it. I believe he's what at 6?
I think he's actually at
He's
7
at
right
7.
now. And we do see the chorus, so yeah,
Yeah.
Tyler is cruising at this point. So one thing I give Jack credit for is he has not filled his bench. And I think that is one of the biggest things in the Lost Zone box mirrors is making sure you're able to Sableye. Because that's how you win. Like, that's how you set up your map.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because you can definitely find yourself clogging up your bench early with like extra Comfies and other support Pokemon where like you really should be keeping that one spot open. So like when you reach that magic number 10, you can start using the Sableye.
For sure. And this is something that comes even more into play with Lawson Giratina because you have attackers that are big, bulky dudes that aren't very helpful early game that
Hmm.
still fill up those bench slots. And yeah, we see Tyler. I gotta imagine he's going for Sableye here if it's in the deck, and it looks like it is. Or is that going to be the Greninja?
Oh, Greninja.
Interesting. So I don't see a canceling Cologne on here, so
Yes.
I'm going to assume that that's just a draw.
Yes, I believe so as well.
So then if you are Tyler, what do you think is the like ideal outcome for this turn?
Ideal outcome for this turn, I think, is just to get to 10.
Yeah.
You know, they call it Turbo Lost Zone box just because you're able to
Right.
get to 10 so quickly. Like, you know, you have all these vacuums, you know, you play, you know, Comfy, Colress, all that stuff. Like you're really trying to reach that number 10 as fast as you can just so you can sort of just start wreaking havoc with Sableye.
Absolutely. And I imagine with the benching of the Greninja, Tyler's probably going to try to bounce, or excuse me, knock out that Manaphy on the bench and then set up some damage elsewhere so that Greninja can come in and do a sweep of Jack's engine, ideally with a Roxanne once Jack gets down to 3 prizes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, we're actually going to see the lightning energy onto the Raikou. Why do you think he's going that route?
I think with the Raikou, a big reason you could do that is because, you know, it's one of the, even though it's a two-prizer Pokemon and it can kind of be a liability at times, it still doesn't look like it can get one shot by anything on Jack's side of the board.
That is very true.
And the fleet-footed ability also can really help him. You know, you can get an extra card in hand, see what you can really use with it.
And we know that Jack doesn't play Roxanne or anything, but Tyler doesn't know that. And I did not tell him before this.
Yes.
So he has to be willing to kind of plan around if Jack does try to disrupt his end.
Yes.
So for Tyler, when we talked about sequencing a little bit for Jack on didn't love the order of things, Tyler, what a play. And we just talked about filling your bench and not being able to Sableye. And Tyler takes incredible advantage of that by filling Jack's bench for him. So now Jack is in a position where he can't put down a Sableye. And seeing Tyler, Tyler has no desire to take a knockout for almost the rest of the game until he sweeps the board, knowing that Jack's going to have to go single knockout, single knockout, single knockout.
Yeah, I think that's just really just the next level kind of thinking that really separates some of the really great players from like the top echelon of players is because, you know, not many people, even myself included, would have really thought, oh, let's just only put 6 on the Manaphy and spread the rest on the Comfies.
Right.
Yeah. Just because like I'll think of my own thinking and be like, oh, I can finally get rid of this Manaphy, and then I'll set up Greninja the next turn.
And that is, and I love that you said that because exactly that's a big focus on what is my prize map and how am I accelerating it. Which, and this is something I've been working on too as a player, is how do I stretch that to full game plan? So sure, like I'm accelerating, I'm moving, disrupting them, but what does my final outcome look like? Like, what is the actual result that lets me win the game? And in this case for Tyler, it's I'm just going to sweep the full board of comfies and crams, especially knowing that Jack is down, I think, 3 switching cards at this point, and that's a big deal. And so Tyler does Clara. We do see the draw with Greninja. And I gotta imagine he's just gonna slap down a Sableye and go do it all again and throw a bunch of damage on each Comfy.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see now what kind of approach he takes on this turn if he decides to finally get rid of that Manaphy and sort of take like a multi-prize turn.
And I think from Tyler's end, my guess would be that he's not actually gonna take a knockout until he either takes 5 prizes or takes 4 prizes, wiping out the Manaphy, all 3 Comfies, and then placing both Cram and Greninja in Greninja or Sableye range.
Yeah, and I think it's also like an interesting thing that he's still like, you know, keeping that cram in the active as well because it's pretty much just stuck there. I mean, it can take prizes obviously, but he's not able to see as many like Jack's not able to see as many cards with the flower selecting or even accelerate um his lost zone numbers.
Exactly. And at this point, too, Jack's Lasso numbers don't really matter all that much because there's nothing on his board that can take advantage of them.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but like you said, he hit the magic number for Cram, he hit the magic number for Greninja. And so, what Jack could do is try to boss up the Manaphy at some point. But if he does that, now that Tyler's looping Sableyes, Jack has to knock out Sableye each turn.
Yeah.
And it puts him in a really tough spot. So the one thing Jack could try to do if he had disruption was start to either Iono at some point and try to steal back a turn, but since he doesn't, Tyler's just hoping he sees enough energy to continue to loop. And we are going to see 12 damage come down across those 3 comfies. And we may see the 4 prize turn and the Roxanne once Tyler's able to take these knockouts. So, Brian, if you're Jack, are you trying to do anything here other than just keep knocking out Sableye, or how else do you set up a game plan here?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell like what he can really do because I don't see a stadium in play. You know, there's limited things that he's able to do with like the Lost Vacuum he has in hand. It's like how beneficial is it for him to keep the Comfies in the active and all of that stuff. So it's kind of like he's just trying to stay on pace with Tyler, who's pretty much just like miles ahead right now. It seems like.
He is, and it's another time where you see from a prize race standpoint, like Jack's going to be up 2 prizes on Tyler, but it really doesn't matter because Tyler's game plan is so much further advanced.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is one reason why the Lost Zone box mirrors are weird, to say the least, and they're kind of gross at times, and they are dependent on draws, but there is so much skill involved in how you establish and go about your game plan, which Tyler's clearly showing right here. And for Jack, I don't think Jack especially did anything wrong per se in allowing that Comfy to get knocked out and not rotting it back in, because not every Lost Zone box plays the horn, but it's something he may have had to consider in, do I drop the Sableye? Do I fill that bench slot with something I need?
Yeah, and that's a tough thing because it seems like that Tyler was almost like a step ahead in his thinking. Like he was like, oh, he doesn't have the Sableye on there. I'm just gonna put something there for him.
Yeah. It looks like Tyler declines to keep the escape rope, and that can be problematic because he needs to still keep flower selecting, especially after the hand disruption. But really, it's just he needs to keep getting Sableye.
Yeah,
If he keeps
absolutely.
getting Sableye, throwing it down, and with 5 prizes remaining, I wonder if he decides just to put like 9 energy or so on. Wait, how are you? All right, there
There
you
we
go.
go.
Tyler's got it. We're good. We're good. Everything's fine. Thank you, Tyler, for not getting a game loss or anything there. But I think if I'm Tyler, I'm actually not taking any knockouts this turn. I'm probably just setting up damage on the Cram and the Greninja, so that way Sableye can take 5 prizes next turn and then just straight up win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's also part of the reason why that Raikou sort of got set up too, just because you got that energy. Look at that;
And there
it's
you go.
fully set up now.
Well, that actually, and there we go. Okay, so then, like we talked about, Tyler's not going to decide to take a 5 prize turn. Tyler's going to take a 4 prize turn and leave both Sableye and Raikou set up on the board.
Hmm.
So the only way Jack could really win is by some kind of boss stall shenanigans. But with 3 cards in hand after his top deck, no comfies on the board, it's going to be hard for Jack
Yeah,
to make something happen.
and it's almost like you put him in a checkmate position here, where he's gonna sort of have to, force him to make a decision here. It's like, which prizes do you want to take here?
Yeah. And putting down the Forest Seal Stone, to me, that's the perfect time to use your V-Star when you're setting up that checkmate scenario. Not just to take a little more of a lead or try to meet like a target that you have that isn't maybe as essential to the game plan. And yeah, I think we're just going to see a clean sweep of the board and then enough damage on the Cram and Greninja to set up anything else to knock it out. So if you're Tyler, Brian, where are you placing your damage counters?
I think the way that he did it was perfect. Like he's had this turn cooking up for the last like 3 or 4 turns now, and
Mm-hmm.
he just executed. It was just masterfully done.
It was beautifully done.
Yeah.
And it looks like he does decide to put a couple on the Cram, a couple on the Greninja, just to have it set up and ready to go. We do see a Nest Ball, and this may be where we see the Forest Seal Stone from Jack to try to put himself in better position. Because right now, if he can put up a 2-prizer and take a knockout on this Sableye like a Dragonite, Tyler's going to need to get his own Sableye out in order to win the game from there. Oh, we do see the Raikou. Okay. Well, we could be gaming.
Yeah.
There's still a chance. But I guess for Jack, what do you think he needs to do here to stay in the game?
I think a big thing here is trying to, I guess, kind of have to get rid of that Sableye because that's pretty much his main thing about getting game here. You know,
Oh, and we see the escape rope. And that is tough then because now there's going to need to be a Sableye on Jackson in order to get rid of that Sableye.
hmm
And then all Tyler's going to need is a retreat. And I think this is the exact right
Yeah.
decision. Because even if Jack does knock out the Raikou, and yeah, there it
There's
is.
game.
We see the scoop up, we see game there, and we'll jump over our game and just do a little recap on this afterwards. But we're going to jump over to our second game here, where we have Trevor Tran, who tried to have on last turn, or last game, playing against Jared Grimes of PokeStats fame. So in this matchup, we have Chien-Pao Baxcalibur also versus Turbo Lost Zone. So, Brian, tell me a bit about this matchup. What do you think Jared's been trying to set up?
Definitely, Manaphy is the most important card in both of these matchups because Kyogre tries to set up these really, really big knockouts on like two prizers on the bench, and Chen Pao tries to take advantage of the fact that it can attach as much energies as it wants if you have like water energies in hand through that Baxcalibur engine to help out things like Greninja and Chen Pao hit for like really big numbers or spread out a lot of damage on the bench.
Absolutely. And weirdly enough, one of the advantages Trevor has is Baxcalibur has 160 HP and does 130 damage. So it's not a slouch of an attacker in the first place, since it can take plenty of prizes and withstand a hit or two from Jared. And we are going to see placement on the Greninja, placement on the Baxcalibur, putting them both within range of a Sableye, and the knockout on Manaphy. And with Jared going down to 3 prizes, like you mentioned, Kyogre could come in and just win the game with a knockout on Baxcalibur, Frigibax, and the Chien-Pao that's there. We do see a Pokestop and an Ultra Ball, so does Trevor have an out to get that Manaphy back?
It's tough to see, but I think a big thing that really helps this Chen Pao matchup into the Lost Zone matchup is the canceling Cologne.
Yes.
So canceling Cologne's a fun card just because it negates that Manaphy ability and allows it to knock it out. The Cross Switcher is also a really interesting tech card that I've been seeing in a lot of Chen Pao lists just because it really just allows you to control what's in the active at
Right.
any point.
And you can use Irida to get a water Pokemon and an item card, so it's extremely possible to just go Rare Candy, Baxcalibur, and Cross Switcher in one turn, because Irida can get you 2 of those pieces. Well, the Baxcalibur another piece,
Yeah.
but you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, and the Pokestop can easily get you another Cross Switcher as well just by
Yes.
spinning the wheel. It is a little risky, but it's still definitely able to get it.
And I'm curious to see if Trevor is actually. We don't see the Manaphy, or is it Manaphy, 1 water, and Chien-Pao? Interesting. Let me see, Jared KO for sure. It is definitely an option for Jared. Oh my
Ooh, the
gosh,
Cross Switcher.
are we going to see the canceling Cologne play here? And the knockout on the Sableye and a Comfy? Because that would be insane. Oh my gosh. So we are going to see that come down. What do you think's going to happen here? Like,
I
what
don't
is
know.
Trevor's plan?
Definitely having those, being able to get the Shivery Chill out is able to, get the Chen Pao out of the active for something that he would rather favor, mainly like the Greninja. But it's just based off what we see sequence next.
For sure. And we did already draw with Greninja this turn, I believe.
Oh, canceling
Oh, are
Cologne.
we going to see it? Oh my lord. And we're going to see the attach and retreat go back into Greninja. And then do we have the superior energy
No,
retrieval?
he's got two already
He has
on
2
there.
already in hand.
Yeah.
Oh man. But now the question is, do we see
Bravery
the
Charm.
bravery charm? Oh my gosh. So then we probably see the knockout on Sableye and a Comfy, I imagine, or just on the
Or on the
Manaphy.
Manaphy. I guess if you do it on the Manaphy, you can sort of just keep going with Greninja as you keep.
I would tend to agree. The
Yeah.
only, and I don't mind on the Comfy either, though, because then it gives Jared one less out to try to draw into what he needs. And it does force him to use either a manual attachment or a switch out to get the Manaphy out of the active.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with you on that as well. Just because keeping the Manaphy in the active can almost seem like it's kind of like it's almost like a dud almost.
A little bit,
Yeah.
yeah. Because it's just one more resource that Jared has to use. And I think what Trevor knows here, too, is this is Jared's turn to win the game. Like, Jared has to win the game this turn, or now Trevor could go and get the Manaphy and bench it and say, you don't have an out to get it at this point. We're going to see the nest ball for the Ogre. Oh boy, are we going to see this? because we'll be able to see the entirety of his deck come into his hand with this Greninja and then a switch into Comfy. Are we going to see the Ogre here?
I think so, because I think out of those 3 cards that I saw left in deck, I think one of those was the Recycler.
It was, and a switch cart. So we could Pokestop for the
Yeah.
Recycler. Oh, and we may have the full combo here then with
Yes.
that Recycler. But we are going to need to see at least one more recovery item since we need 3 energy on that Ogre. Well, actually, if we have a gate and an attachment, we're going to see the Brave...
Oh, the
and we're going to
Bravery
see the
Charm.
Bravery Charm come off.
Attach return.
Attach return. So we need to see... We actually only need to see the Recycler. We don't even need the Rod because we can Recycler, put 5 in, use the Mirage Gate to get a water and something else onto the Ogre, use
The switch card.
the
that he
switch
just got.
card exactly. Sure, throw it in there. Let's just crank it out. All right, that's fine. Then we'll see the Mirage Gate. 2 of those on the Ogre. Switch card, and he will blow up anything on the board. Jared takes the win with the last turn Kyogre, even prizing one of his energy recyclers. So that's a big swing to win the game.
Yeah, definitely. Kyogre is really making a comeback here.
It is
Yeah.
actually winning the Pittsburgh Regionals.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you watched any of that game, Brian, but what were your thoughts on seeing Andrew Estrada play it that way?
I think one of the biggest parts about it was when he himself was talking about his like every part of his deck list. He was like, I don't recommend anyone to play this just because, it's very specific to what he knows. It's very specific to like matchups and all of that.
Uh-huh.
So like he himself has said this is way too big brained of a deck to play. Like I
Yeah.
don't recommend anyone to try this. But for someone of his caliber, he's one of the greatest to ever play this game.
For sure.
It's something that he was very comfortable on, and he seemed like he was in control for like every time he was on stream during that tournament.
Absolutely. And I think Kyogre, and people could feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, I do think Kyogre is one of the most challenging decks to play because you are building your whole game plan off and around that late turn, like perfect sequence and attack.
Mhm.
And if you have to Lost Zone the wrong thing early, you make a poor decision like halfway through the game, you could cost yourself the game, even on a random Comfy trying to get to attack with Cramorant.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. Like Kyogre is one of the most challenging decks to play. I mean, it requires a lot of, pitch perfect sequencing. Like,
Yes.
yeah, you need to make the right decisions early, mid, and late game. Like, you have this one opportunity for you to like take this huge splash knockout win,
Yes.
and if you don't get it, you pretty much lose the game the whole time. Yeah.
Absolutely. And to Diameo just in the chat about the math there. So I believe both the Frigibax and the Manaphy had 70 HP, and the Chi-Pao had 110 HP remaining on it. So with that combined, you're at 250 total HP remaining. So 2 Sableyes would not be able to clear that from the board. But I appreciate you checking in and asking because it's a great question on why not take a different route there rather than building for the Kyogre play. So we're going to give you guys a quick break before we get into round 4, and then we'll be back. Some good, excellent action, and we'll see if we have some more Ogre badness on the next one.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll see you guys in a minute.
Hello and welcome back to the coverage of our League Cup. My name is Rafal Gladys, and here are our casters, Dan and Brian, playing against each other in a little caster showdown in the Gym Leader Challenge format. I will soon be getting a co-caster, one of our judges, once the final round wraps up. I hope everyone's having a great time so far. We are 3 rounds into the event with 4 more to go, so don't go anywhere. I will do my best to cast this game solo for a little bit, and then we'll be back soon enough with round 4. We have Dan here on the left playing the Dark GLC deck and Brian on the right playing Lightning. For anyone who is not familiar with the Gym Leader Challenge, the concept of the format is that you can only play one of any card as long as it's not a rule box up to the expanded kind of card pool. So you can only play from black and white onward, one of any card in your deck other than basic energy, and all the cards have to be of the same type. So that's why it says Dan is on Dark, Brian's on Lightning. Here is also Michael, my esteemed co-caster, joining me for
Hello.
this little like side match.
Yeah, I'm very excited. This is a tradition here, I guess, is what we're starting, right?
Yeah,
Every
I
cup we got that
suppose so.
GLC launch.
Yeah. Brian is unfortunately mulliganing. Both of these decks are very aggressive. They're both based around stage ones. I don't believe either list currently plays any stage twos, unlike other GLC decks. So they're both very aggressive. But Brian unfortunately is mulliganing a little bit. Both decks are prone to having very aggressive starts, also very kind of weird and clunky starts. But we'll have to see how it goes for either of these players. How you doing, Michael? How was judging going?
It's good. Yeah, it's a good turnout at the Cup. I haven't seen too much of the streamed games, but I hope those are going well. Um, Everyone seems to be having fun out there.
Yeah, I think it's been a pretty great time so far. The store is absolutely packed to the brim. It's been a great time so far. Hopefully, Brian will be able to get a basic before our lunch break ends. Oh goodness!
Oh man,
Someone give him
someone
a
needs to deck check Brian right now.
yes.
It's not
Yeah.
me. I'm on lunch.
They're playing my decks. I swear there's basic Pokemon in there. I saw them before I gave them the decks. So we'll see if Dan opts to be the bad guy here and actually draw 3 mulligans.
Oh,
Maybe his start
he
is just that
absolutely
bad.
should.
So the fun slash not fun part of the Dark deck is that it has the potential to play everyone's favorite card, Galarian Weezing, and just completely turn off abilities. But on the other hand, it also has the ability to take multi-prize turns with the Guzzlord from, I believe, Cosmic Eclipse. It has a very hefty energy cost of 2 darks and double colorless, but when it attacks, it's able to take an extra prize, and I think it does about 120 damage, and you have little boosts with things like Muscle Band, Dark Claw, Desolate Land. Is that what I think the card is called? And Guzzlord is able to, if you're able to set it up, have some pretty explosive turns, big comebacks for the deck. It plays. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got some basics. He's got
He's
basics.
got choices now.
Yeah, now he's got several basics. I don't know if he's ever played this deck before, so we'll have to wait and see how it goes for him. But he has several basics he can play. He has a Bridget, so he's going to be able to set up.
Oh.
Ooh, there's the
Well,
coughing.
at least Dan's going first. He can't ascend yet.
Yeah. Ooh, he's showing us he knows he's got a good hand. It's really not all that bad. But Dan is just like, you know what? I'm just gonna start going straight for the Guzzlord. Or he has no ways to get any of the basics. That's also possible. Brian sees the blend energy, trying to figure out what it does.
Yeah, yeah, that's a whole paragraph right there.
Yeah,
That
it's,
is not in standard.
yes, it offers one of 4 different energy types at once. Yep, there's Bridget. He should play it. Bridget is a fantastic supporter that lets you search your deck for 3 basic Pokemon and put him straight onto your bench. Essentially a triple nest ball. So he's going to be able to kind of get the setup he wants. The only issue that he might be experiencing here is that if he gets ability locked, he might be in a bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, yeah, the Galarian Weezing could be not game ending, but definitely a huge setback for Brian if Dan were to get that
Yeah.
next turn.
Yeah, its damage output is low. I mean, it's poisons and does 30 extra, so it's only 40 damage between turns. But if you get it on early, I mean, I think this Voltorb has. I don't think it has 50 HP. I think it actually just has 40. So
It's a small
yeah,
basic for sure.
yes. So it doesn't necessarily, by no means wins games, but it kind of slows down the pace in a way that can be incredibly annoying. Although we do see Brian here benching the Zapdos with the Thunderous Assault attack. Essentially, if it moves from the bench to your active on the turn you attack with it, it does, I think, 90 damage. So he might be able to just knock out this coughing and make sure the wheezing never happens. But he will need an energy and a switching card.
What do you think Dan's game plan is here? Just build up the Guzzlord and hope that Weezing's in the deck and not prized?
I suppose. Oh, he's also using. I've never used Voltorb's attack. I'm going to assume it
Oh,
paralyzes,
oh,
which won't matter because I see Dan does have the wheezing in hand.
oh.
So just gonna evolve out of it. Yeah, I mean, Dan. Both of these decks have just kind of very efficient stage 1 abilities and stage 1 attackers, and basic attackers as well, like the Guzzlord, like the Amazing Rare Raikou, and the Zapdos on the Brian's side. So Dan is able to set up, for example, his Liepard, which has the trade ability. It's discard an energy, or discard a card from your hand, draw 2. You see him getting the Purloin right there. So he's going to be able to slowly set up a board that's just kind of drawing him cards. The deck is very low maintenance. You have Zoroark, whose ability allows it to basically swap itself in and out of the active spot and it attacks for double colorless. He has that Spiritomb, which damages itself over time and does more damage the more damage is on itself for 1 energy. The Weavile that he's going to evolve from that Sneasel attacks for 1 energy. So he just has very efficient attackers, and his kind of goal is to just kind of bombard Brian with these cheap attacks while using Weezing to give himself time to make sure everything's evolved. Oh, which he will do. Yeah, he puts a Hiding Darkness energy. Oh, all right, Dan, all right.
Hey, let's get a judge over there real quick.
Yep. All right. The Voltorb clearly has 50 HP, thank goodness. So Brian is not out of it yet. He doesn't just give Dan a prize card here. If he's able to attach an energy to the Zapdos and just retreat the Voltorb, he will be able to, get that Voltorb onto the bench, make sure he doesn't just give away a prize, and do 80 damage to the Weezing. So he can maybe begin mounting a bit of a, I wouldn't call it a comeback, but it's definitely not a position you want to be in. No one ever wants to be under Weezing lock.
Yeah, definitely not pleasant, especially those Weezing decks running around that were in Standard a while ago.
Yes, eventually winning a regional.
Yeah. Now it's here in GLC.
Yes. So he has that Flaffy with the Dynamotor ability, which we have in Standard right now, which I'm playing right now, actually. But he's gonna hit the Weezing for a nice 80 damage. Not bad. I mean, Zapdos has, I think, 110 or 120 HP, so it'll be a little while before Dane's able to knock it out. But at the same time, he gets to use his abilities. So the big difference between these decks in terms of their setup, while they're both very efficient, they're both based on stage 1s and basics, is that Dan's deck doesn't quite have the draw power of Brian's deck. Brian plays the Electrode, which lets him draw till he has, I believe, 4 or 5 cards in his hand. He plays the Zebstrika, which lets him discard his hand and draw 4 once a turn. So Brian has the ability to just mill through his deck when his abilities work.
When. That keyword.
Yeah. While Dan, unfortunately, just has that Liepard. So, Dan tries to kind of offset his less efficient draw power by having at least one card that can just continue drawing him cards and having that Weezing to slow down the game to make up for the fact that his deck is a little bit slower, even though both decks have very similar game plans. Yeah, and we see him poisoning the Zapdos here. So the unfortunate thing for Brian is that Zapdos only does boosted damage on the turn if it has been switched out this turn. So now that it's in the active, it does a paltry 10 damage, and it will do essentially nothing to this Weezing, which puts him in a bit of an awkward spot, which he's going to do. He's going to do 10 damage.
Yeah, not what you want to be doing here, that's for sure. Deal 10, take 40. Not a good deal.
Yeah, I would not take that deal personally. Yeah, we see Dan here top decking the Liepard.
Yeah, he's about to make it. Oh, nope, not even trading it. Saving that, what was that, VS Seeker?
Yeah, he has a VS Seeker. I didn't really see what else it was. Clearly, he thought all
there's something else. He has like 2 cards.
Yeah. Again, because GLC is a format that you have one of any card, VS Seeker is just such a valuable resource. It's difficult to just kind of get rid of it and feel good about yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Dan doesn't look happy. He kind of like made a face at the camera.
Yeah, Brian here is going to be using the amazing rare Raikou, which was, as we all know, very popular in Lugia V-Star before rotation. It does 120 and snipes 120 to the bench for a weird combination of energy, but Brian's going to get it. I just hope Brian knows to discard a card for that Aurora energy. There we go.
Dan reminded him, I think.
Yeah, he knows what's up. So this will actually put him ahead in the prize race. It'll allow him to knock out the Weezing, knock out something on the bench. Now, what do you think he's going to want to knock out on the bench here? He has a lot of options.
Well, I don't think he should knock out the Spiritomb. It looked like Dan had a Clara in hand. So, yeah, you're taking a prize, but Dan's just going to grab it back.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like he went for, what was that, Zoroark?
Yeah, the Zoroark. The Zoroark is not a bad idea due to the fact that once you put a Floatstone on it, due to its ability to just swap in and out of the active, it's essentially just a permanent pivot, which is really nice to have on the board. Dan now does want to use this Guzzlord to get a knockout, which, like I mentioned before, if it gets a knockout, it takes an extra prize. So Dan's going to play the teammates because he got knocked out last turn. He gets to search his card for any 2 decks. Doesn't even have to show Brian. One of these will definitely be something that can accelerate to the
Yeah, it's
Guzzlord.
B string, right?
Yeah, that's a B string. Um, very popular card from, I was going to say back in the day, but 3-4 years ago. It's not even that old.
No, that's pretty back in the
Am I
day.
just that old now?
Yeah,
From 2019? Yeah. B String is a really fun card in some ways similar effect to Mirage Gate in that you can search your deck for 2 energy, but the qualifiers are a little bit different. Brian's looking at it and being like, "What the heck?"
All these old pre-COVID cards.
Exactly. I know Brian's a newer player, so I'm sure he's seeing a lot of new cards here. What B String allows Dan to do is that if his opponent, Brian, is at 3 or 4 prizes, he can search his deck for 2 energy and put him onto one of his Ultra Beast Pokemon, which it's really just the Guzzlord, but at the end of the day, you just need it for the Guzzlord.
Yes,
'Cause
it's
Guzzlord
that
is just
good.
so nice. Yeah, it's worth playing this one card because accelerating the Guzzlord can put you ahead so quickly. And like you can see now the aggression of both of these decks, right? Like Dan is able to get these early knockouts. Dan's able to take multi-prize turns. Brian's able to take multi-prize turns, and a lot of this is just coming down to like, oh, who can one-shot the other player now? Because now Brian's in an interesting situation where Dan has this big Guzzlord, which can take a lot of prizes really quick, do a lot of damage, and what's Brian gonna do here?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. I'm not sure Brian knows either. I'm sure he'll figure something out. I'm just not sure he knew. I think he's gonna look at his hand. Yeah, Dan's like, yeah, maybe you want that one. There
Yeah,
you go.
put in the
To
Tapu Koko to
free
free
retreat.
appear.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't blame Brian. I feel like every time I play GLC, I'm learning like 8 new cards. I'm like, I've never seen this card in my life. How does it deal this much damage? Like, it's insane. This format is so wild to me. I only ever play standard, and I'm fairly new myself, 2020, and every time I play GLC, I'm learning like 8 new things. Brian's gonna come back after this. And he's gonna be telling me, he's like, yeah, man, I didn't know any of these cards. I'm like, dude, I don't know them either.
Yeah, he plays the special charge, lets him shuffle back 2 special energy into his deck. That's a card that would be definitely pretty good right now. I'm sure Mew and Lugia would appreciate being able to put more energy back in their deck. But he's going to do 2 energy that the Raikou definitely wants if he ever brings that Raikou back as an attacker. To be honest, just thinking of what is in Brian's deck, the most effective attacker he has that can deal with this Guzzlord is actually Electivire, which is a card he can't play right now due to the fact that he does not have an Electabuzz on the board. But he's going to have to, oh my goodness, he's retreating to Tynamo and he's going to Thunderwave with an Electro Power for 40 damage.
Is that for paralysis
For
here? Ooh, and the end.
paralysis. Okay, all right. If Brian is able to bench another kind of viable attacker here and get a paralysis flip off, this might be
Yeah.
pretty big. And I don't know if he was thinking this far ahead when knocking out that Zoroark, but Zoroark would make this irrelevant, and it got knocked out by Amazing Rare Raikou.
Yeah, that is true. And I mean, one turn of paralysis, leaving that Guzzlord stuck out there, that might be all you need to win the game here.
Yeah. On the other hand, if it fails, that Guzzlord's gonna
Well,
gobble up the Dynamo.
what else are you gonna do?
Yeah, you gotta play your outs. You gotta do what you can.
He still has an attachment per turn, so I think it was worth
Yeah.
setting that all up.
He
Before
has the
end.
timer ball, the infamous flip 2 coins, get an evolution for each heads. That's one. That's one. It's just in a second evolution in a sense, right? Until it fails.
Well,
Then it's a dead
yeah,
card.
25% of the time it does nothing.
Hey, but 25% of the time
It's a
sets
better
it
evolution.
fully
instance.
sets you up.
That is true.
Yeah, it's almost as good as a Jacques. Yeah, he's going to be looking through his deck here. I hope he is on the lookout for Electabuzz.
I get what he's going for. Dan's kind of giving him that look. I'm not sure that was right though. This just does straight damage, right?
Yeah, and it also the funny thing about Electric is that other than being a different Pokemon, it is literally word for word, attack for attack, like number for number, the same card as Flaffy, which means that it cannot attack for 1 energy. So I'm not entirely sure what Brian's
He
game plan is
he
here.
does have an attach still,
He does.
but I think the paralysis is like that's how you win. This one, I mean,
Ah, he's gonna go for the counter energy. Dan might be explaining the
yeah,
situation here. Yeah, so he dynamoted from Flaffy to the Dynamo. He attaches the counter energy, which is a double rainbow energy if you're down in prizes. It does 80 damage to Guzzlord, which will not paralyze it, but now puts enough damage on it that Dan can probably get his Guzzlord knocked out next turn. So it gives Brian a shot.
yeah. Game's not totally lost or won for either player yet, so
Yeah, not by any
still
means.
still some good gameplay to come, I'm sure.
Yeah, GLC always offers players the opportunities for big comebacks if they're not able to set up their board as effectively as they want. Dan's going to go for a trainer's mail here. Just going to go for an S-ball. I think
Yeah,
he's
he's
just
gonna
looking to get
grab
as
that.
much on the bench as
I
possible.
think he might grab a coughing here. Looked like he drew the wheezing.
Yeah, I did see that. I wonder if he's interested in bringing that back.
Hoopa.
Ah, yeah, that makes
sense. Yeah, that
kind of
works.
leave with the Guzzlord for later. Dan also playing to his outs as best as he can, and he's going to Colress for 8. So Dan's
Pretty good card.
yeah, that N did not do a whole lot to Dan. he's feeling pretty good here. Yeah, Brian is I don't know. At the end of the day, obviously, it would have been very awkward to do 40 damage with a Dynamo and then just like fail the paralysis flip. But I feel like that might have been the only way he actually wins this game.
Yeah, I think it just feels kind of bad to do that, to leave it up to chance to whether or not you win a game. But sometimes it's what you got to do.
Yeah. Yeah, you never want to do that, but if you're thinking of kind of the, and this is a lesson for a lot of players, like you have to think about what plays maximize your odds of winning. We've heard a lot of top level players talk about playing to win versus playing to not lose. Chunking this Guzzlord and losing with more prizes taken than you would have otherwise might feel good, but that's still not winning the game. What wins you the game is paralyzing the Guzzlord. So that might have been the play to go for.
Yeah. So the lunch break is just about over. Sounded like pairings are just put up. So
Seems like it.
I'm gonna go. I'm not sure if they'll finish out their game, but it was incredible to watch. I always love watching GLC, and Rafal, you are like the GLC master.
Oh, I try.
Every time you talk about GLC, I learn so much.
I
It makes
appreciate
me
it.
want to try it. I just never have the time.
All right, well, I have to go off and play round 4. I have to do my own dynamotoring, so we will see you all soon. Dan and Brian will be right back casting round 4, and please stick around. We'll be right back with some more gameplay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We have our 4th round of the Nerd Rage Gaming League Cup, and for you here, we have an interesting matchup of Kyogre Lawsome Box versus Charizard EX. So, Brian, refresh us a little bit. What is Jeremy just trying to do to start this game off?
So pretty much Kyogre Lost Box. The main goal, hit those magic numbers. The 4, the 7, the 10. The 4 for the Cramorant attack, the 7 for the Mirage Gate, and the 10 to get the Sableye on the board.
Exactly. And then on Alexander's side, we actually have a really interesting deck of a straight Charizard EX with Bibarel and a 1/1 Pidgeot EX. Otherwise, no Arceus, nothing else fancy to go with it. And it looks like Alexander is starting in. That's a pretty good starting hand of Charmander, Bidoof, Entei. I don't love that we fleet-footed after that, but that's fine. And we see the fleet-foot into. Is that a Charizard? Dude, Alexander is set.
Yeah.
That's what a start. And on Jeremy's side, we're unfortunately seeing his V-Star immediately starting the game off. Is this for a VIP or what is he going for?
Probably. I think, the big thing is he has to start the setup. The only thing with the Dragonite that's kind of hard to do is because, it's got a pretty big retreat cost. So finding a way to get that thing out of there without like a switch card or an escape rope, it's gonna be a little difficult, but hopefully Jeremy's able to get something onto the board.
Agreed. And it is Lost Zone Box, so they do have plenty of switching outs. But like you said, he's not going to be able to comfy. He's not going to be able to do much until he finds that switch out. So I'm kind of curious. Do you think he's going for a Colress, or do you think he's trying to set up his board?
Yeah, it's tough to see. I think right now he's trying to put some Pokemon towards the front, so maybe he's looking to set up the board. But what I want to ask you, Dan, actually, is on Alexander's side, what do you think his game plan is for this matchup?
Punch.
Punch?
The answer is
Yeah.
punch. And legitimately, I think he wants to minimize his bench. So he probably wants to put down two, like, this is his board with one additional Charizard EX. And
Okay.
I believe, looking at Jeremy's list, he does not play an Echoing Horn anywhere, does
There
he?
is one.
There is one. Okay. But yeah, for Alexander, I don't think you bench another Entei. I don't think you bench anything else except a single Charmander to get a second Charizard EX out. Because otherwise, you're kind of playing into Jeremy's game plan of snipe single prizers, set up the big Kyogre play. Because with 330 HP, it would take a bit of work to get it into range for Kyogre.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing about the Kyogre list as well is if you have a matchup kind of like this, where you don't really need to snipe out all these two prizers, you can still play it almost like a normal Turbo Lost Box build, except maybe with like a few changes to like, there's not as many Lost Vacuums available and stuff like that.
Absolutely. And looking at that hand, Jeremy does actually see at least one energy recycler. And kind of to your point of playing into the Kyogre game plan, that hurts seeing that off the first Colress, because I gotta imagine he just needs stuff to set up.
Yeah. And that's the thing too with like some of these early lost zones is like you need to sort of prioritize like what you need now or what you need to save for later.
For sure. And actually, it looks like Jeremy just decided to decline and keep the recycler. And we're going to see off of this Pokestop. Ooh, none of those are things that help him get into this game. And I don't think we see, is there a battle VIP? No, just a cram. And honestly, to correct me if you disagree, Brian, I don't even know if I like that being dropped there. Like, do you see any benefit for it?
I think it's just to keep them in the game longer, just because if something gets knocked out right away or anything like that, you still need to have a bench or have other Pokemon in the game in order to still be able to play.
Fair. And I
Yeah.
guess what Jeremy could do is use a Lost Vacuum here to get to 4 and take the knockout with Cram. And it looks like he has a vacuum in hand.
Yeah.
So, like, what a good move by Jeremy being able to stay in the game. Because, weirdly enough, unless Alexander benches more stuff, he's not going to be able to knock out this Cram.
Yeah, and this is just something, this just shows like how great of a player Jeremy really is. I mean, he is a world's competitor. He did get top 5 in the Baltimore Regional last year.
He did.
So he's a very, very good player, and I think like player like him is like the only one who can make it out of a situation kind of like that, where it's like you really don't have much in there, but to be able to make it to 4 on Lost Zone without any confies, it's pretty impressive.
It is. And I think this also is one issue on Alexander's end, is by advancing that Charmander, he gave Jeremy a way to kind of stay in this game a little quicker, because now Alexander is going to have to fill his board a little bit more and get some more guys into play, because like we said, this Entei isn't taking a knockout until Alexander gets at least 4 more guys on his board. And we'll see that with the Ultra Ball. We'll likely see something with the Forest Seal Stone, but that's only 2.
Yeah.
And not knocking out this Cram feels really bad.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that the V-Star powers are pretty much going out like right away.
Right.
Yeah.
Because then I assume with the Ultra Ball here, I originally said for basic Pokemon, it's probably going to be for the barrel, right?
Yeah, I would think so, just because, try to get some more cards in hand and all that.
Absolutely. And I
Yeah.
think this is also where I think Alexander advancing the Charmander instead of the Bidoof, he's kind of missed out on an opportunity here.
Mhm.
A big opportunity. And actually, Dave in the chat makes a really good point. Charizard EX can't be hit by Kyogre.
Yeah, that's a big part about the those Terra or the terrestrializing Pokemon. They change types. They're able to do different things, but a big one that everyone seems to forget about is that they cannot take bench damage.
Absolutely. And it looks like we do see Alexander going in with his V-Star, like you said. And I assume he's getting something like a Charmander here.
Yeah, I would think so. Something to, I guess, set up his board a little bit more.
Agreed. I don't. We talk about sequencing a bunch. I don't know if I love this before the barrel because you really want to draw into both a Nest Ball or a Charmander here.
Yeah.
Both of those are great outs. So by doing this, you really remove two excellent cards from your deck rather than giving yourself more opportunities to see them in your hand and then search additional outs later. So then do you think Alexander's just going for the two-shot on the cram, as awful as that sounds?
I guess so, yeah. At least, though, it's kind of tough, though, because that Cramorant does hit for weakness.
It does not
Does it?
actually.
Not this
So
one?
the damage of its attack is not affected by
Oh,
weakness.
it's not affected by weakness. Okay.
Yes, which is a big deal in a situation like this. And so we probably are going to see the Entei hit for 80, it looks like here, which is not a ton.
Yeah, and it kind of buys Jeremy another turn to really start getting his Lost Zone going, too.
For sure. And by hitting in for 110, Entei does have 230 HP. So it's actually then within a Sableye range for a snipe. All right, we do see Jeremy's first comfy, though clearly not having an out has not slowed him down at all since he took a knockout going second his first turn. And yeah, we're not going to need that mana through this game. So then for Jeremy, obviously we talk about wanting to set up, get your Lost Zone going. What is his ideal outcome here? Is it to attack with Dragonite? Is it to just attack with Sableye? What do you think he's going for?
I think he's just going to try to continue getting that Lost Zone number up. I mean, he's pretty much been keeping up with the pace of what, Lost Box would want as someone going second. But being able to, get that number up a little bit further and then maximize, the amount that you could do with your turn going back with the Cramorant. Seems like he's in a good position here.
I think good is a very strong word, but
Yeah,
yes,
good
he
for-
isn't.
I think it would be good for where he was with what he was put with.
Yes, that is very true. From
Yes.
where he started with Dragonite, attach a Force Seal Stone, and just try to make something happen, he's doing great.
Yeah,
Things are going
absolutely.
fine. So we just need to see now for Brian's end, if he can get that Charizard EX down, at that point, he can probably feel pretty good. And with the rare candy already in hand, this Arven should get him.
That Ultra Ball.
Yes. And that's a big deal now because he doesn't need to bench anything else the rest of the game. But do you think he wants to do it that way?
That's hard to tell. I mean, I feel like you would want to, at least from thinking from the perspective of myself as a player, I want to be able to always have a backup plan. So he could look to do that, but also runs the risk of, Sableye can just run rampant on these really, really small basic Pokemon.
Absolutely. And so, as our lovely informative chat mentioned, going into the Terastallized Charizard EX means that Kyogre is going to be much more ineffective. But with putting that Entei in the discard, there's now another target for Jeremy to Echoing Horn out. And I don't know if Alexander knows that, but it's kind of playing in. And did we only get one fire with that Charizard? Brian, that seems like a big deal.
Yeah, it just makes us wonder, what's under those 6 prize cards.
For sure. Or even in his hand to start, because he did have a bunch of fire in hand.
Yeah.
And it looks like the only energy he plays is 8 fire energy. All right, so we have not fleet footed yet. We are going to see the barrel for 2, and then likely the fleet foot after that. Can you see what is in his hand there, Brian?
I think that looks like a path to the peak, maybe.
It does. And I must note that Alexander plays 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 one-off trainer cards. So he is not afraid of throwing some spice in the list.
Yeah, and a lot of those one-off trainers, it really does remind me of a lot of the early Gardevoir lists where you would run a one of Judge, one of Worker, one of a lot of these other cards, and you kind of sacrifice some of your consistency in order to have some better matchup specific cards.
Fair. And one thing to note is that Alexander does play a 1/1 Pidgey and Pidgeot EX, which can allow him to search out those one-ofs when he's not under path. And it looks like Alexander has decided to get out a Charmander. So, Brian, you mentioned a little bit about being able to sustain attackers. Why do you think he went for that here?
I think, trying to just take out the Cramorant, it kind of limits Jeremy's options here. You see, the only other, like, I guess, attacker that's really on the board here is that Dragonite.
True. And it looks like, though, Jeremy has, I believe, 6 in the Lost Zone. So he probably won't be able. Well, actually, no. If he gets another Lost Vacuum, he will be able to get into Sableye range. But I don't know what he will want to knock out with Sableye outside of just knock out the Charmander.
Yeah, I guess he could try to get more pressure on that Entei, or maybe see if he can put some pressure on the Zard as well, because if it is Sableye, it does allow that kind of damage.
That is very true. So we could still set up the Zard for the Sableye cleanup. And also at this point, if he is able to knock out that Charmander with Sableye, or in any other mechanism, he's going to be able to pull off the Kyogre play late game with the Entei V and the Bibarel on the board with, oh, okay, I'm bad at math. Excuse me, with an Echoing Horn and the 2 Entei Vs on the board. That will be enough to take it on. And so, yeah, we do get rid of a Super Rod as well. Man, aside from the Colress, what was in that Colress that he wanted to keep? I guess, could you see from your end, Brian?
I wasn't able to.
All right,
Yeah.
fair enough. So then, all right, we see the Comfy. We see him going into the deck to get another Comfy, and maybe even the Greninja here. So do you think we're going for a Greninja snipe? Do we try to take the knockout with Dragonite? What do you think the approach is here?
I think what Jeremy might want to try to do is to keep that Dragonite to set something up for maybe the Zard.
Yes.
Because, Dragonite is such a big raw attacker, 250 base damage, 20 to the bench, to your own bench. It's a really big attack, and it can really like make these really big plays as well. So to be able to, start to sprinkle some damage on the
Yeah,
Zard with like Sableye, maybe clean up with Dragonite, it definitely seems like it could be a good option.
absolutely. And one kind of, I don't know if funny is the right word if Alexander's standpoint matters, but one funny thing is Jeremy could use Greninja here to knock out both the Entei V and the Charmander on the bench, since Greninja certainly hits for weakness onto the Entei.
Yeah, does the Greninja account for weakness?
It does.
Oh, it
It
does.
does.
Oh, very
So
nice.
Greninja does. I believe the reason Cramorant doesn't is because it can hit with 0 energy, so they're trying
Oh,
not to make it a little too intense.
yeah.
But we will see. Did you see the water and the lightning energy come down on the Greninja? I'm assuming we have a switch card and a water in hand or another out to it. We are going to see the
Yes.
Super Rod. And Super Rod, Psychic. Okay, and we've got
Yeah.
plenty of energy to get value.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder. I think he does have another gate in hand.
I assume so if
Yeah.
this is the route he's taking. So then it would be Gate Water to the Ninja and then Psychic to the Comfy and go
Yeah.
from there. So for him to kind of take this play, I guess, how do you see the rest of Jeremy's game playing out? What is he going to try to do from here?
I guess what he pretty much does here is he looks for an echoing horn play, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are we talking Echoing Horn out single prizer, double prizer? I guess if you're Jeremy, if you're sitting there, how are you mapping out your remaining 2 prizes?
Yeah, I guess you either think about finding a way to do that or finding a way to deal with that Zard. Because,
True.
yeah, your Dragonite seems to be sort of set up there. You still need those water energies on it, but there definitely seems like there's a future where that Dragonite wipes out the Zard.
I could see that. And with a Sableye kind of assisting with that, like
Mhm.
Jeremy just put down there, because between Dragonite hitting 250, Sableye can clean up that last 80 damage pretty easily.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Jeremy really seems like he's putting himself in a good position, even with that very difficult start.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I want to ask you, Dan, is like like from the standpoint of each player, where you see like their game plan moving forward.
So, and this is where I'm kind of, it's unfortunate for Alexander because I think Alexander had an opportunity to kind of take a fortuitous start with Jeremy being kind of slow off the board, but it would have required him being willing to feed the Bidoof and go in and just have your main attacker as Charizard EX
Mhm.
and say like, yeah, I don't have a draw engine, but I don't really care because you don't either, and I'm one-shotting almost everything on your board. So looking at it now for Alexander, I think his game plan just has to be how do I stop Jeremy from taking the last 2 prizes? And if he has that Iono in hand still, I think that's going to be a big piece because it's going to help him knock out, or excuse me, he's going to be able to knock out that Greninja and Iono Jeremy to 2 and say, you're going to have to find some stuff in order to attack or even like sustain the rest of your game plan. The tough part too for Alexander though is with 5 prizes remaining, there's only 1 2 prizer on Jeremy's board. So he's going to need to map it out so that way he goes in and takes that knockout at the right time. And his Zard really just tanks hits for the rest of the game. Because at this point, I don't think he can drop another Charmander, do you?
Yeah, I don't know. But I think it is a very smart play on Alexander's side. I don't know if he knows he plays the Echoing Horn, but he super rotted both of those Entei back into the
That
deck.
is an excellent decision on
Yes.
Alexander's side.
So it definitely makes him have to work around the Kyogre a little differently.
Yes. Did he also get the Charmander back in there?
That I did not see.
Okay.
I think it was back in there. Either that or a basic Fire Energy.
So I have a
Yeah.
question. Alexander just pulled 3 Fire Energy off the top, and yet when he put down the Charizard, he attached none from deck. Do you
Yeah.
have any ideas why on that?
You know, I don't. Um,
I know, I just don't
yeah,
either. Maybe he thinks saving it for an attack or something like that, but to be honest,
yeah,
I would have wanted to throw those on Barrel so it couldn't be boss stalled at some point.
yeah,
Speaking of bosses,
yeah.
there are 3. And now Alexander, I think, sees the Pidgey, but Alexander, don't drop the Pidgey. There's no need to. You're setting yourself up for pain and disaster. Just leave it. Just take out the Greninja and
Yeah.
just call it a day. I don't know. Do you think he's seen a need to do so?
I don't believe so. I feel like if the Pidgey was that big of a play that he needed in his game plan, it probably would have gone down a lot earlier.
I would agree with that, though I'm a little nervous seeing it in his hand. And that, he said a very not word we're allowed to say on
Yes.
stream. But thank you, Alexander, for keeping that in a little bit.
Yes.
So I think here, though, he does just have to take a knockout on the Greninja. And he's kind of talking through if there are any other outs, any other options. But Alexander, you can't drop the Pidgey. All right, so as we make this decision here, yeah,
Yep.
we're just going to see the knockout on the Greninja. Jeremy has 2 cards in hand plus his top deck. Was that a Mirage Gate?
I believe so.
So that's incredible because it means it lets him attach to the Sableye, but it's less than ideal because now he's really not going to be able to use Kyogre if he uses that here.
Yeah, and I think the Sableye being out on the board really does change everything because I guess you have a lot of ways around it. Like if he wanted to, he could, completely take the Bibarel out of the play.
True.
He could get damage on, you can spread damage upon both of them and try to clean up with Dragonite. I think he has a gate in hand, so there's definitely ways around it.
Agreed. And honestly, even just hitting into the Charizard with Dragonite right here would be excellent because Alexander can't knock out both Sableye and Dragonite.
Mhm.
So in doing so, if you're able to hit with Dragonite and get a Psychic Energy on the Sableye, I think Jeremy just wins the game at that point. We are going to see the Forest Seal Stone go on the Comfy because why not?
And try to thin out the deck a little bit.
Exactly. And we're going to see that flower selecting. That's a Comfy. That's not super helpful. Do we see a Chorus, a Draw Supporter? And we see another Comfy. All right. We do see the gate, so now I wonder, do you go Water Dragonite, Psychic Sableye?
I think so, because that's, I guess, your most immediate way to get an attack off.
Absolutely.
Because, you would need a little bit more setup if you wanted to get the Dragonite off, but if you want to play around using the Sableye, you could pretty much just do that with one Mirage Gate.
For sure.
Yes.
And
I wonder how many gates he is down. I believe it's 3.
I think that is his 3rd or 4th gate.
Yeah.
So he may have one remaining, but that may also be his last one.
Yeah.
But to be honest, at this point, I don't think you even need to play for the Kyogre play. All you need to do is hit this Charizard twice.
Yes, absolutely. I agree.
And so he actually Mirage Gated to the active Comfy, which to me says he doesn't have a way to get the other water on the Dragonite or a switch out. And we see another flower selecting. Ooh. I'm not sure what they are, but it seems like a tough call for Jeremy. What do you think he really needs right now? Oh, I see. We're doing some Sableye math here. Because we are at 9. So that last one going down should do it. But to be honest, I would have loved to see Dragonite anyway if it was an option. So his hand really must not be conducive.
Ooh, the Pokestop goes into the Lost Zone.
Yeah. And so he may have been wondering, like, do I take this maybe essential card in hand, or do I take the thing that lets me dig? And honestly, Jeremy, like thinking through here, he sees the Charmander in the discard and says, maybe I just need to knock out Charmander and Barrel instead.
Yeah, that could definitely be a realistic way for him to end the game. And I see the switch cards in hand. He can definitely get the Sableye in play here.
And we do see the switch cart going into the Sableye. And I think knocking out the Barrel feels right if he has the out to Echoing Horn in deck. Because he has at least 2 more attacks before Alex is able to win the game. And we're going to see drop that.
Ooh, Lost City.
Oh, is that... Do we see a second Sableye? No, we just have 2 Comfies in the Lost Zone, it looks like. Or is that a Sableye? Do we see the second Sableye in the Lost Zone?
I think it might be. I think that is sick.
That is a huge deal for Alexander because now Jeremy doesn't have a way to place damage counters. He will have to either hit with Cramorant, hit with Dragonite, or I guess Drapion? Does he play Drapion? Yeah. So those are the options. And now that may have actually bought Alexander the time he needs to get back into this game. And with the 3 bosses orders Alexander has in hand, he's going to be able to knock out that Dragonite whenever he wants. So honestly, Jeremy desperately has to get in a hit with either Cramorant or Dragonite this turn in order for Alexander to not just outpace him. Brian, that seems like a huge swing play.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's like it seems like when we were talking about it that Jeremy's sort of been like in the driver's seat this entire game, but it seems like Alexander's completely stopped him in his tracks almost.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's sort of taken over the momentum of the game.
And so there's a little fortuitous luck in drawing into that Lost City because, as I've mentioned a couple times, he plays 1. There's a single Lost City in here. But even then, it is catastrophic for Jeremy. And now, with the multiple Mirage Gate down, with energy in the discard in the Lost Zone, do you think he even has an out to hit with Dragonite this turn?
You know, that's tough to say just because, you need a lot of things to go right for that to happen. You need to make sure your energies are in turn. I mean, you need the gate, obviously, in order to accelerate that. You need to find a way to get the Comfy out of the active. There's a lot of things you sort of need to go right in order for it to happen.
And knowing that Alexander has the boss in hand, Jeremy has to attack this turn. If he doesn't, and Alexander bosses up the Dragonite, there could be a convoluted route of Rodden, Cramorant, Echoing Horn out of Charmander, either Escape Rope or boss up the Charmander, but we're talking a lot of pieces. So Brian, I guess, outside of hitting with Dragonite this turn, and some shenanigans with Echoing Horn, what do you think the right call is here?
It's tough to say just because we don't really know what else is in deck. Do we know if the Cramorant got put back in? It's like, do we know what other attackers he could possibly use? Pretty much like all that I feel like are left Pokemon wise. We have the Kyogre. There's a Hawlucha in there.
There is.
Yeah.
And we're just going to see the boss on the Dragonite to take 2 prizes. Alexander's going to go down to 1 prize. And Jeremy has exactly this turn to get Cramorant, Rope, Horn, some combination of the above. And Mo's just making sure that Dragonite gets Lost Zone there, as it should. And there goes a Rope. Oh, well, all right, there's a second Rope. And at this point, with the amount of cards available, unless that's a Colress, this may be game over. Do you see another out for Jeremy here? Brian, your silence to me says no.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of what other... I mean, he's able to see more cards with the Colress, but it's like...
Yeah, and with the... I think he's checking to see if Cramorant is still in the discard, which I believe it was. Yeah,
I think it is.
So we're going to need Rod out to get the Cramorant, Echoing Horn, and then a Rope off of this Colress.
Yes.
And I'm not the best at math, Brian, but to me that's more than 3 cards.
Yes, and it seems like a little hard to get all of those, back into place with just the Colress to be able to retrieve extra cards.
for sure. Lost zoning that Sableye seems to be. Well, we do see the rod. So there is an out here.
And he's looking at Greninja here.
Because he could also Echoing Horn Greninja snipe Charmander on the bench, and that would win the game.
That could happen too.
Now, granted, that's still a lot to ask for off of this Colress, especially if he doesn't have the Pokemon search out in hand. I mean, credit to Jeremy of trying to play to his outs and see what possibly he could do to put him in a position to win.
Yeah, and it seems that he's really pushing the deck to its absolute limits, you know, like he's using every single possible resource that he has.
Absolutely. And we see the horn. We see a vacuum water horn.
And it seems he's really thinking about this one because I see a couple energies in there as well as with the horn.
Yes. So the vacuum, I think, can definitely go. The horn we obviously need. The energies I think we need. And he may also be calculating of does he have enough water energy left in deck to get the gate to Ninja. We do see the Ogre and the water go. Is Jeremy just saying I don't have an out? We see the water attached. The vacuum. Oh, and I think Jeremy's just playing out his hand for the sake of playing out his hand. Let's just thin it all out. Alexander was ready for the fist bump too, and Jeremy just shot him down. We're going to throw the Bidoof down, and then we're going to go empty hand. And knockout game right there. All right. And we do see Alexander take the win off of a very roller coaster of a game of Jeremy having nothing, bouncing back to being in a commanding position to a surprise loss City, just shutting him out of the game. That was kind of a wild one.
Yeah, it definitely was. You know, there's a lot of things that we didn't really expect going forward. And I think a big thing was that, you know, that Echoing Horn not really being as prevalent as, you know, we were initially discussing about.
Right. It did not have the level of impact we thought it could. And a lot of that is due to Jeremy just kind of getting Iono'd into oblivion.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, we will give you guys, after that relatively quick game, we actually had our other game end even quicker. We're going to give you guys just a quick break. And before we go, did want to talk about our upcoming league challenge. So this is obviously our League Cup for this first quarter, but we will have our league challenge Thursday, September 28th. We will be streaming it. I think so. We will have a ton of great players out here, and it's also a ton of fun. It's a very welcoming community, a lot of good people, so we'd love to have you out here. And we'll give you guys a couple minutes before we get to the next round. Welcome back, everyone. Here at Nerd Rage Gaming, we are in round 5, and we have a 4-0 matchup for you. We've seen Tyler before, which makes sense because he's 4-0 and he just keeps winning. Playing against Giancarlo Diaz or GC, playing Mew VMAX. So, Brian, I know we talked about Mew a little bit earlier. Can you tell us a bit more about Mew VMAX, what they're trying to do turn 1?
Yeah, so turn 1 is always just big on make sure that you set up the board. So we have Meloetta in the active, so you have, you know, Battle VIP Pass, which has just been played, helps out to get some of those Genesects on the bench, just so you can draw more cards.
And I think he actually showed 3 Battle VIP in that hand, which is absolutely insane.
Yeah,
So,
and that's like a really good play, just because, you know, having that bench completely full and, you know, discarding those Battle VIP passes so early in the game means that you don't draw into them later in the game.
absolutely. And I also appreciate GC not just slamming them all down and saying, let's go, because he may have a cram in hand that he wants to use with one of them. He may have something else going on. But starting with the 1, seeing what's in his deck, checking his prizes, fully support that, and just really seeing what approach he wants to take here. And obviously, he clearly has another one because he didn't get any Genesects down. I assume he has another one if he's planning to draw. Yeah, there we go. All right. So we do see this. I assume this will be 2 Genesect. And does he play Oricorio or any other single prizer to go with these?
No, so it's just the 2 Meloettas
Okay.
that he plays. Yeah.
Is that 2 Mew VMAX only?
Yeah, 2 VMAXs only.
That is interesting. I guess coming into Tyler's end, he's not really going to have anything to one-shot the VMAX outside of his Drapion V. So that could be interesting if, either GC prizes one or it's hard to access one of them. Yeah, this could be a little scary for him. So then with that, like, what do you think GC's plan is going into this Lost Zone box matchup?
I think it's just really using like the extra cards that he decided to add in to cut those extra VMAXs and other single prize Pokemon. Like I see that there's an Echoing Horn here, the one of a Choice Belt. His stadium count is a 2/2 of Lost City and Path to the Peak. And he actually plays 2 Pokemon catchers, which is a pretty interesting one as well.
That is interesting. And that is one you actually saw with the deck much earlier in its timeline,
Yeah,
where you would have the Alyssa Sparkle energy down to the board and then Pokemon Catcher up a RCSV or something like that to take the knockout. And for the chat, all of the rounds for Swiss, the first 7 rounds are best of 1. Once we get to top cut in a couple rounds, that will be best of 3. All right, we do see GC get a 3rd Mew V on the board, and honestly, that seems like a perfect board for him. Unless there's anything else you're seeing where you'd want... Well, actually, hold on, I lied blatantly. There's only 2 Genesects down. Why do you think he's skipping the 3rd Genesect?
probably just, it can help with, I guess if he wants like a psychic leap angle, or if he wants
Fair.
to do, any sort of mischievous things with the normal UV on the board.
Well, and honestly, my assumption here is that he's prized 2 Genesect if he's not at least getting a 3rd, because this could severely limit his draw.
Yeah, it definitely can.
We do see the Belt, Palpad, Lost City, all of which are great cards that he can't really use right now. And it does seem that he has 3 stadiums in his hand at this point. And call me crazy, I would almost like to see him drop the Path to the Peak here.
Yeah, I think so too. Just because Tyler doesn't have anything on the bench, hasn't gotten his turn started. It can kind of put him a little behind because it takes away the fact that he can use, if he wanted to Fleet Foot, if he wanted to use the Drapion, like if he wanted to use Greninja, it's like those things sort of get turned off.
Absolutely. And thank you very much in the chat. I appreciate it. I was pretty excited to get 21st out of way too many people. And speaking of excitement, there's also a double VIP on Tyler's end. So we are just cruising across the board here. All right, Brian, tell me, what is Tyler getting out with these 2?
Definitely at least need some comfies on the board. That's definitely the biggest part here. The Path of the Peak didn't end up going down, so you can definitely see the Greninja coming in as well. And just anything to really accelerate his Lost Zone numbers.
Absolutely. And one thing that is interesting with the Greninja play with Meloetta down, and this is something I would do in the past with Palkia, with Inteleon going into the Mew VMAX, is he could actually Greninja snipe the Meloetta and one of the VMAXs, putting it in range of Dragonite or another hitter outside of Drapion.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you that, like some of the things that Mew has to look out for when it comes to the Lost Box matchup.
Well, that's a great question, Brian.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to share some more.
Yeah.
So one is definitely the Ninja Snipe and taking out the Meloetta and doing that either on the Mew VMAX so Dragonite could take a hit and knock it out, or on a Genesect so that way it's within Sableye or Cramorant range. But really it's because Lost Box does low damage outputs early, it means that you have to like spread and use each of your damage counter placements very effectively. So we're going to see if Tyler's able to get anything else set up. And I'm curious why he didn't get a 4th card. Do you think it would have been worth it to get a Sableye or get a Cramorant there with that Battle VIP?
I think it's sort of just like what Tyler was doing with the last game, where it's like he's kind of keeping some of that space open just in case, like, he needs to put something else down, because you could see how it hurt the last matchup where the Echoing Horn came into play.
Very true, very true. And we see the escape rope here, and that's going to be a pretty easy question for GC. Going into the other comfy for flower selecting. Ooh, well, that Ninja Snipe may be a little less likely here. Tyler does play 4 water energy, so it's still an option, but oof, must have been an important card. So then, if Tyler doesn't actually get the Cramorant attack here, how do you think he stays in the game?
In order to stay in the game, it's tough to say, just because I mean he's reaching his numbers, which is good. You can definitely use Cramorant.
I'm kind of with you.
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of with you. It's kind of tough if he isn't able to apply that early pressure to really set something up.
Yeah, and maybe this is what this nest ball is for. Oh, it's for
Oh, the
Raikou.
Raikou. Oh, we could see the knockout. If he's able to put down a stadium, we see the Force Seal Stone. Brian, I think we're going to see a knockout on this Mew V.
Yeah, because if he has the vacuum in hand, he can definitely get rid of the Forest Seal Stone, and that definitely opens up an angle for a Raikou knockout.
Absolutely. And if Raikou does take a knockout here, now there's less pressure on Tyler to have to go through a VMAX because he could just go 2 prize, 2 prize, 2 prize, or pretty close to that across the rest of the game. So Tyler, I'm guessing this is either the vacuum or the Mirage Gate. What do you think?
I'm thinking, well, he's got to have one in the hand at least
Right,
between those
absolutely.
two. So I'm thinking probably the gate.
I would also
Yeah.
assume the gate. And to be honest, I think this was such a great move to just shove one of the Mew Vs into the active to then put Tyler in a position where he can take a 2 prize knockout this turn. And our previous comment about saving that bench space makes a ton more sense knowing that I had Raikou in hand.
And there comes the vacuum.
And there is the vacuum. And that getting rid of a boss. That is his only boss's orders, but I think he's just assuming that he's not going to need to gust anything. He's going to be able to win via Sableye spread, Greninja spread, and Cramorant hits. It does look like he does have at least one water remaining in deck. Can't
I
quite
think
see if
both
there's
of them are
two.
there.
Both are there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I saw the other sparkly one.
Awesome. So that means he does have an out to get back into this and 2 Ninja Snipe to set up another prizes. But if you're taking a 2 prize knockout here, you probably don't want to Greninja Snipe like later in the game since you'd still have to take multiple knockouts.
Yeah, and it becomes a little hard too because you have to accelerate. Sometimes it either needs like 2 gates or you need the manual attach with the gate. Um, it's like one of those resources that sometimes you don't really want to waste that late in the game.
Absolutely. And Tyler, honestly, this is one thing I'm going to say time and time again. Tyler's sequencing is fantastic in going through all of that, setting everything up, saving his attachment till the very end. Just everyone, if you want to see how to sequence this deck effectively, watch Tyler play. It's fantastic. And we are going to see a Path to the Peak come down. Tyler does play 2 of those. And GC has the out to path in his hand, but still, just makes it a little bit harder for him to go. And we see the Forest Seal Stone come down, a couple Path to the Peaks left in his hand, and the Ultra Ball. We're going to see both of them. Oh, we're actually keeping the other path. Brian, why do you think that is?
I think it's just to prevent the further Greninja use and for the Drapion.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. So that way Tyler would not be able to use Drapion V to take a knockout since its ability would not be activated. And Tyler does play 1 Artisan and another Lost Vacuum. So there are ways to bounce a path if GC does drop it. But we'll see. Right now, all GC needs to take this knockout is the double turbo energy, which looks like he may just be going to snag right now. Or do you think he's going for something different?
I think he's probably going to end up grabbing the double turbo, but maybe take a look at what else he's got.
We actually
and
see
he
the
plays the
judge. I guess I'm curious with that. Why do you think he would use the V-Star for the judge first, rather than trying to dig with Genesect?
I think the judge just puts him at 4 cards, and I think he's got 5 in the, get a little extra draw power
True.
after the judge. So compared to the Iono, which would have probably gotten him, the 6 cards or whatever, he wants to, also disrupt the Lost Zone, the Lost Box matchup too. They tend to have pretty big hands, so, try to get them to, have fewer resources at immediate use.
And I completely agree with that. I think those are great points. The reason I was thinking more is GC was down to a 2-card or 1-card hand before using the judge there. And so he had an opportunity to draw some cards, draw with Genesect, and then use that Forest Seal Stone after he's drawn all the cards to say, do I need to get the double turbo or do I need to get the supporter or whatever it may be? So we are going to see the first Genesect for 3 cards here.
Yeah, and he's got 2 Chromatics in hand anyways, so he could always, leave it up to chance to as another opportunity to get that double turbo energy.
And we may see that opportunity here. And we'll see the judge go back in. And the Iono seems reasonable. Like, both of those seem like fine choices. And do you think we're going to see the Cram now or after the next Genesect?
Probably after the next one. I feel like, you sort of use the cram as either like a last ditch resort, or you can even just use the cram now just to thin out your hand a little bit more and draw even more cards afterwards.
And that's exactly my kind of, what's the word here? Not dichotomy, like question, problem, issue? I don't know. That's kind of my conundrum. There you go. Words are hard. Is do you thin your hand further and just see if it's guaranteed, or do you save it to try to have 2 attempts later on?
And I think that's what GC
And,
decides to do. And he hits
and
it.
there you go. So we are going to be able to get that double turbo, slap it on that Mew VMAX, and we will have the knockout on Raikou. And Raiku's actually going to go into the Lost Zone.
Yeah, so playing Lost City into Lost Zone decks, it's kind of like a 50-50, it's like got pros and cons to it.
Right.
Because you can take away very important pieces on the board, like like the Sableye or the Greninja, stuff like that. You can take out of the board and out of the game, but at the same time, it also accelerates their numbers too, and can help accelerate them to hit those numbers they need.
Right. I played against a Palkia at Pittsburgh, and they used Greninja after putting down a Lost City to knock out 2 of my comfies. And I honestly said, I know that gave you prizes, but thank you, because
Yeah.
now they're off the board, they're gone, and they each got me 1 more card in the Lost Zone. So I basically just got to Flower Select with them. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
All right, we do see a Tails on that Cramomatic, which, to be honest, GC has the stuff he needs. Like, he's cruising at this point. And I am also a little surprised that he chose not to get the 3rd Genesect previously.
Oh, and there we go.
Oh, interesting.
Taking the Lost City out of play.
Yeah. So, interesting. I don't mind that because it does hinder Tyler filling his Lost Zone more. But at the same time, now Tyler could have Raikou available for a knockout later in the game. So why do you think GC took that route?
Ooh.
Ooh, that is, yeah, that's not the discard you want to see there. But maybe Tyler says, I don't need to worry about disrupting you anymore because my game plan is already going into effect.
And there it comes.
And
the
that
drop.
is a very good reason why. Clearly did not want to drop it this turn.
Yes, every Mew player's worst nightmare.
Exactly. So with this knockout, and I guess, does GC play another Lost City?
Yes, he plays 2 copies. So
Okay.
if there's not another one that has been discarded or anything like that, there is another copy.
So there is an opportunity where GC could get rid of this Drapion V. And honestly, I'd be curious if Tyler benched, say, we did not. We did not bench Sableye. But one thing we could have done there is bench Sableye, attach a Psychic Energy to it, and put ourselves in a near checkmate where Sableye on Meloetta would have just ended the game for Tyler. And then GC would have had to have a choice of, do I knock out the Drapion or do I knock out the Sableye? And what's best here? Oh, we see the Echoing Horn come down. Interesting. Why do you think GC decided to put that Raikou on the bench?
I think he did that just so the Sableye can't come out right away.
Oh, fair.
Yeah.
And I think long term, it does also enable him to have another Gust Out to go 2-2-2 on his game plan. But
This Iono's huge.
This Iono is huge because it puts Tyler all the way down to 1.
Yeah.
And to be fair, Tyler has a slight bit of time, especially if GC doesn't take this knockout. We'll see if he can pull it off. Let's see the Ultra Ball.
Fusion Strike Energy.
Oh, and we see a Cram. Oh, how would you sequence this, Brian?
It's tough to say because, I guess like the priority here, I think, would, try to get another VMAX on the board. Is that Power Tablet in play as well?
It is. The Power Tablet is in play.
Yeah, so definitely getting the VMAX in play, start drawing some more cards, and then you'll have your out to getting that Drapion off the board.
Yes, indeed. And so now the question is Tyler able to either get the Drapion back or get into Sableye if Giancarlo does Lost Zone this Drapion?
Yeah, I think Tyler has a lot of ways out of it. I mean, he still has 3 comfies on the board that can help see cards. I believe he does play like Clara and 3 super rods, so
Yes,
those could also help. As many ways for him to get that Drapion back.
absolutely. And ideally, that Clara is going to be in his hand right now, but we'll see because he's only going to have one top deck and whatever Comfy or Greninja he gets after that. So GC throwing out the Echoing Horn does make sense in this context of he's about to Iono Tyler to very little.
And he also just got the DTE as well.
He did. And that is a big deal. So what else would GC be digging for here? Is it just the Lost City?
Yeah, it could be. Maybe maybe the second. No, the other path already has gone through.
He may have the other path still, because I think he kept one of the path to the peaks.
Yeah, it's still in the deck. Yeah, so both stadiums are still there.
So then the question is just, if you do see both, like Path and Lost City, I assume you go for Lost City, right?
Yeah, I guess in ideal world, you go for the Lost City. Make sure that the Drapion is just out of the game, rest of the game, and then
Right.
yeah, go from there.
And it does make it a little easier for Tyler to get off the Sableye, but at the same time, it removes any search out for a Pokemon being enough to get the Drapion back and just win the game right then and
Yeah.
there. All right. So we're going to see this last Genesect here for GC. Well, we're actually going to see a Cram first. And we see a Heads. And this may be where he decides what stadium to go get. And it looks like it will be Path to the Peak.
Yeah.
Interesting. Do you agree with this?
I think either way, either stadium is good. I guess I mean, he's only got one card.
True.
Tyler's only got one card. It's gonna take some digging in order to get all those pieces back to get that Drapion in play again. But it's still good play.
It is, and I don't think it's bad, especially because
Yeah.
per your point, it adds different kinds of barriers for Tyler being able to take the game here. All right, we're gonna see this last Genesect. It's a lot of fusion energy, but we do see a catcher, so that could be the Raikou knockout next turn.
It could be.
All right, and we are gonna see the Path to the Peak get dropped. Tyler says, sure, sure. And there we go. GC takes 2 prizes and is 1 knockout away from going to 5-0. And we see the Sableye off the top for Tyler. He could be within range of making this happen.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of outs. That's part of what makes Lost Box such a good deck is that you have a bunch of different ways to win.
Very true. And we do see the Artisan come down, so we'll be able to play it. Does choose to get the Sableye out of the deck, which I don't mind this at all, because it means if you do hit a Chorus or something like that, you're back in the game and you could win just right here and right now.
Yeah.
The only downside to this is it does remove Clara as an out to win the game. Because if he did Flower Select into Clara here, he could get the Drapion back, an energy to retreat, and that's it right there. That's the game. So why do you think Tyler chose to search that out by removing that out?
Just so that there isn't any sort of weird situation where that second Sableye can get lost zoned, whether it's through a flower
Oh,
selecting,
true.
through a Colress, He
Yeah,
doesn't have to make that difficult decision if he were just to grab it now.
fair. And I think he kind of is locking himself in and saying that, okay, we are going to go with the Sableye out to knock out Meloetta, not go for the Drapion attack.
Yeah, and if he puts it out through the Artisan, it's like if it gets knocked out, he can always just grab another. He already has the other one in hand anyways.
Absolutely. We see the vacuum come down. We see a switch cart. All right, Tyler's digging. Do we see a Colress? Do we see something a game? We see the Super Rod. We see Roxanne. That's huge. So does Tyler have 9 or 10 in the Lost Zone? I think 10. So all he needs is a way to retreat or switch and a Psychic Energy. And Tyler wins the game
Yeah.
with a Lost Mine on Meloetta. This is interesting. Okay, and I see Tyler actually moved his... Can you check to see if there's a switch card on top of his discard out there? I assume he just moved it out of there, but I just want to make sure we're always checking to see if, like... Okay, the switch card is there.
Yeah.
Perfect. Beautiful. Yep, we're good. Thanks, Mo. Mo Ides, one of the team members here, helping us out, hanging out, judging our commentary while staring at us here that you can't see. So we have some support and judgment in the room. All right, so Tyler is going to see 6 cards. And like we said, we need a Psychic Energy. We need a way to move the Comfy out of the active. So let's see if we can pull this off. And GC is giving it a very thorough shuffle to not mess around. C6. Are we going to see it? Are we going to see this? We see Rod. Okay, that's one piece. It's one step. Is there a gate? And there is a gate, and that is going to do it. Tyler's going to go in, go to 5-0, and all but guarantee his spot in top 8 and his spot in the money of that $1,000 for the top 8 right here at this League Cup. So, Brian, anything you saw on your end that Tyler either could have done differently or GC could have done differently to put himself in a better position?
I think they're just like pretty minuscule things. Maybe, if GC decided to use that Lost City instead, or, maybe putting that path out that early in the game after his first turn, that could have made an impact as well. Very minuscule things that could have changed the game, like super early in the game, kind of like snowball to where we're at now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so that was a great game. And I think this is really demonstrating kind of the level of capability that some of the players here have. And especially Tyler, just showcasing how to put together a game plan, even when you are kind of starting on a weird foot. So we'll give you guys a quick break before we get into the next round. And just as a reminder, because we haven't even talked about it yet, but Nerd Rage Gaming loves Pokemon. We would love to buy some of your extras. We would love to trade with you. We have a ton of great singles. We just restocked the front cabinet with a ton of playables. And we have a ton of sealed product here from Scarlet and Violet, Sword and Shield. So if there's anything you're looking for, we'd love to be able to help you find it and get you what you need. So we'll give you guys a couple minutes and be right back here for the next round. Welcome back, everybody. We are at winning in time here at the Nerd Rage League Cup. Right now, we have Connor Chiappetta playing Arceus Klefki against Thomas Happel playing Charizard Curlia, both at 4-1 in round 6. And if they go to 5-1, there's a solid chance they can ID into Top Cut. So, Brian, looking at this matchup, who do you think's favored here? What do you think's going to come out of this?
It's a tough one to say because there's a lot of factors that go into it. Like, how fast is the Klefki gonna affect the game? Like, is the Aerodactyl gonna really make a big difference in here, or is Charizard gonna ramp up super quickly? Like, is the Buddy Catch Gallade gonna really make a difference here? So there's a lot to look into, but I think I'm leaning towards the Charizard.
And I would tend to Charizard too, with the only risk being something that Connor's already benched in Vulpix. So Vulpix V-Star has an attack that's for watercolorless, colorless, does 160 damage, and says it goes through any effects, so it shreds. And during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by your opponent's Pokemon that have abilities. And here's the thing for Thomas: they all have abilities. His Charizards do, his Gallades do, pretty much everything does. And he doesn't even play a Charmeleon that could try to hit through this. So that seems like it could be pretty tough. And so then if you are Thomas, how do you think you play around that, Brian?
I think you get rid of the Vulpix like right away. The one thing about Alolan Vulpix is that it's out of all like the V-Stars and like big 2-prizers, it's one of the ones with like a lower amount of HP, so it's definitely one that you can get rid of a little bit earlier.
Very true. And I think that's going to be the tricky part, is how do you hit into it to do enough? And it looks like there is a Gather the Crew Basculin coming onto the board, which I love this. Brian, do you know what this guy does?
No, I actually don't.
So this card is actually excellent. Maybe that's a strong word. But for one colorless, or excuse me, for a no energy attack cost, you can search your deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon and put them onto your bench. So it's like a call for family kind of effect where you just can fill your bench with basics. And I think that's exactly what Thomas is going to do here, is retreat into the Basculin, throw a bunch of basics down the board and say, I'm going to do this before you have the chance to attack with a Alolan Vulpix. But it's going to be a race here. So How do you feel about Thomas catching up or staying ahead?
Yeah, I think this battle VIP pass that's being played here definitely keeps him in the game, you know.
That help?
Um, Pretty much his whole entire bench can get filled up by the end of the turn, really,
Absolutely.
after the gather crew.
And it looks like Thomas, yeah, all of his attackers do have abilities, but he does play reversal energy. He will be able to do some cool stuff at least with this. And yeah, with that hand, it looks like he's just going to gather the crew and find a few more guys. So then on Connor's end, what do you think he's doing here?
I
Like,
think
what's his move?
I think he's trying to set up the Vulpix as soon as possible. You know, he attached that water energy right away. Maybe trying to just evolve the Arceus strictly for the Starbirth only, and trying to find a way to get the Vulpix rolling as like the main attacker here.
And that makes complete sense. The tricky part too is early game, Thomas is not going to be able to one-shot that Alolan Vulpix V-Star with his Charizard EX because we're only doing 180 base damage. And looking at Thomas's list, he doesn't have a choice belt or any other modifiers there.
Yeah, there's nothing there that really could, you know, push him over the edge for the attack. I think his main thing is hoping that he can find a way to loop the Vulpix around and, you know, attack it that way.
Exactly. It's going to be boss to try to take it out and do enough damage. But that could be tough because if you're bossing, you're not Ionoing. And it looks like Connor's going to have a couple switch outs and some ways to get him back into the game.
Yeah, and whenever anything gets moved around on the board, he does play 4 switches, so there's definitely a way to get around that.
Definitely. And he did use one of those, but there's 3 else in the deck. He's pretty likely to find it when he needs. And it looks like Connor's going for. Honestly, if he just goes for the Arceus V-Star here, he has the Vulpix attack.
Yeah, because he could just search out the Vulpix and the double turbo, and then he could really start rolling from there.
Absolutely. Ooh, and this could be a tough spot for Thomas because he could just get walled out of the game at this point. So for Thomas then, say Connor does get the Vulpix down here. What do you think he does? How does he go about winning this game?
I guess he has to try to work around it, at least until he's able to find a way to, I guess, smack the Vulpix. I mean, there's 2 Arceus on the board. I mean, he can work on those for now. And that seems like, I guess, the main way to start it.
And I think that's it. Connor has benched 5 prizes outside of the Vulpix. So really, Thomas has to figure out how to get that 6th prize because he'll be able to pretty easily take out the 3 Pokemon on the bench. But from there, like, what do you do? Where do you go? What's the
Yeah.
plan?
And Connor's a really good player too, so it's like I know that he's definitely thinking about the fact that these are the amount of prizes that realistically can be taken once the Vulpix start rolling, so he's definitely thinking about that.
Absolutely. And for Thomas, then it's okay, what's the plan? Because now he got the Vulpix turn 2, and I was really hoping he wouldn't. So, how do we do this? How do we take this down? And this is where it's kind of tricky because I hate to say it, but I think Thomas is almost banking on Connor misplaying because Connor does play 4 Path to the Peak, but he's obviously not going to drop those at this point. And Connor probably isn't going to discard any additional Pokemon. He's certainly not going to bench anyone else. So Thomas is just kind of in a tough spot here unless there's something I'm missing. So I guess looking at his list, is there anything else you see that really could be a difference maker?
I mean, the 2 boss for sure can help out, just because if you get the Gallade out, you can definitely search those out. You know, a lot of the single prizers can definitely help out with that reversal energy, because he does play 3 of those, and he has a few Pokemon that could use those, like the Luxray and the Gallade. So those could also help out with evening out the prize trade.
And I think I think you said it well, the double boss's orders. I think what Thomas is going to have to do is just go down a bunch of prizes so that way he's in range of being able to one-shot that Alolan Vulpix V-Star. And I guess a bunch of prizes really is 2 since Vulpix only has 240 HP. But what Thomas is going to have to do here is kind of set it up, let Connor go down, Iono, boss up something to stick it active for a turn, and then boss up and knock out that Alolan Vulpix V before sweeping the rest of the board. But I mean, he's going to have to put himself in a very precarious situation to do that. So if you're Connor, outside of just taking prizes with Vulpix, is there anything else you see that he should be doing?
I guess he could just start powering up an alternative attacker. I mean, with like, just maybe get that Arceus V Star going. Get some energies on that, just because in case there is a situation that he's able to find a way to knock out that Vulpix, gotta have a plan B ready.
Absolutely. And if anything, just to have it ready to retreat back into the Vulpix. Because I think at this point, Connor is just saying, Vulpix is my wall, and you're going to have to find a way around it. I'm not going to try to make it any easier for you.
Yeah, and I think something interesting that I see in Connor's list is actually he plays the Celebrations Yveltal.
Ooh, that is
Yeah,
interesting.
I don't really know how much of an impact it could have in this game, but the only three special energies being played are those reversal energies, so that can definitely um, be something to look out for.
Absolutely. And it's one interesting thing, too, that obviously that's not so helpful in this matchup or what it's intended for. But I mean, we saw that in round one today with Jake going against Ryan playing Lugia. That Giacomo, which is definitely not there for playing against Arceus, turned out to be game changing for him. And we are going to see our first rare candy into Charizard, and we'll be able to use that Eternal Flame, Rising Flame, whatever. There's a flame ability that says get fire energy out of your deck, throw it on your board. So, taking a guess, where do you think this is all going, Brian?
It's got to go onto the EX.
I
Yeah.
agree, but luckily we've got a spare energy. So, where's that one going? Do you think?
It could go on to the active if he finds a way to retreat out and lay some damage down. But you know that could be a possibility. Or in this instance, what he's doing is he's trying to set up the next one as well.
And that makes complete sense. So I'm curious too if Connor ever decides to really do anything else outside of just attacking, but we may purely just see attached to each of the Arceus to be able to have them retreat and then just going from there. So we'll see. Thomas is just taking his time, shuffling up, saying he's getting ready to pass the turn on over essentially. And I honestly, I do think we just see a pass from Thomas here because nothing else he wants to do. There you go.
There
And
we
we
go.
see Connor. I think we're going to see a very exciting attach and attack right back at Thomas. There's the attach. And oh, we actually see the
Boss.
boss on the Charmander. Interesting. So, what do you think the reasoning is behind that?
I think it's just like an immediate knockout almost. I mean, um, if you were to boss up, like the normal EX, he would get some damage on it, sure, but you don't know what he could do that next turn. He could search out a boss. He could, get around that Vulpix somewhere. At least if he just knocks out that Charmander, it's going to take another couple turns to set up another one.
Very true. Very true. And even though Charizard EX really isn't the threat, Connor may be thinking that Charmeleon or something like that is the only real threat
Yeah.
Thomas has on the board for him. Because obviously you're not going to be able to hit with any of the Ralts because reversal energy only works with evolutions. Charmander itself probably isn't that big of a threat, but yeah, Vulpix is going to be pretty effective here if Thomas doesn't find a tricky solution. So then, what's going through Connor's mind? Is it literally just Vulpix and Prey, or is there another kind of game plan he's mapping out?
Knowing him, he probably has something else going on here. I think he's getting the Arceus ready. That's definitely a big part that he's thinking about, and he's also probably thinking about like how else can I like work around the bench, like like what other prizes can I take from there that could possibly like put him even farther behind.
And that's a fair point, is when you are attacking the Vulpix, you do have, and how many bosses does Connor play?
He plays three.
3? Okay. So he still has a boss or two remaining. He'd still be able to address a couple threats. But we may see here, and I think this is what Thomas is waiting for. I think Thomas may want to get the Gallade out to be able to boss and then boss. But he may want to disrupt a little more first to make it less likely that Connor's able to get the retreat options that he needs. So if I had to guess, Thomas is going to go Iono, and then next turn go boss on a benched Arceus, boss. Or maybe he just goes boss, boss right here.
Yeah,
What do you think?
yeah, and there's definitely a world where you can put that Arceus with no energy into the active, and then bring back the Vulpix the next turn to attack as well.
And I think that's exactly it. Thomas is not going to want to take a knockout here. Thomas is going to want to wait and see if Connor's able to switch it out of the active. and kind of hope that with that relatively small hand size, Connor doesn't have a switch or a DTE.
Yeah, and I think that's part of what Thomas's game plan was, is that, let Connor take some prizes so that Zard damage can really go up a little bit more, so he can take a clean knockout on the Vulpix.
And it's exactly what Thomas does. It says, you don't have a switch out, so I'm going to be able to knock out that Vulpix next turn. And when I do, I'm just going to win the game because I'm going to be one-shotting everything on your board, and you're not going to be able to do enough damage. And so Connor has 4 cards here to see either a double turbo or a switch. So let's see, because this could be the game right here and now. That's a water. That's a card he can't show us. And that is a switch. And that is honestly just about going to be the game here, since really Thomas doesn't have another way to push the Vulpix to the bench and pull it back up. So we'll see what Thomas decides to do here. So with only the 2 boss, no rope or anything, I don't know what else he does. Is there anything else you see?
And I think the scary thing, too, is that it actually takes the Vulpix 3 hits to knock out the Charizard.
It does. With the double turbo, it will take a 3 shot.
Yeah. Even without the double turbo, it would have... Oh, and there's the...
And Thomas scoops right up because he saw exactly what we saw, that there's only one other boss in deck and only one way to pull it off again. So a very quick, efficient game. Connor uses his Vulpix to wall and get himself to 5-1 in possible contention for top 8 ID. And so we're going to jump over then to our second game. And those watching at home, this is why we have 2 games. And we have Jake Gearhart, the infamous legend of Twitter and hating all the things with iron hands, versus Edwin Arroyo, both of whom are playing Gardevoir EX. And Jake has a highly damaged Gardevoir EX in the active, so I'm curious what's going on here. So, all right, so if you're Jake, it looks like you're ahead on the prizes. You've got your EX active ready to take a knockout. You've got a full board of guys ready to keep accelerating. What else do you even need in this situation?
Yeah, it looks very set up. I guess it's knowing where the other EX is, just because, Gardevoir is so dependent on, that EX, being able to bring up all the energies on all your psychic Pokemon. So being able to just know if that's still in the deck, because we haven't been watching this game, is definitely a big part about it.
Yes, indeed. And we do see the manual attachment from hand to the Arcana. And hilariously, Jake refinemented, Arcana, didn't see an energy, and then Greninja'd into 2 psychic energy. And it looks like we're actually going to see the knockout with the Shining Arcana here, putting 60 damage on the Arcana. And I wonder why Jake's going into the single prizer here. What do you think, Brian?
I think it's just about the prize trade. He doesn't want to give up 2 prizes right away, sort of thing. If he's able to keep the single prizer out, might as well, right?
I mean, that it's a very fair point. Like, to just make it a little bit harder for Edwin to take knockouts here.
Yeah, and what's your take on it?
My thought is, I think you're right. I think it's a good choice. It opens up, though, Edwin to be able to go in and actually use Cresselia to snipe and knock out that Gardevoir if he's able to get 2 more Psychic Bench Pokemon down, or 1 in addition to the Cresselia.
Oh, most definitely. And I think that's what the Cresselia is so useful in the matchup, is that it really does help out the mirror a lot. And,
It does.
And the Lost Box matchup as well.
No, it is immensely valuable in the mirror. And so are we going to see the Lumineon come down? Or we're going to see the Artisan first, which is the right choice here. But kind of to your point, like, I think Cresselia is actually more for the mirror than it is for anything else. So it's really interesting to be able to see. It's really interesting to be able to see. Mo, do you have the list? Are you happy now? Yeah. Are you happy? I just want to make sure you're happy. Okay, good. So what I was saying here is that Cresselia was originally in here for the Lost Box variation, where you'd use Cresselia, clear damage from your board, snipe guys on the bench. However, it's honestly even more valuable for the mirror match, because you can do stuff what Edwin's going to try to do here and knock out that Guardi EX with Cresselia and leave an attacker that isn't a part of your draw engine on the board. And Edwin actually sees the Iono. So I know he was going to bench the Lumineon before, but do you think he still needs to?
Don't believe so. I mean, depending on if he's able to get the EX here, I can definitely see a world where he gets like either the Greninja or the Manaphy in the active and just lets the Cresselia go to work.
And that's kind of my idea or my thought would be here. But we do see the evolution into the Gardevoir EX, which makes sense. You would need 2 energy to retreat any of your guys, so no harm putting up the Eralts. But now I'm wondering, what supporter is Edwin going to use here? Is the plan to boss up the Greninja and then just try to Cresselia around it, like you said? Because that's kind of banking on Jake not having any energy in hand. So what do you think is the move here? Is it 2 Disrupt? Is it 2 Gust?
I think it is to Gust here.
Well, the tough part too
Yeah.
with the Gust is I don't think that Edwin actually has enough damage on the board.
Oh,
Okay,
and
and we
he's going
do
to
see the
Disrupt.
Iono. Because I don't think Edwin had enough people on the board to be able to Cresselia knock out that that EX on the bench. But he is only down 2 prizes, so there's plenty of time left to work.
Yeah, that's the thing about what makes Gardevoir so good is that there's a mix of like multi-prize and single prize Pokemon that like um you can really shape like the prize trade a lot, and you can really manipulate like what your opponent's really realistically able to take from you.
Yes, absolutely. We are going to see the retreat. Do we have another benched Pokemon? Or are we just going to see a snipe on the active? Because Cresselia can snipe the active to knock out the Arcana with doing 80 damage, which is also fine. But I feel like it'd be so much more valuable to hit the EX, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and we're
Oh,
actually going to
takes
knock
the
out the
Curlia.
Curlia. What do you think about that play?
I definitely think I could see where he's coming from now because you Iono to 4, you take out their draw engine,
True.
and it can make it a little bit difficult for them to really completely set up. I mean, you still have the Shining Arcana in play and all that stuff, but if you get that Curly out of there, it's like it's a little bit harder to play around that.
And I think you make a good point, and I kind of got lost in the opportunity to knock out the EX since he hit into it, but you're right. Knocking out the draw engine for Guardy is the way to go about making sure you have better long-term success in the mirror. Because like you're saying now, Edwin has 2 guys to draw on his board. Jake only has the Shining Arcana and was Iona to a low hand size.
Yeah, now I'm wondering what Jake's gonna try to do here to really retaliate against him. It's like does he have like another Cresselia play as well, or um, does he decide just to swing with the Arcana?
And a Cresselia play here could be kind of risky because even if he does knock out one of the Curlias for Edwin, Edwin could come right back, knock out Jake's lone remaining Curlia or his Shining Arcana. And what did Jake just get off of that draw? It looks like an energy and maybe another
I
Pokemon.
think it was a Zacian.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And I think we saw an Ultra Ball off of that draw, but since Jake played the Artisan with no Ralts in the deck, does he need to go try to find another Ralts? Because we're going to need to see a Super Rod, I believe. So I guess, Brian, what is Jake's plan here? Is it to go in with Cresselia? Is it to just gust up and knock out the EX? What do you think is the move?
I think he's trying to find a way to reset up his draw engine. That's what I'm thinking here. I think that's an Iono there, so I think he's trying to find a way to, you know, restabilize his board
Yeah.
and set himself back up.
And that makes complete sense, especially since Edwin has a slightly more stable board. And, oh, well, we do see the Rod, which is excellent, but we don't see any other way to draw into Pokemon. So Jake's kind of stuck with this as his board right now. So he'll be able to knock out the Cresselia, but, I mean, that's about it. And so, I guess, Brian, another question for you. With Jake being ahead on prizes, and really, though, behind on draw engine, is the Iono research the right ones to get there? Or do you think you should have gotten 2 Iono? What's the better move?
I think getting the research is fine too, just because it helps you just to see more cards. I know a lot of Guardy lists really like to emphasize Iono
Mm-hmm.
a lot, so many of them have like many copies of it anyways. So I think that compared to like Mew or something like that that only uses like 1 Iono or 2 at max, it's like having the research as another option for a draw engine is definitely
And that makes a
good.
lot of sense.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like Edwin is going to be able to get back the Cresselia, get back an Arcana and a Ralts, and that's such a valuable Super Rod. And I was going to ask at the beginning of his turn, why didn't he Artisan? And that's exactly why.
Yep.
He was hoping to find the Arcana. Or,
Yeah.
excuse me, the Rod.
And what kind of things do you think that Edwin needs to do during this turn to really claw back into the game?
Honestly, I think it's as simple as knocking out the active Arcana. I think if you can do that with Cresselia, establish a board, maybe evolve one of his Curlia into a Shining Arcana, even if Edwin's behind on prizes, he's going to be in such a good spot in the game since Jake's going to be limited to only his Gardevoir EX as an attacker. And as we see, that dude's beat up a little bit.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of damage that's been spread out around the board, which can definitely be in Edwin's favor. There's definitely a lot to work with here.
Absolutely. And we do see that Edwin is able to get the Arcana out, which is big because now we're going to be able to draw, although maybe we're not, maybe we are. To be fair, I don't know what else he would get in this situation.
Oh, the Luxray.
He could get the Luxray. That. All right. So this is one of my true and only complaints about Gardevoir as a deck. That's a lie, I have a bunch. But one is that your draw engine is also your main attacking threat. So every time you take a big knockout, you lose part of your engine to stay in the game. But with this play, that's an interesting move. I guess in this case, I don't mind this. But I almost feel like if you're benching the Luxray, wouldn't this be the time to use it?
Yeah, I would think so too, just because it feels like it's almost taking up an extra space, you know?
Oh, and Jake is saying that there was already 2 damage counters on there. And Jake's debating whether or not to let him take it back. And it looks like we are seeing... Mo, it's cool. Let him figure it out. We're going to let them try to resolve this, see what happens. If we need to have a judge intervene, absolutely will. And then we're going to see the 80 damage go on to the Mirage Step. And Jake, being a class act, saying that, hey, we're in a cup, we're not in a regional. 'Cause at a day 2 of a regional, Jake, you'd be within your rights to say, nope, too bad. But he's going to let Edwin really do what he meant to do and take the knockout there.
Yeah, because I think as players, you know, especially when you're at this like high of a tier, you know, and you're this high in the cup, I feel like you sort of know what your opponent's trying to do.
Right.
Yeah, it's just like you got to make sure that they know what they're trying to do as well.
And I'm a big proponent of whenever it's like kind of lower level of intensity, a little bit lower stakes, all of that. I don't mind giving some flexibility because like you said, we're players. We're having fun. We're playing a game where colorful monsters punch each other. Like we can't take ourselves too seriously here.
Yeah.
Once you get to like day 2 of a regional, higher level of stuff, then it's okay to hold your opponent to kind of the word of law because you're both playing at a high level. At that point, being able to execute effectively is a difference. And so the one downside I will say to Edwin's plan here and knocking out that Mirage Step Curlia is that he didn't knock out the Shining Arcana, which meant Jake retained his draw engine on the board, such as it was.
Yeah, and I think that's a big one too, just because even though it is a little bit damaged, you know, that curly on the board wasn't really acting as a draw
Right.
engine. It was just the Mirage Step one. So I can definitely see where we're thinking are thinking about that.
So real quick, did Jake draw into the Ralts and then Artisan for the
I think he
Cresselia?
super rotted it back in,
But
and then Artisan back out.
so how did he get the Cresselia and the Ralts down? Mo, could you check on that? Yeah, just ask about where the Ralts and the Cresselia each came from. Thank you. So we're just going to check real quick, just because maybe the viewers at home have better eyes than I, but I just kind of saw 2 Pokemon appear on the board. So Mo is going to check on that quick, and we're going to see before we take prizes or anything. Nope. Oh, all right. Well, the moment's passed. That's fine. Got it. Thank you. All right, cool. We're good. We're covered. Just always want to make sure this has been a complaint for official streams in the past, and it's something we always want to address here. Is if we see something, if we catch something, always want to make sure we address it so it doesn't go too far. And then we do see then the refinement for the Curly on Edwin's bench, followed by a second refinement to get rid of that Greninja.
There's another EX that comes out from that.
There is. And at this point, Edwin is kind of cruising. The only risk now, though, is Jake is within 2 prizes of winning the game, and Edwin does have a 2-prizer on the board. So Edwin may need a way to get set up to the point where Jake can't win the game next turn, since Edwin still needs a couple turns. And what I would love to see is another Iono from Edwin, followed by a Cresselia snipe of the Shining Arcana. So I guess, Brian, on your end, is that the move? Is there something else you're hoping to see?
Yeah, I think it definitely does sound like the move. Keep the one prizers out. Make sure that the EX really isn't at risk to getting knocked out because Zacian is definitely still a thing
Absolutely.
and could definitely with just the combo playing that with boss, then the game's over.
And that's exactly it. Edwin now knows his win and his loss condition. And his loss condition is Jake being able to take that giant knockout on the EX on the bench. And this kind of goes back to last turn, where I don't think especially Edwin was, and we do see now what we talked about before of the boss play and the spread with Cresselia. So what do you think Edwin is targeting here? Is it just going to be the Ralts? Is it going to be the Shining Arcana? What do you think, Brian?
I think it has to be the Arcana.
I would agree, but we still need one more Pokemon on the board in order to knock out the Arcana. So we're going to see the 80 damage, and we are going to see the Ralts go down, which just missing that last bench Pokemon is so problematic here.
And I think that was something that Edwin took into account because periodically throughout that turn, he was checking on that discard pile, probably seeing the amount of energies that he had on there
Right.
and what realistically he could, how realistically he could get that Manaphy out of the board.
And it looks like Jake has at least 2 or 3 energies still left in deck, but kind of like we talked about, he gets to see exactly 2 more cards, plus any supporter off the top of the deck. But again, it kind of keeps coming back to, if Edwin had knocked out that Shining Arcana last turn, there was a chance Jake didn't have a draw engine available to him. But we'll see what he gets off of these 2. We see a supporter, but Iono is not the supporter of dreams here, since that's only going to see him 2 cards right now. Oh, but Jake does have the energy in hand, so he will be able to retreat using that reversal energy because it can go on anything. It just doesn't provide extra benefit. I think Edwin sees this and just goes poop because it means that Jake is able to go up and hit and do some damage here. So, Brian, off of this Iono, what's Edwin trying to see? Like, what is he looking for?
Maybe he might try to look for that reversal energy. Maybe for the Luxray, either that or he can try to find another boss to bring up another one of these single prizers that aren't psychics. Like the Greninja or the Manaphy. So definitely not in a terrible position, just because he does have a way of getting more cards in hand.
Right. And he does actually already have the reversal on the Luxray, so we're in a good position from that standpoint, where Luxray will be able to take a knock on basically anything on Jake's board. But with the 2 cards in hand, if Edwin does have the boss, I would actually love to see him just knock out the EX. Because then Jake has to find Rare Candy EX and then the knockout on something with the boss.
Yeah, because it'll end up taking him another turn just to level up that all the way up to the EX if he has to go the route of the Curlia.
True. Well, to be fair, if Edwin does go in with a single prizer, then all Jake would need is 2 additional energy, and that, okay. And Jake kind of sees that line of play of, all right, if you try to take a knockout of the single prizer, I will be in a position to be able to just win the game with this Shining Arcana.
Yeah, and I think that's something that I've struggled with playing this deck as well, is that, sometimes I don't recognize when my EX is most in danger, so I don't preemptively ramp up the rest of my Pokemon with the energies in my discard pile.
And I think that's a big deal of when you do that, because the risk here is obviously there's more damage on his Arcana, and there's less energy available for a big one-shot later, but if Edwin goes in with a single prizer of any kind, Jake's going to have the win with that attacker in the Shining Arcana. So now, Edwin, I think you're only out 2 in the game is to gust up that, Gardevoir EX, knock it out with your Gardevoir EX, and say, hey, Jake, it'd be really cool if you didn't have a boss right now. Because on the bright side, too, if Jake doesn't, then Edwin does just win the game at that point. And is that the boss's orders, or do I not know how to read? I think it may be.
Yeah, it looks like it.
That's huge. We see the Arcana come down, and I don't think there's any downside to evolving that Arcana right here. Is that a boss or is that a research? That looks like a boss. So if Edwin may just have the game outright here. This is interesting. So I guess, Brian, do you think Edwin sees the same line of play of Gus knock out the EX and say, you ain't got it?
Oh, and he's thinking a little bit ahead.
Oh, yes. All right, cool. Got to play the pal pad. There we go. And also, I'll say this to Jake too, but credit to Jake for being a good sport and really helping out and playing the game along well. I always want to recognize that and appreciate that because I always said, we're playing a game, man. We want to have some fun with this. All right, and we do see the Arcana. And then do we see the boss? All right. Edwin's taking his time, trying to figure out the right decision here. So I guess, Brian, say Edwin does get the boss here. What do you think Jake's move is?
There's definitely a lot of ways you can go about it. I mean, you can put up the Arcana, try to work around that, use that. You can try to find a way that Zacian gets into play. You still have the Ralts over there as well. So if you have Rare Candy EX, that could be a way around it as well.
Edwin just boss the EX. Yes, that is the correct decision, Edwin. Excellent job.
And where do you see Jake going from here?
Crying, actually, is where I think the first stop. But legitimately, it really comes down to, can he find the boss's orders? And if he can do that, then I think he outright wins the game. If he cannot find the boss's orders, or he does an Arcana into 2 energy attach, it's going to be problematic. Because to be honest, Jake literally needs 2 Arcana into 2 energy attach or find the boss to win the game. And if he doesn't do either of those things, Edwin just has the game right here. Edwin does still need 4 damage on that God of Our EX, but we'll see what happens first. Say it again. Did he top deck fish? What a top deck for Jake, and that is the game. Man, and we see the knockout with the Shining Arcana just because Jake planned ahead and set up that attacker. So Jake goes to 5-1, Edwin goes to 4-1-1, but Edwin is not out of the tournament yet. He still has a chance to win next round and get himself back into top 8.
Yeah, and much credit to Edwin too. He definitely put up a really good fight.
Yes.
I mean, he came back from a multi-prize deficit and was able to sort of like work around his strengths, work around that Cresselia play, and use it to pretty much almost win the game. And he had the right idea in mind. It was just that, Jake had all the pieces he needed to win the game as well.
And that's exactly. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Sometimes there is just stuff completely out of your control, but all you can really focus on is, as a player, did I make the best decisions with what was in front of me right there?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, we're going to give you guys a quick break before we get to our last round of Swiss here, where we will have a couple more win-in-ins to see who's going to make it into top 8. So thank you all for sticking around. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to Nerd Rage Gaming. We are in round 7 of 7, and we're going to show you real quick our standings before we get into the last round here. Right now, Tyler, Jared are locked in and set for top 8. Jack, Jake, Connor are in a very, very good position and can probably ID. But for the rest of the crew, we're going to see a bunch of people have to play it out and try to get to that 5-1-1 mark, including a couple, and this means a couple 4-2s are probably going to sneak in. So for you today, we're actually showing a couple of the 4-2 bubble matches because we have some really interesting matchups here. And starting off, jumping over to our game, we have Rapid Strike Lugia versus Single Strike Lugia. Brian, what is this?
I don't know. The Rapid Strike Lugia is a super fun looking deck here. I was talking to some of the other players out there who said they've lost to it, and they just said it came as a surprise to them. So I mean, it runs a 2/2 of the Rapid Striker Shifu. It actually runs a 1/1/1 line of the Pidgey EX line.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then the one that was super interesting is Rillaboom VMAX.
I'm sorry. Did you just say Rillaboom
Yeah,
VMAX?
Rillaboom VMAX. And the funny thing about this is Michael actually was asking in one of the other Discords that I'm in and asking around if anyone had one. Yeah, one
Interesting.
of my
All
friends said
right.
that he had one, so he dropped by the other shop the other night, and it's how this came about. So
So you got a little hint into the meta of what was coming up here.
yeah, it's definitely a super interesting list. Only 3 Archeops are being played in this one, which is kind of interesting.
That is
When you
also
when you
interesting.
play like the kind of lines that he's got here, it's kind of hard to make some room. You kind of have to cut a little bit, and they definitely did with the Archeops.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Well, so on Andrew's side, Andrew's playing good old fashioned single strike Lugia, Tyranitar, Radiant Serena, Stone Journey, Yveltal, standard stuff. So he, on turn 1, got to put, I believe it was an Archeops into his hand and a Lugia on the board. And honestly, if he's going to be able to play from there, he should be set. But his hand does not appear to be great, minus the Luminion. And with the Luminion and the V-Star in hand, probably going to be okay to start doing some damage and attacking this turn. And from Michael's end, he did get a heads flip on that capturing aroma, which means he's probably going to be able to get one of those 3 Archeops into his hand. So we'll see if he can set up. And I gotta imagine, correct me if you disagree, Brian, the single strike's probably going to be favored into rapid strike,
I believe
especially
so.
going first.
Yeah, I think so too. Just because I believe a lot of the Pokemon that are being played, a lot of the really big ones like the Archeops, the Lugia, a lot of those I believe have a psychic or not a psychic, fighting resistance.
Yes, very true.
Yeah, so I think that could definitely come into play as well when it comes to this matchup, especially since it is a mirror.
For sure. The one advantage Michael has is Rillaboom VMAX has 330 HP, I believe, correct?
That I do not actually know.
You know,
Yeah,
we're gonna have Mo Google that because I'm just taking a guess here because I think it's 330 HP, does 180 damage for like grass, colorless, colorless. There's some other exciting things, but the reason I bring that up is Tyranitar V's weak to grass,
it is.
and it maxes out at 320 damage. So yes, thank you, Mo. So it actually is G Max Drum Solo. What a glorious name for grass, colors, colors, colors. Does 180 damage and 40 damage to 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So this thing can one-shot a T-Tar, spread damage, and not get one-shot by anything in Andrew's deck. Guys, I am so glad we get to show this. And we see Michael put 2 Archeops in the discard with 2 Lugia on the board, and we are about to strafe that Rapid Strike Urshifu to safety. Michael is cooking over there, and we see a Nest Ball and Ultra Ball in hand too. So he's ready to roll. And if I'm Michael, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, I actually don't want to play that Nest Ball right now in case Andrew drops a collapsed stadium or something like that.
Yeah, I definitely think so too. Just because, like most people would think that, try to set up maybe one of the secondary attackers, maybe like the Rillaboom or something like that. But you definitely have to think about it, and I think it just is the strafe here.
It is, and I think honestly that's the best decision because with the strafe, you take your Urshifu out of range of knockout by that Lugia, and Lugia's now able to knock out one of Michael's Lugia, but Michael doesn't care. He's got a second on the board. He'll still be able to use his V-Star next turn. And so for Andrew then, what do you think his game plan is right here?
I think he's seeing the how many Archeops he's got. If the Burnett's around, probably looking for that as an angle here, because he's also got to think about how is he going to get the Pumpkaboo out. And it's pretty much just like moving forward, like that Pumpkaboo is like causing a lot of trouble. So it's like, what energies are you going to use?
Right. And so it looks like Andrew does have a Luminion in hand, so he will be able to research, but he's going to have to research away a bunch of energy, an Urn of Vitality, and some other key pieces he really doesn't want to get rid of.
Yeah, and those urns really do come in handy later on in the game, just because you really do put a lot of them on that Tyranitar, whether it is for the Cragalanche or for the Single Strike Crush. And when you're milling that many cards through like research and Single Strike Crush, you really hope that a lot of those aren't resources that you immediately need.
Absolutely. And Andrew's going through to look at Ultra Balls, so he may only have one Archeops in hand and is probably deciding what's the likelihood I'm able to find like a second Archeops and a discard. So we are gonna see the
Oh,
research
the
though.
research.
How do you feel about this decision?
I think, I trust Andrew's player. He's also a very solid player, multi-time, day two
It does
regional
have
competitor.
top four to regional.
Yeah, top four at a regional, he definitely calculated that, like what he needs to do here. So I definitely think the research is definitely a plausible one, but he's definitely double thinking it now.
And I get that because this is a high pressure moment. He knows that Michael has two Archeops in the discard. He has, weirdly enough, a Rapid Strike Urshifu set up to start taking knockouts. And he also knows that he's got to get these two down or he's in some
Yeah.
trouble.
And there's the Burnett.
And he does decide to go with the Burnett just to guarantee the two Archeops and fill his board, though, so he's going to be able to attack. Now, the question is, does he have the double turbo in hand to retreat the Pumpkaboo and therefore allow himself to still take a knockout with Lugia? Or is he going to have to go in with the T-Tar to take a knockout on this Lugia? And it looks like T-Tar is the answer.
Yeah.
So that's kind of tough because we're going to see a double turbo and a single strike to the bench T-Tar, manual attach single strike from hand, and then a double turbo to the Pumpkin just to get it out of the active and get T-Tar in there. So it also comes down to, what is he about to discard? So if you're Michael, how do you respond to this?
I think the number one thing he has to do is sort of catch up to Andrew in the way that, you got to get the summoning star out.
Yes. And I think that's very fair. And so the other interesting thing that Michael could do here is he is going to be able to rapid flow. And gosh, it sparks such joy to say that he's going to be able to rapid flow in Lugia. And so we are going to see single strike crush, discard research, recard. Ooh,
Two
okay.
V-Guards.
So Andrew, shuffle your deck a little better is what I'm hearing. And so Michael's going to draw. We already know he has the out 2 V-Star in hand. So it just depends what else he's going to do with this hand. So Brian, what do you think the plan is? How does he go about this?
Definitely need to take a look at the hand again. And I think what you were saying earlier is that he had the out to the V-Star, and I see the Rillaboom's coming onto the bench.
And the Rillaboom could take the knockout on this T-Tar. Rillaboom does 180, is 180 or 160?
160 damage with the Drum Rush, but it requires 4 energies.
It does. Luckily, you can have a couple Spiral Energy and a double turbo, and 140 is still going to be more than enough to one-shot this. In fact, 120 is enough to one-shot the T-Tar. So he's going to be able to go in and just knock this guy out. And I wonder then, do you go in with the Rillaboom this turn, or do you rapid flow with Urshifu to set up multiple knockouts here instead? What do you think? And he just has the raw Urshifu from hand. Oh, man. I guess, Brian, what do you think the right plan is
I
here?
don't even know. I feel so confused about everything about this deck, This is not a deck that we see every single day,
It is not.
Yeah. And all of this is being set up even before the summoning stars come on. So,
Right.
yeah, it's kind of hard to tell almost.
And honestly, Michael is just rolling through his deck and setting this up brilliantly. And he had the VMAX in hand, too. What? What is this man drawing? Can
Yeah.
I steal some of that?
Yeah, I think
This is
what Andrew
incredible.
is doing is like every one of ours reactions. It's like Rillaboom VMAX, what does this do?
Which is fantastic. And Andrew's honestly got to think for a second. They're like, oh, God, I'm going to get crushed by this if he
Yeah.
gets it out. All right, so Michael does set up the Rillaboom V. He has the Urshifu VMAX in the active, Lugia V-Star, and we are going to see the V-Star to throw out the 2 Archeops onto the board. And now this is where I really question, there are a couple different lines. You can knock out the T-Tar, you can just spread with Urshifu, and to be honest, I would almost rather see you spread with Urshifu, or we can ignore what I say and just go in with Rillaboom. So why do you think he's deciding to go in with Rillaboom rather than spreading with Urshifu here?
I think a big part about it is getting rid of the Tyranitar, just because the Tyranitar has the potential to hit for those big numbers that can, knock out the big VMAX,
Yes.
That could definitely be a reason to do that.
No, and that makes complete sense. And it looks like Michael does play the double turbo. So I actually would have loved to see a double turbo come down there instead of the rapid strike because you're already knocking this guy out. But maybe what Michael is thinking is, oh, wait, I think I see the plan here. Is I think if this Rillaboom survives, Michael's going to knock out this T-Tar with the Rillaboom. He's going to then evolve it into Rillaboom VMAX, boss up the Lumineon, and double snipe the two Archeops on the bench. And then he's going to rapid flow the two Archeops to close out the game. And I cannot tell you how happy all of that makes me, Brian.
Yeah, that seems like the kind of sequencing that we would never be able to think of just because we never see this.
I would have never in my life thought of that game plan, of even this deck game plan. Michael, I love this. Thank you for coming to play and for being on stream with us. All right, so unfortunately, Andrew, you don't discard the Mesagoza. That does stay in play. Mo, do you mind just letting him know that you don't discard Mesagoza after failing it? That is a key thing to keep in mind. So we are going to see Andrew's probably going to have to bench this Lumineon here, though, right?
I think so. Just to be able to get some sort of traction back. But I do see that the Serena's in hand, and I think that could also be kind of a useful thing to prevent that cleanup at the end.
It definitely could. It definitely could. And that would be tricky, but we do see the Lugia come down. I don't actually mind the Lugia coming down if Andrew has a way to do anything, but it looks like Andrew's just going to hit into this guy with Archeops. And it's not the end of the world, but this feels so rough. Why would you not hit into Rillaboom with Lugia?
Yeah.
Mo, how much health does Rillaboom V have again? Was it 230 or 220? 220. Then yeah, I'm kind of confused why you don't make the decision to go in and take the knockout with Lugia. Any ideas?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's trying to find a way to get extra cards using the gift energy or something like that, but having the Archeops in the active, promoting that right after, it definitely seems like a decision that we don't completely understand.
I agree. And the Archeops does 120 base damage, I believe. So it's not really knocking out anything on Michael's board.
No.
So I wonder what the move is here. This is interesting. Lugia, just for... Oh, correct. He has the V-Guard energy on the Rillaboom. Thank you, Arctic. I appreciate that. So that is enough where Lugia wouldn't be able to take the one-shot. And wow, what a difference maker that is. So then we're going to see Michael draw, and I would love, love to see Michael evolve this and then gust the Lumineon to take a knockout on it. And even though it would mean with taking a knockout, Andrew would go to 2 prizes to 1 prize remaining, Michael still has his Urshifu VMAX out there to rapid flow and take some knockouts.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about having this version of it is that you don't have to require, like, you think about having cards like Melanie there to accelerate that extra energy.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, because the Archeops does it for you.
For sure. Yeah, and agreed that T-Tar would have been essential in order to get the knockout here on the Rillaboom. So we are going to see, are we going to see the retreat from the Rillaboom into the Lugia? You know, we do see the Urshifu. I actually wouldn't have minded taking the knockout on this Archeops, even if it did activate the gift energy, because Andrew would not be able to load a T-Tar in 1 turn without a manual attachment of double turbo or single strike. So what do you think Michael's going for here and going in with this Urshifu?
I think he's trying to find a way to just eat up another attack. I mean, he can definitely use this opportunity to, get some damage spread out.
Yeah.
Maybe try to find a way to get a multi-prize turn on those 2 Archeops, or maybe even on, like, the Lumineon.
And that actually could be it, is on the Lumineon, because, well, we'd be a little short of anything too exciting. So we do see the V-Guard come down, and unfortunately, Gale Thrust isn't going to knock out this Archeops, but we could rapid flow still and take out some stuff on the bench. So, I guess I'm curious what he thinks his map is to win this game. And also I'm curious what he does have in hand, since he's declined to use Mesagoza up to this point. Oh, you can't?
Yeah.
Cheryl is not the move right now. If you evolve it, Cheryl's the move next turn. So, and this is where I'm curious why we haven't tried to play Mesagoza to get the VMAX out of the deck, but Well, we'll help prepare the game state. We certainly can't help remind players that Mesagoza could be an excellent option to try. And so Michael is going to get that second energy out with the other Archeops. And so, yes, so thank you, Mo. He does play 2 VMAX. So there is one available between deckhand and prizes. We're just not sure where it is. Mo has been contributing a ton of value here today, guys. So please, everyone thank Mo for chiming in and being helpful. So, all right, so looking at this board, we do likely see a Rapid Flow incoming. Unless, Brian, is there something else you
I don't
think you would
think
want to do?
so. I guess the other option here is to Gale Thrust, but I don't see that being a good play in the long run unless he's looking to clean up the next turn.
And it really would just be, it's a Gale Thrust and then use the Rillaboom VMAX to knock it out on the bench. But it looks like,
Oh,
yeah,
he's just spreading onto the 2
we're just spreading onto the
basic
2.
Vs.
And honestly, I love this because you're basically saying, like, Andrew, you have to evolve that Lugia, or I'm going to Rapid Flow it next turn and just win the game. Now, granted, he's going to evolve the
Yes.
Lugia, but still. So then we'll see what happens here. Andrew, unless he has the boss in hand, which we didn't see, probably just has to hit into this Urshifu with Archeops. And he, though, hits the heads.
The only thing is that the bench is completely clogged up, so unless
It
he
is.
had a way to bump it with collapsed or something like that.
Agreed. And we do see the fish. So I think what Andrew's basically banking on is that he's going to be able to get a supporter next turn once Michael does take a knockout. And this is also something that sparks so much joy. If Michael does Rapid Flow again to knock out the Luminion and hit into the Lugia on the bench, and Andrew has to drop the Luminion to play a supporter, Michael can knock out the Lugia on the bench with Rillaboom VMAX's Snipe. And again, I'm so happy. And that's so lovely. All right, so if you're Michael, what is the plan here? Is it just Rapid Flow again? Are you going to try to do something different?
I think maybe the Rapid Flow might be a good play here, just because you already see that the Luminion is damaged. You could try to clean that up before it gets taken out with Collapse Stadium or something like that. I can definitely see a world where that's being done.
And I think this will be his last Rapid Strike energy, because I believe he retreated one. No, he did Rapid Flow early. And then, so he has one remaining Rapid Strike energy after this attachment off of the Archeops. And so with that, we would have exactly enough energy to still use Rillaboom VMAX for its full damage. Otherwise, we're going to be risking decreasing the damage due to double turbo. We do have Michael thinking about how to go at this. So we haven't talked about this a little bit earlier, but both of these decks, obviously they're using Lugia as the main engine. They're setting up Archeops, going into their main attackers, but they have 2 very, very different strategies on how you go about the game. So Lugia Rapid Strike is, as we've kind of talked about, it's spreading damage. It's setting up complex KOs. Whereas Single Strike is just saying, I make you go boom boom, and it makes your opponent go boom boom. So I guess, Brian, playing in the meta a little bit now, which do you think of these is really more viable at the moment?
Like, what do you mean, like overall
Yeah,
in the
like just
game?
the general strategy, like spreading versus one shots, because I know there's a bunch of different decks taking each of those lines. So what have you seen to be the most valuable at this point in
I've
time?
definitely been a big proponent of the single strike variant. That was definitely the deck I played most. It's when the rotation first hit.
Yeah,
So I definitely have a lot of familiarity with single strike Lugia, and that it's got a lot of great tech attackers I can use, like like the Stonejourner, the Yveltal, Tyranitar. So there's a lot of good pieces there that can really help push the deck to its absolute limits.
and that makes complete sense. And being able to do those very tricky things, or not even tricky, but the very powerful things is excellent.
Yeah, and the Iono here comes out now.
And I actually don't mind that, knowing that Andrew put the Luminion into his hand. Though, to be honest, I probably would have loved to see the Evolve and Cheryl, both the Urshi and the Rillaboom on the bench, rather than the Iono there. Those are the 2 energy cards from the Rillaboom. So we should be good there. All right, excellent. And thank you, Andrew, for cleaning up that board a little bit. All right, so we see the Iono. We do see the
Oh, the
VMAX.
Rillaboom VMAX.
Amazing. Andrew is, I think, less excited than I am about it. And just some minor sequencing things here, like we talked about. So Michael could have used the Mesa Gosa a little earlier, evolve, taking advantage of that Cheryl, but instead, he unfortunately has the two VMAXs with a good bit of damage left on them. However, since Andrew still needs to take 4 prizes, there's nothing in his deck that's going to let him skip a prize. So he still will need to attack twice. And I think that's exactly the right decision from Michael. And all that energy does get discarded. So what do you think Andrew tries to do here?
I think he tries to take out one of the VMAXs, whether it is the Rillaboom or the Urshifu. I
Yeah.
do believe that Andrew does have some of the pieces that he needs to power up either one of those.
Yeah, can you make sure he takes his prizes? Thank you very much, Mo. Mo and Bryce are keeping things online here as we try to manage these game states. And Boss Doll could not be bad. The one thing that Michael has going for him is he still has all of his double turbo energy available, and that's 4. He has 4 double turbo energy still available to him. So he's going to be able, especially with that spiral energy on the Rillaboom VMAX, he's still going to be able to attack enough times where if he finds a gust, he's going to be able to finish off. And he plays 2 bosses orders. So not a ton, but enough.
Yeah, there is an extra bench space in case the Lumineon needs to come back. And, well, there's only one Lumineon.
Right, but he has not used it yet.
Yeah, so that could definitely be something that can close out the game. And there's many ways that he's able to do so as well.
Absolutely. And Andrew, I guess, what is Andrew trying to do here? Like, what is his move to try to stay in this game?
I don't know. I think like we'll get that definitive answer once he decides to power up one of those Pokemon. I'm thinking it's got to be either like a single prizer or it has to be that Lugia V-Star without damage counters on the bench.
And I think if he's going to bench another single prizer, he has to knock out the Urshifu. Otherwise, one rapid flow will probably be enough. Unless it's actually that's a lie. Yveltal and Stone Journey both have 130 health, so they would be able to survive, but that's about it. And Andrew does have the boss in hand, and I think he's considering either trying to boss stall or trying to boss up and knock out the Rillaboom, but he's really also counting Rapid Strike energies. And it looked like Michael is out of Rapid Strike energy. There were 4 in there. So, and how many Spiral does Michael play?
Only 2.
2, and 1 is on the Rillaboom VMAX. So he's just going to hit into the Urshifu and say, you ain't got it like that. So we'll see if Michael does indeed got it like that. Because really all he needs here is a boss and a couple energy. We see the tails flip on Mesa Gosa, which is a big deal. But really, Michael just needs to boss up the Lugia with damage and knock it out. All right, so with this Archeops, what do you think he's getting here, Brian?
Definitely something to power up the Rillaboom. So, either I think probably that other spiral energy or whatever's left of his other energies like the DTE or whatever else he's got.
And I think a double turbo will be enough for that Rillaboom to be able to take the knockout. And really, we do see the other spiral come down. But I wonder why. Like, why not use a double turbo in this scenario?
I think the double turbo is probably going to just be used to retreat the active.
And that makes sense, yes. So then the question is, oh, and he does have the and that's it. He has the snipe damage to knock out the Lugia. And Rapid Strike Lugia will follow the game plan I mentioned a couple turns ago to knock out the 2 prizer on the bench and win the game. And what a deck to see move into a chance to bubble to $1,000 here.
Yeah, it was definitely a deck that we didn't see coming, and one that really hasn't made any noise in any of like the local scenes.
I've
Limitless
literally
scene.
never seen this deck before in my life.
Yeah.
So this is fascinating. And I love seeing stuff like this come out of nowhere, come out and be successful. So we'll see if Michael bubbles into top cut.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, if you want to snag him. So we haven't done this very much because obviously we're trying to keep everyone moving. We're going to do a quick winners interview here with Michael and just get his thoughts here.
Yeah, try to
about
pick
the
his
list.
brain about the list and like, what decisions led up to the final list being made.
Exactly. And Mo's going to grab him right now. We'll see if Mo actually gets there. Did he get lost? It's not very far. Brian, would you actually mind go snagging him?
Yeah.
So perfect. Mo apparently got lost in the 12 feet between here and the stream game. So Brian's going to go snag Michael. And while Brian's doing that, I'm just going to make a couple notes. We are going into top 8 cut shortly. So we'll probably take a little bit of a break, get everything set up, get everyone get a little food, and then we'll come over this way and let you guys chime in for the full top 8 cut of this cup. And we'll definitely show you too what the standings are, where we are, and what kind of decks we expect to see, because I think we're going to have a heck of a lot of good matchups. And as you are watching, it appears Brian also got lost on the way to talk to everyone. So Bryce is going to find them too. And if he gets lost, November as of now, we have a league challenge September 28th that we'd love to have you out here for, and we'll be streaming that as well. And otherwise, we just have great locals every Thursday night. Typically have 15, 20 people, something like that in a given night, and we'd love to have you out here. And if you're not a Pokemon person and just chimed in because you just really like us for some reason, Nerd Rage Gaming also has Magic. We have Digimon, additional Magic, third kind of Magic. Guys, I don't play Magic. There's a lot of kinds. Apparently they have them all here. There's also One Piece to go with it. So we'd love to see you out here for Thursday Night Pokemon, and all the other games have a ton of streams too. So just to make sure I'm being clear, we're going to take a quick break and then be right back here in a little bit for the top 8 cut of this $1,000 League Cup. Talk to y'all in a couple minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the Nerd Rage Gaming League Cup Top 8. We have some excellent games for you coming up here, and we have our top 8 players. So, as you see here, we have Jake Gearhart, Alexander Enquist up here. But we're going to talk real quick about what all the different lists are. So, in first place, we have Jack Carter playing Lost Zone Turbo. In second place, we have Tyler Matthews playing Wild Lost Zone Box.
I know it's probably similar to his Pittsburgh list, right? With Path to the Peaks and stuff.
It is, almost exactly.
The anything Tina can do, I can do better.
Yes, exactly. We have Jared Grimes in third playing Kyogre, Jake Gearhart playing Gardevoir EX, Alexander Enquist playing Charizard with Barrel and clearly much less clothing than previously, Edwin Arroyo playing Gardevoir, Connor Chiappetta and Eli Greenfield both playing Arc Keys. And as you heard, we have a new co-host for you for Top 8, Ryan Prusak. Excellent player, hell of a lot of good success, recently accomplished getting points at Pittsburgh. Ryan, can you introduce yourself and tell us why we should listen to what you have to say?
Yes, hello. I lost on round 1 on stream, and you saw that I was also playing the Art Key pile.
Yes.
So I'm happy to see that the other 2 in the room are in top 8. It makes me validate my deck choice a little bit, but instead I'm here, so that's all right. But it looks like we're kicking things off on Jake's side. We have Guardy with a Mew in the active. Love to see that versus a lonely Bidoof.
And that Bidoof is probably not the best starter, but not a bad one for Alexander.
It doesn't seem terrible.
Ideally, he would have loved to start Entei V since that is his primary attacker. Ryan's looking at me like...
that card is in the deck.
So here, I'll give you the list, Ryan. But Alexander's deck consists entirely of Charizard, Barrel, Entei V, and a 1/1 Pidgeot line. So it is very straightforward. I Charizard good, I Charizard, that's it.
Yeah, we can see that we really want to Charizard. We're playing 4 copies of Arvin in the list. We're playing a copy of Jacques. We're playing...
And we
have cards.
I think there's 14 one-of cards in the list. We're getting to like Philip Schultz levels of things. Ryan is currently counting.
I'm seeing 12.
12? Did you count the 2 Pokemon?
Oh. Yeah, 14.
There you go. See? But on Jake's side, Jake's deck is a little less exciting, and that it's just extremely consistent and good. Jake is playing Gardevoir EX with a very simple, straightforward 4 Ralts, 3 Refinement Curlia, 1 Mirage Step, 2 Gardevoir EX, 2 Gardevoir Shining Arcana, and then the usual suspects of Cresselia, Mew, Manaphy, Greninja, Zacian, Luminon V, and a Luxray.
Ooh, there we go. So that could be something that gets thrown into the mix to try to throw Alexander off. One of the things that I really enjoy about playing Rogue, and we might see this come into play, is Alexander knows what Jake's deck is, and he knows what it does, and he knows what its plans are. Jake might not know exactly what Alexander's deck is and might try to have to build a plan as the game goes on, whereas Alexander might have a plan already established.
So Ryan, have you ever heard of a guy named Kevin Krieger?
I have.
Have you
I'm
ever?
a big fan of that
Were,
guy.
were we just all in Michigan a couple weeks ago with that person?
Yes,
So
indeed.
Kevin and I built decks and tested for a long while, and I'm hoping they're going to help me get to Worlds with it too. But their stance was exactly what you were saying, Ryan, of when you are playing something rogue, a little off the wall, you know how to play into the top tier meta deck. The top tier meta deck doesn't know how to play into you, and that gives you a bit of a margin that you wouldn't just 1-to-1 against another player.
Definitely. Up in top 8 now, we know that in the room players talk, so Jake probably has some sort of idea what's happening, but it's probably not something that he's played any games against. So he's still going to have to build that game plan on the fly, and we see Alexander prioritizing that Entei, just as you said.
Absolutely. And the other reason is for that 4-Seal Stone. And I'll admit, I don't love seeing the 4-Seal Stone used turn 1, but I gotta imagine Alexander's hand is not great if he's gonna have to pull it off just to get a supporter or a battle pass. What do you feel about that decision?
I think it depends on how strong his hand is, and maybe his read on Jake's hand. If he is looking just to get his board established and maybe has Barrel in his hand, then I don't hate this play. If there's like Jake doesn't look like he did a ton, and I don't think he has any energy in the discard pile. I think his discard pile is just an Ultra Ball, the Luminion, and the Gardevoir that he discarded. So I think if Alexander's sensing some weakness from Jake's side and thinks he has a turn to buy from getting Cresselia sniped, then maybe this is okay. And if we have a Barrel in the hand to support this next turn, then I don't hate it.
And I don't disagree with that. The thing I think I was curious because Alexander had not used fleet footing yet, correct?
I think he did.
Did he fleet foot and I just missed it?
Oh, never mind.
And so that's kind of one of the key things.
There
There we go. And that's why he thinned the basic Pokemon out, so it was more
course.
likely to hit a battle
Yes.
pass. Exactly. And that excellent. So that's basically, it's been a long day, guys. That's basically my feedback is sequencing is so important, especially when in a deck like this, you play so many one-of cards. And a bunch of the cards he's playing, like Arvin, specifically go in and search out something individual.
Right.
So you have to do that. It reminds me of the Inteleon engine back in the day, like a year ago, where you have to pick and sequence so carefully because you only draw a few cards. You have to be really careful about what you get in what order.
Right. So because Arvin lets you kind of tutor some of those pieces, it might make you want to think about saving the Forest Seal Stone to get those pieces out that Arvin can tutor. Something like the Cheryl on the turn that you want that. Something like the Path to the Peak on a turn that you think that may be powerful. So seeing this Forest Seal Stone used immediately is going to be something that we're missing later in the game.
Agreed. And that's the other thing too, is what's the opportunity cost? How many resources are you using to accomplish a certain thing? And for here, getting a battle pass before getting another battle pass, using your once per game search card, that feels like a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
So then on Jake's side, what do you think Jake's trying to do this turn?
Play the game more than you did last turn, I think. I mean, we
very
just saw an Ultra Ball for a Ralts. Here's Rare Candy, so maybe we'll see the Gardevoir EX coming swinging. And honestly, we didn't see a lot of pressure from Alexander's side. So
We did not.
oh, Mirage Step coming in.
And that to me makes sense. This is, as I've been watching Michael Davidson play more, watching these guys play more, it seems that the Mirage Step has turned from a break glass in case of emergency to this is your set game plan into multi-prize matchups, is you Mirage Step your turn 2 to just fill and set up your board.
Right. If you have the dream double VIP start and you can evolve your board manually, then that still looks good and that's still an option that you have. But in the case where you only get 2 Ralts, it all of a sudden doesn't look all that terrible with the Mirage Step option available.
Not at all, especially because Alexander's not guaranteed to take a knockout this turn.
Right.
So we're going to see. All right, good. Thank you for fleet footing first. And we're gonna see. Do we have a barrel? Do we have
An Ultra
anything?
Ball. We're discarding a Switch and some other shiny gold card
That
that I
looked
couldn't
like
tell what it was.
another Ultra Ball. And
Really?
that feels aggressive because we are swiftly running out of ways to get a Charizard EX out of the deck.
If it was another Ultra Ball, then that's. I question what else is in his hand,
Uh,
but
yes.
I'm not positive what it was.
I'm extremely curious what else is in his hand. We are still working on the stream qualities where you can see everyone's hand. Well, there's Battle VIP.
Rare candy.
Fire.
I think we have Candy Ultra Ball, if I can
mean,
see the gold cards correctly.
that's kind of what we need. We do see candy. We see
Candy
the Zard.
Okay.
That's huge.
So that's big.
So it may have been that he had the Zard in
I think so.
hand.
I think that was the one card he had in hand before barreling. That would make sense.
And in which case, I think that decision's excellent to just go in, like, dig for the candy with Babarrel or even a supporter, since he does play for Arven, which can go. It reminds me a little bit of Vikavolt. You go in and use your Volkner to get a rare candy and a lightning energy.
Right.
Here it's a rare candy and a forest seal stone. So we do see the Zard come down. We see the acceleration. And now, what else do you think we're going to see on his end?
I don't know what the attack is called on NTV, but probably that.
Burning Rondo?
Burning Rondo?
Is it
Is
Burning
that what
Rondo?
it is? Sweet.
There's Rondos. There's many a Rondo, and maybe this one burns. So we do see the knockout on the Mirage Step,
Alright.
which is not a bad thing because now it's another Curlia off the board.
So we're going to see how... Ooh, there's a lot of Psychic Energy. That's exactly what I was going to say.
That
I was
is.
going to say Jake needed to find Psychic Energy and put them in the discard fast, and that's exactly what we're doing.
And it is actually Burning Rondo.
Sweet.
Yes.
Nice job, Dan.
We were correct. Go team. And so we do see, as you said, a ton of energy in the discard pile.
Yeah, I mean, we just refinemented one away and drew into two, and then got both of those in the discard pile. I think we drew into another one. So getting, I think, 4 energy in the discard pile immediately looks really good there.
Agreed. And we're going to see the Super Rod. And that makes sense. You have a full Gardevoir line in the discard, so using Rod here seems totally appropriate.
For
the
sure.
Arcana, the Curlia, and the Ralts. And we're going to see Arcana.
Because the one thing that I was questioning about is putting all those Pokemon in play or back in the deck kind of dilutes your outs to the cards that you need to hit this turn, but being able to thin out another Ralt out of the deck kind of mitigates that effect. So
Exactly, because that Super Rod becomes a search for another Ralts
Right.
rather than just a thickening the deck. That's
Right.
not the right word. And this is one reason why, though, the Mirage Step is so good, is now Jake can have 5 Gardevoir lines on his board.
right,
That's insane.
very good.
And so let's see, does Jake have a supporter to follow that up with? And he
Yes.
has
He
Iono.
found Iono off his last refinement, I believe.
That
so
is excellent. So Jake's game plan is coming together, absolutely.
for sure.
Not that Alexander's board looks too bad. He's very durable to these Ionos with that Beaver down, and he's trying to draw into that Pidgeot too.
What do you think? How come you think Jake seems to be completely foregoing Greninja here?
So, and I was actually thinking about, I think it's because he can have 5 Gardevoir lines down. And to me, Greninja's good to draw, but Greninja doesn't ever become either a primary attacker or a primary, like, accelerator or engine.
For sure.
But if you have more Ralts, more Curlia, those can become whatever you need them to be. But I don't know, do you think that it's the right call to have that second Ralts down, or would that have been better as a ninja?
I think Jake's just saying, like, look, I have all my Curlias, and have the option to candy into an Arcana this turn, or just manually evolve into it. I think he's saying that he has enough draw, and he just wants to have as many Ralts and Curlias in play as possible, which is completely fair.
Absolutely. And we're actually going to see Ultra Ball double VIP, I think? Or
and a
VIP
Psychic,
energy.
Arguably even better.
I would agree, even better. And that's probably going to get us either our Arcana or EX based on what
lining
Jake
up the
wants to do.
Arcana to the front of the deck.
So the one thing I would say is even beyond a Greninja, if that Ralts could become a Cresselia, I think that would be very good.
Definitely.
If Jake isn't going to reach for a knockout on the Entei. But to be honest,
I think we're reaching.
that we it sure seems like we're
We
reaching.
Arcana into the Gardevoir EX.
That is quite good. And like honestly, guys, I would love to say like Jake's doing something wrong, he's having a slow start. I could not see a better board in my life for Jake sans a second Arcana down on the board. And I think we're just gonna see the big old knockout on
Yeah.
this
I think we have
NTV.
enough. We need 6.
We need 6, correct. And that is exactly as many as he can
Yeah,
accelerate.
that looks good. I think it's exactly as many as he has in the discard pile, too.
Well,
So,
there you go. Everything is aligned. And that is going to be the knockout. Jake does not attach any other energy from hand. And we're going to see Jake take 2 prizes.
All right, so I have a question. As Alexander, what are you attacking with here?
You know you should attack with, Ryan. You know exactly what you should attack
there's
with.
text on that Charmander.
There is, and there's extremely relevant text on that Charmander that says, I should knock out the Shining Arcana right now.
Right.
Legitimately, Alexander, I think, has an opportunity here, if he had a Fire Energy in hand, to completely mess up the prize trade for Jake by going into the Charmander that you're rare candying into his RDS.
I see.
Okay.
All right, this is understandable.
That's fair. But, you know what other attacker he could have used on the board? That uses Gust for 20.
Is that Pidgey?
Pidgey. Pidgey could also take the knockout on the Shining Arcana. And again, to be blunt, Pidgey should have taken the knockout. And again, I'm not trying to rag on Alexander, but Jake currently has taken 2 prizes. If you continually feed him 2 prizers, he's only going to need to take 2 more knockouts. If you feed him a single prizer in the middle, that extends the game a turn, assuming Jake can't boss or do anything else like that. However, if Alexander has a boss in his hand, it's a completely different question. And he can take 2 prizes on the Guardi EX immediately.
Also, well, I guess reversal would become live. I was going to say it would be difficult for Jake to get more energy on this Gardevoir, considering it already has 120 on it, and no more can be Psychic Embrace to it. But if we go boss on the EX and Jake finds reversal energy, then we have an easy response.
Correct. And that would be a knockout on the Charizard. However, well, actually, no, I don't even say however. Jake has so much draw on his board,
But we're
it's
going
likely.
for it.
And we do see the boss knockout on the EX.
How many reversal energy does Jake play?
Jake plays 2 reversal energy and 10 basic psychic.
All right, so I would err on the side to say that we're likely to see reversal come down.
I would
And
agree.
I think as Jake, you want to try to not put EX in play. Would it be nice to maybe get the Mew in the active, get a little mysterious tail for some extra dig? It would be, but that would require EX to come in play to embrace and retreat while still attaching the reversal. So I think you just want to straight promote the Arcana here and say, look, I have a million cards to draw. I'll find it.
He is going to see 6 cards on top of anything else he decides to draw.
Right.
Or any supporters he can play. And I think Jake's listening to you, Ryan, so maybe tone down the voice a little bit, because he's going straight into it saying exactly that. Why would I try to make myself draw into 2 pieces when I can just draw into 1 piece, since Mew doesn't help me find either of those pieces? And unfortunately, some of our lovely team members forgot Epic Splash. And by forgot, I mean I didn't ask them to bring it until 2 hours before the event. So there shall be no Magikarp unless someone snuck a Gyarados into top 8 for the rest of the day. And
I don't see that on either of these lists.
I do not. There's no Wug Trio. There's no Million Gyarados. Let's say that one more time. I don't know what Justin Templar did play.
Played Mew, but I'm not 100% positive.
Yes. We will certainly check on the junior seniors bracket after this round. But thank you for asking, Gonquazy. I feel like the juniors and seniors don't get enough love, so it'd be good for us to check and share that. So Jake has a research in his hand. So I feel very confident that he's going to draw into that reversal, seeing as he's going to see at minimum 7 additional cards.
Definitely. His hand is huge, though, so it just depends on how costly that research becomes.
And that is a great point, too. Is digging for the knockout sufficient here? I believe Justin won, but we would need to double check before confirming. I don't want to tell you lies. All right, so aside from just saying, how do I get reversal, what do you think Jake's thinking here?
How do I prepare for next turn? Because he's going to need an EX next turn.
True.
Once the Gardevoir goes down.
Very true.
So we're looking, I believe he has a Super Rod in hand, which is why we're eyeing up the Pokemon in the discard pile. So maybe we're looking to see Luminion come back into the fray, prepping that EX that got knocked out to go back into the deck.
And
but I think we're still missing the piece, so...
I think what Jake may be debating here is, do I see the Luxray? And so the Luxray isn't too exciting right now, but if Alexander does rare candy that Pidgey into Pidgeot EX, Luxray suddenly is taking Jake's last 2 prizes on the game.
Definitely.
All right, and so that I think was the question for Jake was, do I play the Super Rod before or after the Arcana?
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like he decided to go with After, just to get the EX, the Curlia, and we'll see what he decides to go with. And he goes to get the...
He put a refinement back, so we're going to see 2 more cards.
Man. And Alexander, your face describes what my experience would be of how many cards you're going to draw. Can you just show it to me already? So he's just while sitting there patiently waiting, I guess. Ryan, for you, obviously Jake's game plan now is to go 2-2-2. Is there anything you think Alexander can do to disrupt that if Jake does get the knockout here?
Jake goes a 2, bossy. Yeah, it has to be likely just an Iono and knock out whatever you have a ton of energy on, with the fattest thing I have being Charizard, and hope you miss, and then boss EX on the next turn. I'm not sure.
So Jake did draw an energy off of that refinement. It was 2 psychic energy, which is one of those where, oh, I wish I could have just Arcana'd that.
We have Zacian Forest Seal in the hand, though.
Ah, if we do, then okay. Maybe that's a bit of a game changer here. Because if Alexander wants to knock out that Zacian, it's going to put him back ahead on prizes.
I really like this, too. Ooh, debating it, though. But
yes.
I
So
really
tell
like
me
getting
about
those energy in the discard pile. It preps your attacker for next turn, getting 9 energy on a Zacian if you're going to put that in play this turn. So you have the attacker established on board already. You have the energy established because we know that the 6 psychic on the active Guardy is all that Jake has access to right now.
Absolutely.
So getting these in the discard pile before potentially getting the hand disrupted looks really good to me. The Manaphy should be in hand. Got it. Figured it out.
And I would agree with that. And I think the Zacian Forest Seal Stone is going to be the missing piece here. And again, I'm going to say it. And you know how Alexander should counter this?
Pidgey.
Iono, Gust. And by Gust, I don't mean boss. I mean Pidgey knockout for a prize.
Iono and boss on the same turn would not be...
Very illegal. Much illegal. And we do see the Iono before using the V-Star, and thank you, Jake, for reinforcing all we have tried to say about sequencing. You always make decisions with the most information possible, and that includes drawing the cards you can and seeing what comes into your hand. And we don't see the reversal, but that's okay, because Jake still has the Force Seal Stone. And we'll see what Jake decides to do, but I gotta imagine you Pal Pad in a boss or an Iono if you want, and then just Force Seal Stone.
For sure. It just depends on what he thinks his plan is to win this game. If it's going to be boss, then you want to see those get put back into the deck.
Yes.
If it's going to be, I think my opponent's going to attack me with Charizard, then you probably just want to draw cards.
Yep, absolutely. And this is, we've said about 45 times, but again, Jake being able to take this knockout here. If Alexander does take the knockout with Pidgey, Jake would have to find the EX and boss. And he has a boss in hand, but he would still need to find the EX and get all 9 energy into the discard in order to take a knockout with the Zacian.
Right.
And so we do see 2 prizes. I don't think Jake saw either of those prizes.
Saw it, no.
Okay. And this is where Alexander, if he goes in with the Charizard, even going in with Charizard and the, and the Iono, it's still going to be tough for him to survive a hit because you're going to dig Jake straight into his deck.
And the Zacian is right there, ready to go.
Absolutely. Draw for turn. All right, and my guess is Alexander knows he can't avoid attacking into the Shining Arcana because if he takes 2 prizes somewhere else, he's going to get knocked out. And if he hits into something else, the Arcana already has so much energy already built up on it. Unless you're seeing the line.
I'm not sure. If we go boss KO like a Curlia or the other Arcana maybe, Reversal is not active, and we have 6 energy stranded on this active Gardevoir.
That's a fair point.
It's really hard to remove those, and I don't think Jake plays enough energy. I know Jake doesn't play enough energy. We have his list. No, Jake doesn't play enough energy to KO this Zard with anything else. This could be a really interesting line.
That's a very interesting point, because if he retreated off 2 energy to try to get it to someone else, he would only have... You would still have 4 on the Arcana and only 6 available. So the other interesting thing too is I'm wondering how many bosses does Alexander play?
We have 3 in the list.
And we have only used one so far, so there are still outs to see 2 more.
If we get the Pidgeot online this turn, perhaps, then we're guaranteed to see them.
That actually would be an insanely good move. And this is both the good and the bad of Pidgeot, is it does take resources to set that up, and so often it becomes deprioritized compared to other things. So for Alexander having a 1-1 Pidgeot EX, when he sets it up, that's amazing, but like right now, he doesn't have it there, and I don't know when it would be.
Right.
All right, so we're going to have to see. Are we going to see the Gust on a Curlia? And if it were me, I would almost prefer a Curlia to prevent another Arcana being able to stack draw on top of that.
Well, there's 2 Arcana. Well, I guess. Although, has Jake played both Super Rod already? How many Super Rod
Oh,
did
you're right.
play?
He has played both
Yeah.
Super Routes. So yeah, I think either way, you just want to remove outs to draw
Right.
cards. And we're going to see. What is that?
What's happening? Is that Jock?
Is that Jock? That is absolutely Jock. All right. That's right on my bingo
So-
card.
Oh, but we're playing Jock this turn. Never mind. I was gonna say if we get Pidgeot, but we can't boss.
Right, exactly. Unfortunately, he did not play Surge first, so problematic. But yeah, I think then in this case, it's really going to come down to, does Jake have 3 energy in his discard on top of the 6 that Alexander is about to put in there from knocking out this Arcana?
Right. We know he has 2 in there from that Ultra Ball last turn. I know Jake has a Fog Crystal in hand. So if we
Yes.
don't see his hand get touched, which considering we just played Jock, I think
Seems
we can play Iono this turn.
absolutely very unlikely. And Alexander is kind of just seeing the, I guess I have to just take the
Yeah.
knockout here. And it's really just going to be like, Jake, do you just have it? And that tells me not yet.
I think we're probably just looking for Ultra Ball to find the EX.
I think that's literally it. And there is at least 1 EX in the deck, if not 2.
I'm not sure if I'm seeing any Ultra Ball though.
I'm not either. I think Jake's already played a couple. We may likely see the Mew just to thin out a battle
Yeah,
pass or
For
something.
sure.
But it looks like there is at least 1 energy left in the deck, which means even if we just
Yep.
see that, here we go. Even if we just see that, we need to discard that with Curlia, but we're probably going to want a Mew first. Yeah, and Jake just
Doing all the thinning.
very excellent sequencing. Pull everything out of there. Mew first to try to pull a battle pass off the top, and then just dig 6 cards into the deck. And Alexander just has to say, please don't.
Yeah, please.
Please
don't-
miss.
Yeah, please miss.
And so
Kindly,
this,
one
that-
time.
yes. But this is also why so Jake now, though, has a capability to now play a draw supporter as well
Mhm,
in order to find the, the Gardevoir.
Right.
So with that, if
Two
Alexander had gone
winners.
in, oh,
It's
did he just
Lumini-
draw it off of that?
It's Lumini on Iono, I believe, is what we just saw.
And so if Jake doesn't see the Gardevoir off of this, then it's very possible that Alexander could have won himself the game by attacking with Pidgey, because now Jake would have had to boss along with finding the EX.
Right.
Whereas right now, he'll be able to use that Iono to dig 2 cards further, so see 8 cards of his deck rather than just 6. Which you could say that's not a big difference, doesn't mean a lot, but it's 25% more. And that's a big deal.
I think Jake is counting his deck right now, seeing if he can draw the entire thing with the remaining four cards of draw he has on board, plus potentially this Luminion for research.
And I think that's it. It's going to see if he has, and he does have the research. So Jake is all but
Yeah.
guaranteed to see
He's
his
gonna be
entire
able to
deck.
see his whole deck for sure.
And I think this reinforces our point. If he couldn't play that research, that's a different game.
Right. It's not an over game because we know
Correct.
that Jake still has cards to draw.
Oh, well, he saw it anyway.
Alright,
So
well-
that's fine.
Sweet.
Here we are. And I believe we do have 3, 6, 8.
The 9th is in hand.
And 9
yeah,
is in hand. All right, there we go.
Perfect.
And then we see the 9 energy come down onto the Zacian for the knockout on the Charizard EX, taking game 1 in this best-of-3 matchup. So, Ryan, we already talked a lot about how Alexander neglected to use the best attackers in his deck, Pidgey and Charmander. Was there anything else you saw that really impacted the results of that game?
I think Mirage Step is a good card. And
That is true.
I think Jake's inclusion of that card is clearly showing its value in that game. His setup was not stellar after turn 1. And anybody not playing Mirage Step in the shoes of the Guardy player would be like, man, this is not great. I only have 2 Ralt in play. I'm going to draw like 3 cards next turn, 4 cards next turn. Not really establishing everything. But Jake just being able to Mirage Step the whole board of Curly out is like, cool, I have 6 things that evolve from Ralt in play.
Which is insane because then you just have all of your lines ready to be built up. Oh, you knocked down Arcana? I already have another Curlia ready for it to get slapped down onto.
Yeah.
All right, so then from Alexander's side, I think his setup was excellent. He got multiple Charmanders down, multiple Beavers down. He got the Pidgey down. I would have honestly loved to see a third Charmander just based on what his attackers are. Obviously, putting the Entei down isn't ideal, though it's maybe necessary as an early game attacker. But then the other part, too, is just how are you setting up your prize map in a way that disrupts what your opponent is trying to do?
For sure. I think what's really interesting is we know that this Gardevoir deck plays a big 2-prize EX, but oftentimes wants to cosplay as a 1-prize deck. I think in a very interesting way, Alexander's deck can do the same thing in that we're going to set up this huge Charizard. We're going to probably force you to have 120 damage on an Arcana, and then my deck can just be Charmanders, and you can't take 2 prizes on anything.
Correct.
And that can throw off the map really, really interestingly.
Well, and that's an excellent point, too, is Alexander, especially if he has multiple barrels down, doesn't even need to have a Charizard EX or Pidgeot EX on board.
Right.
Until he wants to attack with one. That's a great point.
Yeah. His board can just be a couple Charmanders and, barrels and stuff. But he knows that I'm still advancing my prize trade by taking this knockout. But if I'm still trying to go 2-2-2 on you, you aren't necessarily making any progress on KOing a Charmander. And then I'm going to evolve the other 2 little liabilities into big 280 and 330 HP things, and they're going to be really hard for you to kill.
Exactly. And that, I think, it's one of the reasons why, like you said, Gardevoir is good. It's one of the reasons why Lost Tina is good, because you can be a Lost Zone deck and have a giant V-Star that just deletes things. And I think it's a key part of, and this makes me happy about Pokemon, like the direction the game is going, where it's not just my big basic punches your big basic. It's I have a multitude of options of varying levels of like risk reward, and being able to use them in the best way possible is going to determine whether or not I win.
Definitely. I think the other thing I want to see from Alexander's side is he's playing 4 copies of Arven. This is clearly something that he has built this deck to want to play, and kind of the engine that he's playing around. I don't think he played an Arven last game.
He did not.
So we missed that piece entirely.
We did. We did miss. To be fair, his first game on stream, I think he played 3 Arven.
Okay, understandable.
So we were okay. And the downside, too, of getting that Entei is that it's now on the board.
Yeah.
And it's now an easy knockout for Jake.
It is. Those are 2 prizes that Jake will gobble up happily.
Yes. And
but
so,
it's going to let him set up his board with Forest Sealstone for what is probably Battle VIP Pass.
Correct. The other question, though, I have is, does he have an energy in hand where he could have retreated into Entei to Fleet Foot?
I don't know. I've not been able to take a glance at his hand.
I would hope not, because he's using this now. But
Yeah.
we're going to harp on it a lot, guys. The Jake demonstrated by sequencing effectively, he all but guaranteed himself to see the cards he needed in the last couple turns. And unfortunately, it put Alexander in a spot where Jake put himself in a checkmate, unlosable situation.
This is very curious. We force Sealstone, and now we're shuffling. We're not going back into the deck. And we're passing. What did we grab?
I do not know.
Are we just setting up to make a Charizard next turn and hope that this Charizard rides for a couple turns while we continue to set up the rest of our board after that?
I mean, it's a great plan, assuming your opponent doesn't play Iono.
Right. So
Jake decided to play Iono.
So we played Iono.
Yes.
As you would.
And that's honestly really unfortunate because
Jake
now
is smiling. Look at him.
Alexander's even laughing like, oh yeah, I messed up. That was not the move. But again, for kids watching at home, sequencing, baby.
So
Sequencing is the thing.
if his plan was to just set up for the Zard, it would have cost you nothing to not use Forest Sealstone and just have it sitting on board. And
And
you could use it next turn. Or
I
you could use it now.
I do love the phrase there. It costs you nothing to not do that, and I agree. It was. I agree. I agree sincerely. And Alexander, to be honest, I would love to see Charizard win this because it's such a cool deck. And honestly, the way he's built it is so interesting.
Certainly unique. I think we've seen a lot of as when Obsidian Flames came out, we kind of saw Arczard, Pidgeot. This is the deck, and then everybody was like, "Man, this deck is bad."
Right.
And then we let it sit for a little while, and then at Barcelona we saw Lost Box Zard. We saw straight just Zard Pidgeot.
Yep.
We're seeing this Zard Entei come out, so we're kind of experimenting with the card a little bit more, realizing that it does have potential, and I think a lot of people are sleeping on it.
I would agree. And I think the general community agrees that Charizard EX as a card is bonkers.
It is so overstated.
It's so good. But that doesn't mean there's a good place to use it effectively yet. And honestly, I love where Alexander's coming from with this deck. I think that may be the way to take advantage of it. Because like you said, Ryan, you can cosplay as a single prize deck. And to be honest, the one inclusion that Alexander doesn't have that would have loved to seen is a Delphox V.
Yeah, I think that card's really interesting, and there was like the Arceus, Rayquaza, Charcadet versions that
Yes,
circled
indeed.
around that played that card, but they had to bench it, and then they had to Trinity Nova to it, and it's like, look, I'm gonna do this, put Manaphy in play. You can just splash that out immediately in this deck. Just bench it, put the Zard active, get the Zard in play, put the energy on it, and you could blindside your opponent completely. And I really do like that inclusion, especially in something like a more rogue deck where your opponent isn't necessarily aware of all the things that you want to try to do.
Exactly.
It adds another level to that.
Because you can see Jake has not for a second considered dropping a Manaphy.
No, he's very content having all of his rolls in play, and Delphox would do some damage here.
Absolutely. And so that's really the ticket, is the surprise factor. So game 2, Jake, if he had seen the Delphox, probably would have to put Manaphy down and prepare for it. But as we saw in game 1, Jake had a board of 5 Ralts Curlias.
Yeah.
So if Jake has to, I think you've mentioned this with Greninja, Alexander would have a built-in Collapse Stadium just by having that card in his deck, since Jake would need to bench Manaphy. But anyway, back to this game. Unfortunately, Alexander used his Fire Energy to retreat the Charmander into the Entei to try to fleet foot into what appears to be a relatively dead hand. And so now we're at the point where he's kind of at the mercy of Jake's insane board.
For sure. I think as Jake here, we saw that we're prioritizing Cresselia in this game, and I think I really like that. A lot of the small little 60 HP basics are really easy to pick off with just a Candy Guardian, a couple energy in the early game, and we can sense some weakness from Alexander's side, and it makes you wonder if you'd rather target the Charmanders or the little Bidoof. What do you think, Dan?
Right. So if it were me, I would absolutely say the little Bidoof. Number one, it's adorable. But number two, really, with Alexander having kind of a dead hand, I wasn't actually reaching for it, but thank you. Having a dead hand, Jake knows that the best way to attack someone who isn't drawing, who's having a rough start, is just take away their opportunity to change that. And that's a general strategy whenever you're going against someone. Whatever they have the least of that's important, go after that. They only have one attacker, focus your energy on the attacker. They have a single thing as their draw engine, get rid of the draw engine and disrupt. Like, it's a very classic approach, and I think Jake's going to pursue that here.
Yeah. Depends on what cards we find and if we can see that play come down. Jake is playing his hand very tight to his chest, so we're not able to see some sneak peeks. Oh, here we go. He is listening to me.
I think he is. Excellent. All right, so with that manual attachment, it looks like that's not actually going to be the case, and we may just be seeing a pass from Jake's end, which is fine.
I think it's totally okay.
He's still building up an extremely strong board. Alexander is not really doing much.
Yeah,
so.
we just saw how many cards in hand get asked, and Alexander was like, yeah, dog, I got 3.
Not enough, man. Not enough. All right, so Alexander's going to draw, and it is an Ultra Ball for Babero.
Is fleet-footed for something to draw cards. Saw something and move to the front. So
it's a fire energy. That That's not it. What is in his hand? Is that there's not a Luminion. There's no Luminion in this
there's
deck.
no Lumen in the deck. I was thinking the same thing though.
It is a boss, and unfortunately, that doesn't really help
No,
him
so
as much as he thinks
I
it
think
would.
I saw Town Store. I think I saw Pidgeot EX.
Ooh,
These cards aren't really helping you all that much right now.
they are not. And to the chat, yes, we did say Arc Ray. Loved that deck. Delphox was a big piece of that deck. It was a lot of fun until it wasn't. All right, so on Jake's side, we are seeing just throwing more and more energy in the discard
Yeah,
and
we're
just
getting moving now.
drawing into more energy, because why not? So the one interesting thing, though, is Jake's drawn a ton of cards. He has a ton of psychic energy in the discard. He's really built up his hand size, and nothing in his hand is useful. He's just kind of sitting there with a bunch of cards like, wow, these are all really important at some other time during the game. But again, honestly, Alexander just used a boss for no effect. So you know you have time. He's unlikely to boss up anything from your board.
Right.
So just keep attaching energy. Just keep
Yeah.
setting up.
He's getting 2 cards a turn. He's going to draw, and he's going to fleet-foot it again.
Oh, but we do see the candy come down.
Into the EX. So
All right.
we at least have Moonglow Reverse.
We do. And we have 2 or 3 energy in the discard.
Curious to... I think we're going to collapse and discard something with an energy on it.
I assume the Mew. Because at this point,
it
the
makes
Mew's probably not as important as, the Gardevoir line.
Definitely.
But with that, discarding the Mew, you're also going to limit Alexander's setup a bit because there's not going to be space for a Pidgey or anything. All right.
I think Alexander's setup is limiting itself.
Well, that's a fair point. He doesn't need much help in that area. All right, so Jake is going to discard the Mew and the Psychic Energy, and then I gotta imagine this is gonna go Psychic on to Cresselia, Psychic on to the Kirlia with an energy, and then Psychic on to just the Guardia EX.
For sure.
But we're also gonna see a boss. Interesting.
Perhaps trying to further deny the card draw.
And I'm
Because it gets fleet-footed out of the active spot.
It does. And I'm curious then, do you boss up a Charmander and knock out the Bidoof? Do you do the reverse? I don't even know if you need to boss in this scenario, do you?
I'm not sure that I would. I think that might be something that's very useful later.
I agree.
So, yeah. Jake seems to be deciding the same thing. He goes after a Charmander.
We do go for a Charmander, which I think that's also fine. Only 2 on board. Like, it limits his opportunities to set up his main attackers later in the game. We'll see fleet-footed here. And is that a draw supporter? Is it something helpful? It is an Iono. All right, which is good for Alexander, but doesn't really hurt Jake too much with the board he set up. All right, let's see. Do we see the rare Candy Zard? Because that's...
I think we desperately need to see that. At the very least, we need another Charmander in play.
Yes, agreed. Because it's very possible Jake knocks out that last remaining Charmander, and then... That is not the face of a man with rare Candy Zard in hand. Oh.
It's really tough because one of the sole lone weaknesses of the Gardevoir deck is you need to take a turn or 2 to set up. That weakness has been non-existent in this game because Jake has had all the time in the world to get his board perfected how he wants it.
Correct.
So it almost feels like you're already playing from behind, having just given the deck the time, and given what your own setup looks like, this just looks really tough.
Agreed. And especially with a 2-prizer in the active, Jake being able to just kind of snipe down your single prizers that you're building up to your main attackers. And I don't know where Alexander goes from here, because I don't even know if he has the energy in hand to take a knockout on Cresselia. Yeah. And honestly, Alexander kind of and this is more of a playing within the game, not specifically the cards themselves standpoint, but he knows that he lost game 1, so he's kind of got to pick up the pace if he's going to try to finish 3 games.
But yeah, we just see a pass, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the pass over to Jake.
He saw a glimmer of hope from Iono, and then just all got taken away.
That is...
Found absolutely nothing.
Yeah. And Jake, I think, only has 2 Psychic Energy in the discard, maybe none right now.
I don't think there's any. I think we had to see the collapse to put another one in the discard.
True, so there's one.
He had to use all of them to Moonglow. But we're going to try to see him reestablish those in the discard pile. That, or we just have the option of Boss, right? We saw Boss in his hand last turn.
We do.
So Boss on Charmander looks pretty solid.
I would agree, because if you take away an option to get the Charizard, you're good.
For sure.
And I hope that's not a Lumineon, Ultra Ball for Lumineon, because that would make everyone very sad.
Do have Collapse Stadium in
right.
play.
Yes.
So
We are going to see the Shining Arcana, and just at this point, Jake's going to see 8 cards off the top of the deck
Yep.
on top of a supporter or anything else. Just Gardevoir is rolling.
Gardevoir is cooking for sure. And I mean, you can see it on Alexander's face, even though it's kind of off to the side. He's just watching Gardevoir do Gardevoir, and he just is forced to sit here and watch it happen.
Yes. All right, so we are going to see another discard of a Psychic Energy. And with that, though, we now have the 3 in the discard, where we're going to be able to Cresselia Moonglow reverse that Charmander. And I think if he does take out this Charmander, this game is just over, because Alexander isn't going to be able to do anything
Right.
else.
I was gonna say the only concern I have with Moonglow is you might get your energy stuck on places where you don't want your energy to get stuck. But I think if we're removing the only absolutely huge, massive threat that could become a 330 HP Pokemon, we have time to unstick those energy.
Absolutely. And the nice part is, because there's already a couple energy on board, Jake can just accelerate to the 2 Arcana and the EX
For sure.
to say, even if the energy's stuck, they're stuck on people who can become
Mhm.
attackers. Or you could just Ultra Ball away 2 more energy to give
Yeah.
yourself some leeway.
Sweet.
That's fine. It's all fine. All right, so guys, in case you're unaware, Gardevoir is a very good deck. And when played effectively, as Jake is, you get to do some cool things.
It sure looks good.
Right? Right. Well, ask Michael. He did pretty well with it at Pittsburgh.
True.
Granted, Michael was one of 2 Gardevoir in the top 32, the other one being Tord. So
That's not bad company.
it's not bad company. It's pretty good. So one thing I'm curious on is Jake putting 20 and putting an energy on the Cresselia and the active. Is the idea just that he expects Alexander to knock it out and put the energy back in the discard?
I would think so. I think Jake is also content with having this Cresselia be just like a long-standing pivot. If that's the case, we did discard the Mew earlier, so
True.
this could just be Jake's pivot. But we finally see Pidgeot come into play,
Yes.
and we'll see what one chosen card can help us get back into this.
And honestly, unless like Alexander needs a supporter or something, I gotta imagine it's gonna be a super rod to get a couple Charmanders back.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Which, granted, Alexander's only down 2 Charmanders, but I don't know how else he's gonna try to set these up, because at this point he needs to put at least 2 on the board. And we'll see. I guess we're not going back in the deck with that Pidgeot search,
No.
reshuffling. But to Jake's standpoint, he's like, man, take your time. I
Yeah.
won game 1. I'm not going to rush you.
What's interesting to note is there's no like research in Alexander's deck, so there's no big just I'm gonna dump my hand and try to see a bunch of new cards. It's all just Arvin, Cheryl, Jock, Iono.
It-
So
It seems really built around going in and getting the specific thing.
definitely.
But with a 101 Pidgeot line, that's so interesting, because that's
Mhm.
not a lot of guaranteed search. And I think Alexander's doing the math
Like
to
we're
see.
calculating NT damage.
Yes, and we're at 140 right now, with 6 on the board plus the 24 Burning Rondo. And did we Pidgeot for a fire energy?
I'm not sure. I know we have boss in hand, and I don't know what we're lining up exactly, considering we don't have any Charmanders in play.
Correct.
But maybe our play is boss, KO the Arcana, and put Path in play?
That would be my only guess. And he does play Path to the Peak. It does look like we're going for the boss. And I gotta imagine it's gonna be either one of the 2 Shining Arcana,
Yeah,
right?
he looks stumped too. The problem with Path is it shuts off your own Pidgeot. So
does.
if your hand sucks and then you put Path in play, your hand is going to continue to suck.
That is the high quality analysis work we pay you for, Ryan. Yes, absolutely. His hand, and honestly, I don't think his hand needs any other help sucking right now. It is in a bad spot. So we are going to see the boss on the Arcana with energy, and I'm kind of torn on that. As someone who's played a lot more Gardevoir than me, do you think that's the right choice for the knockout?
I'm honestly not sure. Nothing feels great. And
True.
I think Alexander's facial expressions kind of gave that away, that nothing feels awesome. But
I think this limits the options as most as possible because this thing has 3 energy on it with no damage counters on it. So it has
Right.
a ton of flexibility to build up to huge knockouts. But yeah, that's where we see the knockout. We see Path in play. So
And we see Alexander take a Charmander off the
that's
prizes.
big.
That's huge. So now he does have an out to start to set up. And Jake just throws up his giant EX
Yeah.
and says, I can two-shot your Entei and be totally content with that.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, we attach Reversal and just Miracle Force here. And looking at Alexander's board, he's just like, okay.
Exactly, yes. So the one thing, though, Alexander can say is with Jake kind of burning resources, not thinning his deck as well as he would like, as I see he discards a Battle Pass, Alexander may be hoping that if he can get a big Zard set up, not next turn, but the turn after, and Jake hasn't won the game yet, he may be able to Iono and stick Jake on a bad hand.
It's definitely a route. If this path doesn't get bumped, which considering we have 36 cards in our hand, I'd be surprised if it doesn't, but
And Jake is counting how many are left in his deck. But to be fair, Jake has used one of his collapse stadiums already. And I believe he only has 2 stadium bounces and a worker. So collapse has been used.
okay.
Artisan, I believe, is still available. And I think he actually used his worker very early in the game for a little draw.
Yeah, I don't remember, but that would be big if he doesn't have access to that. We do still have access to Forest Seal Stone at some point.
We do.
So whether that helps us find Palpad for worker or gets us the Artisan, which I'm not sure I saw in his deck. Oh no, there it is. So the Artisan is in deck.
So then he's likely to see it next turn, if not this turn.
Right.
And that's good for Jake because he knows his path isn't going to stick too long. But he also knows even if this path does stick for a turn, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
He's
it's
able
fine.
to attack.
It's all good. Additionally, if Alexander does end up playing Iono at some point, Jake knows that a stadium is in deck, so he'll get there through Iono.
Absolutely. And he is going to bench another Ralts, it looks like, and just continue to provide himself outs to set up and continue to build his engine, even after this Entei possibly gets knocked
For
out.
sure.
And we are even going to see the Ultra Ball to continue to thin. And just, again, this is something you mentioned about Alexander's deck. He doesn't have that big research to burn his hand to the ground and just clear out all the stuff. And that's one thing Jake is doing so effectively here is thinning out all the things he doesn't want to see in his deck.
Not by playing research, but by refinement. Get rid of this useless card. Ultra Ball, get rid of these bad cards.
Exactly.
It just lets you filter out all of the things that you don't need at certain points, and it makes your deck so much better at the end of the game.
And that's one issue with Lost Zone Box because Lost Zone Box decks get very thin as well, but they don't really get selective discard. They get a 50-50 shot of whether or not they're thinning out a Battle Pass or thinning out one of their 2 remaining Psychic Energy.
Right.
All right, we do see Alexander get to draw 5 off the Iono, and Jake draws 4 himself, which, again, is plenty. And
Very interestingly to note, Jake drew into his stadium.
he did.
If he doesn't put it in play this turn, and Alexander plays Iono next turn, path is hanging out.
Right.
The Artisan is going back to the bottom of the deck. It's interesting because Jake may decide that if he has an energy to just attach, but maybe we have our sights set on something higher if we're looking to retreat this. Yeah.
There we go. Jake actually declined to attach an energy from hand before Ionoing too. So it kind of was almost mandatory for him to bounce the stadium if he wanted to attack. We are going to see the retreat into, I believe, the Arcana, and just to take the knockout on this Entei and all but close out the game.
We have to embrace all 6. We do.
We do.
So it's really interesting. Charmander knocks out this Gardevoir.
Not even Charmander. He has Artisan in play. Oh, I guess he evolved the Pidgey. But you could get your second Charmander
Right.
and Charmander knock it out.
Charmander knocks his Gardevoir out. And there's nothing else that's going on from Alexander's side that's going to take a knockout other than Charmander.
Absolutely.
So we'll see if we find it. However, I think Jake is just really far ahead here.
He is. And at this point, it's hard to see a world where Alexander does come back, even beyond a 3 prize lead here from Jake.
Is there damage on our active Gardevoir?
There should be, but I believe they'll catch that if he tries to take a knockout with Charmander. Yep, perfect. Jake's got it. So we do see Alexander draw. We see the Arven.
Dude, we're finally playing one of our
And I
4
think, though,
Arvens in our deck.
without disrupting, without taking out one of Jake's attackers, like, I don't know if Arven's going to be enough
It
here.
doesn't look good. We know that Jake still has access to Zacian, and we know that we have a Pidgeot in play, and Jake has 2 prizes left.
Correct.
And we've seen Jake go through a lot of Psychic Energy, although it's interesting he has 2 on a Crest and 1 on the EX. So those might be a little stuck. But
Agreed. And we are going to see the Ultra Ball, too, come down. And I assume we're going to Ultra Ball for a Barrel. But honestly, I think we just straight up need 2 Charmander. And I credit to Alexander, there had to be something else better to thin out of your deck than or out of your hand than the Forest Seal Stone, because you could attach that to either Pidgeot or to Barrel and just say, whatever, man.
So we're getting Charmander. We're quick searching for something. I don't know what we're grabbing here.
Maybe we're quick searching for Barrel?
Fire energy. Giddy up. Oh, no.
Oh, no, he's like, no, that's not it. That's not what I want. I appreciate the immediate regret of like, why would I do that? That's not
Wait
a
a
thing.
minute.
All right.
That would be just like signing yourself off. I'm going to take this knockout. Farewell.
Right.
But we see the double Charmander. If there's any hope to get back into this game,
It is going to be via that Ember or whatever the burst is.
I think it's
Oh, we see a Lost
Okay.
City. Okay.
one of our 4 unique stadiums in the deck.
And honestly, like, if you're able to go get the stuff out with Pidgeot, like, I think it's fascinating to have that many one-ofs. It's just a little aggressive with a 1-1 Pidgeot.
For sure.
I do love, though, Lost City, Lost Zoning, the entire Gardevoir line. And I'll admit, Jake probably didn't see that coming.
I truly am curious as to why Jake decided to prep this energy on the EX last turn. Because he's trying to get around something, and maybe he was worried about a second path and being unable to move his Gardevoir, but I'm not sure why we decided to throw this energy on.
I am also not sure, but
But it seems like we have it
yep,
all on the
we do
Pidgeot
see
anyways,
all the energy,
so-
the boss on Pidgeot, and that is going to be game. Jake Gearhart takes down Alexander Enquist playing Charizard EX to go to, 2 games to 0 and to move on to top 4. And in our other results, Bryce, who won? Eli Greenfield, part of the Nerd Rage gaming team, woo, Eli, decided to take down his game, moving into top 4 himself. So Jake will actually play Eli in top 4 in a minute, and we are going to show you guys the other top 4 match as our featured stream with these lovely people as a backup. So we're going to go off and give you guys a quick break, but please stick with us. We'll be here in just a couple minutes, let you know when we're coming back, and be back soon with some great top 4 action. Thank you all. Welcome back, everyone, to the Nerd Rage Gaming League Cup semifinals. We are in top 4, and we have Jared Grimes versus Tyler Matthews in a Ogre Lost Zone box versus, as Tyler put it, anything Tina can do, I can do better Lost Zone box. So, Ryan, I couldn't fit that all on the screen. So can you tell us why Tyler called the deck that?
So Tina wants to put big things in the active as a Lost Zone deck, but it also wants to be disruptive with cards like Roxanne and Path. Tyler has taken the approach of typical Turbo Lost Zone decks, playing your cards like Raikou V, Dragonite V, Drapion V, and your usual suspects like Greninja and Sableye, but has still put a couple Roxanne and a couple Path to the Peak in this build now, as opposed to, you know, your Pokestops.
Exactly. Tyler plays 2 Path of the Peak and 2 Roxanne, which, to be fair, in Lost Tina, I played 3 Path of the Peak and 2 Roxanne, so we're pretty darn close.
There's a poor Pokestop coming out from Jared's side immediately, and notably, we started a V.
We did, and we started no Comfy or out to Comfy
Yeah, this
either.
looks rough.
Oof.
There's a Colress in the back of that hand, I believe, but not much going first here.
I think you're right. So at least next turn, but the likelihood of Tyler taking a knockout is pretty low because he doesn't play things. Oh, he does play the Dragon IV.
Right.
It could happen,
He can
especially with
stretch there,
Pokestop.
but does he play Poke? Well, I guess it's there. Jared
Well,
put
with
it in play
Pokestop
for
on the
him.
board, yes.
Yeah, Jared put it in play for him. So.
No, Tyler plays 2 Path and 1 Artisan, and
Right.
he starts with a Battle VIP. And Jared's face, I think, says it all about how he's feeling. Even Tyler's like, bro, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do you like that, but here we are. And was that a chorus? Because I don't actually know if it was.
I think it's one of the burger choruses.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
Is
one of-
that the technical term, the
I
burger
don't know.
chorus?
I don't know. I don't know what to call it. Not the full art, but the other one.
The one, is he actually eating a burger? That is the burger
Yeah,
chorus,
yeah, for
correct.
sure.
All right. So Jared will be able to play the game next turn. Bryce is laughing at us like, guys, are you children? So Tyler here, though, off of that Battle VIP pass, is going to go get the 2 comfy. And then I imagine we're going to see either a chorus to follow or Pokestop. And Tyler's going to start working through his deck.
I think Tyler's goal this turn, obviously stretching to 7 and getting the Dragon IV knockout would be nuts, but even just damage this turn looks really good. It gets him, a turn ahead, and Jared has 0 in the lost zone right now.
Absolutely. And I do think he is stretching for the Dragonite goal because he Battle VIP'd first.
See lost vacuum in those cards, which is one of the typically more difficult pieces to find.
Yes, indeed. And I'm guessing he doesn't have any energy in hand if he's keeping the energy off of that. Are we?
Energy
Yes,
is
remember the
gone.
switch card and the energy.
So Greninja, lost vacuum, and some other card that I didn't see.
There was a second lightning energy.
Okay.
We are going to see the discard of lightning energy. Oh boy.
So what we saw.
So what point do you think Tyler uses the Pokestop?
Once he is out of things he can do, I think.
Okay.
I think he wants to go through all of the or right now.
Oh
That doesn't look bad.
boy. That is, I don't know if it's exactly what he needs, but it's pretty darn close.
It helps him get further for sure.
Absolutely. So we'll see the first flower selecting.
Water and I can't tell what's behind it. Something gold.
Is that everything's gold? Is it the artisan? Because that could be maybe slightly problematic.
See the water hit the lost zone, but that's an important piece if we're trying to get there.
It is. He does play 4 water, so there's definitely plenty left in deck, barring unfortunate prizing. We'll see. I can't quite tell. It's a Clara, I believe, and something else.
And
the Super Rod.
So
Okay.
those are tough cards to see on turn 1.
I think with that decision, though, Tyler's saying he doesn't have it, and he's just going to
Yeah.
nest ball for the cram.
I think that's reasonable.
I agree. I think just hitting him with cram is fine here because you're still setting up a 2-prizer.
And I think this is still a rather successful turn from Tyler.
Absolutely. From the cards he got rid of in the lost zone, he didn't really overextend for any of them.
No. The couple energy could be impactful at some point later. Maybe it becomes more difficult to find something like that water energy, having it in hand. But I think we're going to see a lot of Sableye at some point. So
And
maybe losing that water isn't too important.
And we do see the lost vacuum with the Drapion going away, and that was what I was hoping to see. Because sure, it gives Jared one in the lost zone, but he doesn't get the Pokestop anymore. All right, and we do see the Forest Seal Stone come down, and it looks like Jared is going to get the Burger Chorus to see how far he can.
Wow.
Man. And
We were so close.
we still don't have an out to another Pokemon.
No.
Only the Forest Seal Stone right now.
There's a Dragon IV in the hand, but
Is there a Dragon IV?
yeah.
God, I'm old. Oh, there is. I'm going to put my glasses back on. Apparently, I'm 75 years old at this point.
But still.
Oh, look, he has a Dragonite.
Bench Dragonite and what?
Cry. But in
Yeah.
general, I do think you have to Forest Seal Stone here for Comfy to start trying to get some more in the
I
Lost
guess we
Zone
have
and dig
Forest
in.
Seal Stone, so we
Right.
can get a Comfy or an out to one. Or
We are
a
on the same
Greninja to draw
page.
cards. Or I don't even. Do we have an energy in hand?
I don't know if we do.
I don't think I saw one.
I think we do need to go with Comfy here because I was having this conversation with someone about if you have, with Tina specifically, if you have a hand where you only have one basic energy, is it better to use it to retreat into a Comfy or draw with Ninja?
Mhm.
And oh gosh, that was a Super Rod and a
Yeah, we're
Greninja,
done.
and he's just
We're done.
scooping up game 1.
Yeah, that's entirely reasonable. These games can go super long. A lot of thinking has to go into play and where to specifically put damage counters. And Jared wants to have as much time as possible to get better chances in these next 2 games.
Absolutely. And as much as you hate to say, like, oh, I lost quick, Jared can say, like, all right, I got my bad one out of the
Yep.
way. I have time to win 2 full
Yeah.
games now.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see if Jared wants to go first or second here. I think that's a debate that people have in the community, whether you go first and you try to get the upper hand on getting cards in the Lost Zone first, or you go second and try to be the first one to put damage in play with Kramer.
So, and I think the general consensus is if you have a Colress in your hand, it's better to go second.
I would tend to agree.
But legitimately, I say it jokingly, but also when people say like, "Oh, you want to get the first cram hit," that is an awesome idea if you play Colress turn 1.
Right.
But if you like all these decks, there's a chance you don't see it. If you go first, you still have a chance to play Comfys, dig into your deck. But if your opponent does get Colress and start, then they're going to be ahead in the prize race.
For sure.
And we see that is already such a better hand for Jared. So much better. And like you said, I'm curious to see if he chooses to go first or second.
I think Jared will choose to go second, personally, but we'll see.
I could see it.
Yep,
he chose to go second. Tyler was equally surprised. And that's a good start, and Jared is displeased. So this is kind of what I mean. Jared doesn't have a Colress in hand.
Right.
So if he finds one off of this flower secting, great. If he doesn't,
Yeah, we were saying how Jared's hand looks really good, but that's only in comparison to his last hand.
true.
We're really
That's
riding
very
on top
true.
deck and one flower selecting to find some life here. He has a ton of outs in his deck, but 3 cards isn't a lot.
It is not. And you see Tyler getting down the Manaphy and the Comfy, which I think makes complete
That
sense.
puts a ton of respect on what Jared's deck has potential to do, and Tyler knows that he can't take that chance at all.
Absolutely. Especially if he doesn't have any other Pokemon search. Getting both of those Comfies like knocked away would be so problematic.
Right.
And we do see the Ninja come down. All right, so, and this is the advantage of going first. Tyler's not playing Chorus. Tyler's not getting the attack off, but we're seeing his board set up.
Right.
We're seeing stuff drawn into, and he got a Chorus off of
banking
the
forward
flower
for next
selecting.
turn.
And now it's just, do I get to Comfy again? Do I throw some other stuff in the Lost Zone?
Sure, why not?
Absolutely. And
I think one of them is a gate. Gate and
That's
super
Rod.
I think.
I don't mind the gatekeep there. Just, you already have, I think, 3 rods in the deck, so he's got some space.
For sure. I think it's arguable that super rods are typically more important in the Lost Zone mirrors because you need to be recycling your Sableye very aggressively.
True.
But it depends on what his hand looks like. We also know that he has access to Clara. How many
He does. He does play 1 Clara.
Okay, so maybe thinking that he has plenty of recovery options and sees that since he's getting 3 in the Lost Zone here, he could get to 7 next turn. And if Jared maybe prizes, that's another rod.
Ooh.
But Tyler could be thinking that if Jared's start is relatively slow again, or if he misses Manaphy, then he could get to Greninja next turn.
All right, we do see the Nest Ball and the Dragonite. And Jared deciding, is it worth keeping the Dragonite?
This is interesting because he has the Seal Stone in hand.
And he's going to have to use the Nest Ball for a V Pokemon no matter what. So is it better to keep the higher HP one?
Yeah, that's what we're seeing.
And I think that's what he decides to do. And honestly, I think that's correct. Like, you'd have to get a Raikou or something else, and you don't know if Raikou's prized.
Sure. I think the other argument is going for Greninja and just seeing 2 cards. And then maybe those 2 cards give you some more life, and you can utilize the Seal Stone on the Raikou. But yeah, it just has lower HP, and those the extra 30 HP that Dragonite boasts could be impactful later.
Absolutely. Because with the 30, if Tyler does hit into it with Cram, and Jared's able to card it once, that takes it out of Sableye range.
Right. Now, we saw him V-Star for the Chorus, and we play this Chorus, and
We see a Chorus.
it doesn't look fantastic.
It does not.
We have a Nest Ball, another Chorus for next turn, and just debating between the Sableye and the Psychic Energy, I believe.
And I think getting rid of the Psychic is good
For
if
sure.
his prizes don't include a ton of Psychic Energy. With the Vacuum 2 in hand, he is going to be able to get off the Cramorant
It's
attack if he
guaranteed at
wants
this
to.
point.
Yeah.
It just depends on how far he feels like he wants to take this turn. Maybe he doesn't think that just going Attach Retreat is enough.
And honestly, it very well could not be.
There is another switch card in hand, so we can dig a little further.
The one upside Jared does have is this is his first turn.
Mm-hmm.
So getting 4 in the Lost Zone, 5, 6 in the Lost Zone, if he uses this Vacuum and another Comfy, he's in a great position going into his 2nd turn, 3rd turn from there.
Yeah, he's incredibly likely to get the first Sableye at this point.
And he decides to go with the Greninja just to see those extra 2 cards. How do you feel about this call?
I'm honestly not sure. I think getting turn 2 Sable is super, super important, and while you do get to keep both of these cards, you exchange -1 in the loss zone effectively. So I think it's an interesting debate, and we don't see any more outs to Comfy from those cards, so it looks like it's going to be Bench Cram, Lost Vacuum to get to 5, and either Cart or Rope.
And getting to 5 this turn is not the worst because you're still within like Comfy and a Chorus and a Vacuum away from getting to Sableye next turn. But obviously would have loved to see another card in there.
Right. Also, interestingly, Jared did not get Manaphy in play, opening up the possibility for Tyler to put 180 in play with Greninja.
Very true. And I assume he would take out that Comfy and then put the rest either on Greninja or even on Dragonite just to set it up. Jared does play, as I'm looking here, 2 Lost Vacuum. So he does have another out to find it to accelerate to that 10.
But yeah, like we were saying, if Tyler is able to get the Greninja play online and kills that Comfy, it's going to look really difficult to get to 10, I think.
Agreed.
You see Tyler Chorus away a Chorus, so those cards were probably pretty good.
I would agree. And he does get the Raikou out. Ooh. I guess is a Raikou just going to be a vehicle for his Forest Seal Stone here, do you think?
Very well could be. I know Tyler's very assiduous about checking his prizes and knowing what's there, and especially Heavy Ball is a card that you kind of have to really know what's there to know its value. So prioritizing Heavy Ball over that Chorus shows that he really values having this Raikou right now.
Absolutely. And yes, for those in the chat, that is Pittsburgh Regional Top 16 finisher Tyler, who, after the fact, recognized he could have ID'd into Top Cut, but thought he had to play it out. But again, that tells you the caliber of the player is he was unconcerned with playing out getting into Top 8. So it's awesome to see him here doing this well, and watching how effectively he sequences and makes decisions in this game is fascinating.
Definitely is.
With Jared putting up that Greninja, I actually don't mind that because he doesn't know how many Cramorants Tyler plays or anything like that. So being able to soak a hit with Ninja seems fine.
I think it's okay. Just nothing feels great though.
Right.
You definitely don't want Dragonite in the active to take either some big swing from Raikou to be cleaned up later, or I'm just generally unsure. I think we're really just looking at Tyler getting the Greninja play off, so it doesn't really matter what's in the active. There's actually a decent argument to put Comfy up and then decide on your pivot later.
And that's a fair point. And I think that's an argument I've done at times, and my opponent's been kind of surprised, like, why are you feeding me this guy? I'm like, you're going to knock him out anyway. Like, I'm just going to give myself the choice of who to advance next turn. And we do see the gate.
And Jared has 3 Mirage Gate in his hand.
Wow, that's 3 more than he needed last turn. We do see those come down on the Ninja.
The Greninja play is happening for sure.
It is.
So where do you think these go?
So I think you definitely knock out the Comfy. I think that's a guarantee. It's actually not the most efficient use of the damage, but I think giving Jared less opportunities to fill his loss zone is worthwhile.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think I'm putting the other 90 on the Cramorant, specifically because that damage isn't in the active, so it's more difficult to switch cards and heal it.
Ryan, did you read my answer ahead of time?
Maybe.
I think you did, because that was going to be exactly my answer. It would have been whatever the other bench Pokemon was that wasn't Dragonite.
Yeah, that's reasonable for sure.
And I think we are going to see exactly what we said.
Let's see what Tyler does, because Tyler might be better at the game than we are. Different idea.
is better at the game than either of us.
Hey,
All right, on the same page. Woo! So excellent decision, Tyler, in our opinion. And we see Jared. I think Jared's just going to start with that Colress since he's at 5, needs to get to 7. Just unfortunately, the Ninja isn't quite what's going to do it for him right now. And there's the Ogre Raikou. Ooh. The Raikou seems less important. And we're also just saying it's going to be a no-go on the Ogre play, which in this matchup, that's much less important.
It's definitely reasonable. I think it's just going to be man, this is so tough. I think Jared needs to find his other copy of Vacuum this turn and get to 10 somehow and start putting this pressure on Sableye first to have a chance here.
Agreed. And that really is going to be the thing, is he needs to retake his lead, even if not in prizes, but in board state.
Right.
And getting that Sableye down and attacking is going to be a big piece of that.
Seems like we agree.
Oh, but the
But-
thing is, he doesn't have any way to get more in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, we have a Comfy in hand, and that's our out. But I think we need to see too many cards off of Comfy than we're allowed to take.
Right. It would need to be, well, actually, no, because he has the Beach Cord in hand. If he just comfies into Vacuum, he will actually be able to get there. Granted, there is a single Vacuum left between his deck and his prizes, so the odds of that are not stellar. And we are going to see this go on to the Dragonite. And do you see the other Vacuum in the
I'm
deck?
not sure. I couldn't quite tell.
I think that's going to be the answer to the question here, though, is if there is a possibility for him to get that, that is his out.
That's his out for sure. And I think that's what we're playing towards.
I think so. We are going to see the retreat into the Comfy, it looks like. I don't know if I love that, unless he's thinking that he may go in with Cram this turn.
Right. I think that's his fallback. And we're probably going to have to see that at this point.
Yeah.
Unless we have a Comfy prize and we get to see another one. My problem with this is
We are going to
there's
see.
Manaphy.
Ah,
Okay.
and that is a turn late, but still
Yeah.
essential.
I was gonna say if we just grab a Comfy off the prizes, then we're not really gonna kill Greninja this turn, and Greninja can just do more damage,
Right.
which just looks really gross.
And so we are
But
going to see the bench of
there's
the Manaphy. We have not used conceal cards yet, correct? All right. Let's see it.
Lost Vacuum. Nope.
Ooh, that's a negative.
How about Mirage Gate number the 4th?
And again, it's about 3 more than he needed this turn. So the option now, I think, is just to go in and hit with Cram,
Yeah, and I think we're eyeing up Rope just to take another prize.
which seems like the right choice.
I mean, we don't have another way out, I think, is really the main thing.
We don't. And
So,
Tyler's going to give up the Comfy there because there's no sense in giving up the Manaphy. And he's already getting pretty set up where losing that Comfy is not
yeah,
backbreaking.
I think Tyler's super content with this. How many does Tyler have in the Lost Zone? Just 7?
7.
So a Chorus and 1 Flower Selecting gets us to 10.
Yes, indeed.
looks
And turns
good.
out he has 1 flower selecting on the board.
Sweet.
And
Small for Sableye.
yes, indeed.
I don't see any Psychic in deck.
I
Just
also do
curious.
not.
He probably has it in hand.
I would assume so. He tends to have it in
There's
hand.
none in the Lost Zone, and I don't think we saw him concealed cards any in this game. So
There were 1 or 2 discarded. He did Mirage Gate 1 Psychic to the
That's
active
right.
to retreat into the Ninja.
for sure.
I cannot remember if he did conceal cards, any of them. So we're going to see, and we see the
Yep,
Chorus.
For sure. I expected this as we saw him Lost Zone 1 last turn. Be difficult for me to justify doing that without having access to another one.
Agreed. And
Those seem
there's
like easy choices.
such an easy choice. So now it really is just, do you have the Psychic Energy?
Right.
And we really need to have a talk with these guys about holding that up to the camera. Jared, you're doing great. Keep
Yeah.
doing your thing, my guy. And we do see Tyler get rid of the water.
Water.
And to be honest, like with a Greninja play already happening, the Manaphy down on the board, he's probably not going to use Greninja as an attacker anymore this game.
I think he's more than content with getting his one hit off, get his 160 damage or whatever he did, and get out.
Absolutely. And we do see the second Sableye come down, which I don't really mind either.
I think Tyler's making the game plan very clear.
Yes,
Now, what is interesting is this is Super Rod number 3.
it
There's
is.
2 in the Lost Zone, and I saw the Clara in his deck, so that's good. But that's what he's got.
Yep. That's the rod he's getting back.
Yep.
And that is his last recovery outside of the supporter Clara. And we do see the gate. And I gotta imagine this is going to be just Psychic to a Sableye, Water to a Ninja, or something similar.
Probably just water to active, I would think.
Well, active can retreat because of the beach court.
Oh, you're right.
So he's in a good position there. But then the question would be on Tyler's end, do you knock out this Cramorant, or do you just knock out the Sableye on the bench and spread a bit of damage?
I think it's actually too much of a liability to leave this Cramorant in the active because that damage can easily get manipulated by switch card, as we see in Jared's hand already.
Yes.
I think I want to see Tyler take this knockout and just cash in on that damage right now. You can still knock out the Sableye as well, and then put 2 damage counters on probably Manaphy.
And I don't disagree with that. The one thing I will say is Jared does play Roxanne. So there is a possibility that Jared's able to punish Tyler for taking those 2 prizes here and going down to 3. But Tyler doesn't know that. Or maybe he does know that. But we don't know that Tyler knows that.
So Tyler did end up putting the water on the Comfy to bank it as a pivot if this beach court gets bumped later, and I think that's really smart.
I think that's excellent decision. And I've seen Tyler do that, and also I've had some opponents do that too. One opponent playing Sablezard, Radiant Charizard with Sableye, actually played one of what is a card that moves an energy from the guy that gets knocked out to the other against guy?
EXP share?
EXP share, yes.
Yeah.
I actually played one EXP share that he put on a Comfy, and every time one of his Pokemon was knocked out, his Comfy became a free pivot.
We're seeing a lot of intricate damage plays
Ooh,
coming in.
yes, we
so we
are.
saw the Sableye get knocked out, but he's elected to strand this Cramorant in the active. We have one on a Comfy, one on a Greninja. The one on the Greninja can let it get KO'd by a Sableye. The 2 on the Manaphy lets you eye up a double KO with it only having 50 HP and Comfy's having 70. And the one on the Comfy was maybe just for fun.
just keep things unique.
Yeah.
I think legitimately, I think the idea was you don't want to put all 3 in the Manaphy, so you don't see a single switch card take it all away. We are going to see the switch card, which is the right choice, going into the Comfy. And like you said, it is a loss of damage on the Cram, but avoiding the Roxanne turn seems very important. And we see the Vacuum, which just one turn late from really being excited about that.
Seriously. Oh, it's so tough.
And we do, well, to be fair, the Lost Vacuum did contribute to the Lost Zone. You see the draw off the Greninja. We do get the Recycler and all of the Mirage Gates.
Yeah, there just isn't live cards in his hand right now.
There are not. And he's going to be able to go up and knock out the Sableye, but all Tyler needs is an energy. And Tyler's going to all but wipe the board.
Yeah.
And at that point, if Tyler does go in and knock out the Comfy or the Cram or something similar, he probably feels okay about just getting Roxanne because he'll have all but checkmate on board.
Yeah, this is really tough. Playing the Lost Zone Mirror without using Sableye is not ideal.
No, not at all. It is like, it is the payoff for these decks.
Yeah, and we're just seeing Jared spit again, and you just don't love that. Every turn you spit on a Sableye or a Comfy, you're wasting 4 or 5 damage counters at this point, and when things only have 70, 80 HP, you're missing a knockout every 2 turns, basically.
Exactly. When you use Spit Innocently on a Sableye rather than Sableye, you're doing 40 less damage than you could. And that, over even just 2 turns, that's an extra prize. 3 turns, that's 2 prizes.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Tyler decides to do here. And really, I think it is just to go Sableye again.
I think this is really gross because Tyler plays double Roxanne, and he probably has that lined up in his hand. And despite how behind we're saying Jared is, he's ahead on prizes and has gone down to 3.
He is.
And his board state just looks so unappealing, and Tyler's going to play Roxanne, I feel, and this is just not lovely.
It is not. And I think what I would expect Tyler to do here is at this point put 5 on the Manaphy to knock it out, put enough on the Greninja so that way it is also within range of, well, actually, probably knock out the Manaphy, knock out the Comfy, and see if he can set up for a Greninja snipe to win the game.
Yeah.
Which we're going to be just a little short of that, but still just in such a good position.
5, 6. If you go 5 on Manaphy, 5 on Cramorant, 2 on Greninja, you line up that play. No, Greninja's 1 short. Never mind.
Right. And to your point, though, I think we do see the Roxanne right here. We see the Raikou come down. And we actually saw this earlier where Tyler put himself in essentially a checkmate position by having, and we see the Echoing Horn.
So this lines up the Greninja play.
Yes, it does.
Yeah,
oh
so
my goodness.
Roxanne, Sableye KO Manaphy, and something else, and there's 2 targets for Greninja in play. This is nuts.
This is absolutely wild. And honestly, if Tyler had access to more Sableyes, he could win the game with just 2 Sableye attacks right here. But with only guaranteeing the one, I think based on his hand, he does go in and knock out the Manaphy and set it up for game.
Definitely.
Oh, and just what? Gosh, what a combination. What a turn for Tyler to get to this point. And we do. Okay, well, that's
I
the perfect thing
believe
to see.
Tyler knows how to Lost Zone Battle VIP pass. I think he's done that many times.
I would like him to teach me how to do that. So we do see the retreat into the comfy. And I wonder what he's digging for here.
Thinning.
Is it just purely thinning?
I really think it's just getting bad cards out of the deck.
So I don't disagree with that, but the only downside is now he has to use a switching out in order to get his Sableye into the active.
And I think that's okay, knowing that he has this energy on the bench comfy already as a pivot.
True, very true. So he has a guaranteed pivot. All right, so we'll see what Tyler decides to do here. And it looks like it is a switch card.
It's a switch card.
Going with Sableye, and then it probably is Lost Vacuum.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. So now Jared just has even less opportunities to get back into this game. So certainly knock out the
5.
Manaphy. We got 7 remaining.
Yep, 6 on a comfy, 1 on a comfy.
Yep. All right, and we see Tyler go down to 2 prizes remaining. Greninja almost fully loaded. Sableye on the board. And Jared's got 1 turn to make something happen. And he will be able to conceal cards here. We got to see what else he can do.
Not sure what that card is that he's flashing in the front of his hand. It's a Mirage Gate.
He has a Mirage Gate. We'll see the concealed cards. And we see Roxanne.
Own Roxanne.
Oh, that could be huge.
Tyler's just an energy away, though, from effectively winning the game.
He is, but if Jared's able to get his Manaphy back, then Tyler could be in a very tough position.
Still lose to a Sableye, kill Cramorant plus Manaphy.
True. True. But as we know, Tyler's down all of his super
Right.
rods. The only
It's
out
just a
he has to
Clara.
get Sableye back is Clara.
Yeah, but we have 4 Seal Stone on a Raikou, ready to snatch that Clara right now.
Listen, man, I'm trying to inspire hope for Jared here. Can we have a little hope for the guy?
Oh, man.
I also don't have much, but we're gonna try. Oh, and so that is, well, I guess technically you could attack with Dragonite. I don't know if that's advisable is the word I would
I
use.
think we just want these energy out of the deck.
Well, actually, no, I lied. Jared, put them on Dragonite. Put them on the Dragonite. Nope, that was not the Dragonite. And the reason I say this is, oh, actually, Jared doesn't play any boss's orders, so never mind. It's unhelpful.
Hmm.
We are going to see the switch cart into the Comfy. And are we going to see the Roxanne first?
Jared needs to shuffle his deck. Okay, no, we're playing.
We're going to see the Roxanne first. And you're right. With a 4 Seal Stone down, Tyler does have an out to basically whatever he needs.
Jared plays 2 Vacuum, correct?
Correct, and both
So-
of those are gone.
4 Seal Stone's going to stay. This is really tough.
It is. Granted, that Roxanne is giving him a chance to come back into this game, but...
The switch card on the Cram does put it out of range of Sableye KO Comfy plus Cram.
And we see a
But-
Super Rod. Can we see an out to get the Manaphy back? And I think you almost have to Rod first here unless you think there's a Nest Ball.
Right.
Oh, man.
Play Heavy Ball for fun.
And just for funsies. And there is a Sableye in there.
That's relevant.
Oh, wow. We may see some shenanigans happen here.
Do we have an out? We have a gate and recycler, so we can get our psychic. If
We
we
can.
If we get.
We can also
the-
get the Manaphy.
Well, we need to find it.
We do need to find
We
it.
need to find it.
We can get the Manaphy into the deck.
Yes.
That is the key point
And
here.
then what? Flower selecting into it.
You
Oh, boy.
absolutely. That is
Oh boy,
that's the
Jared.
move.
If he does though, he may have found a way.
He may actually have a route to win this game. Does he? And he does have Artisan in hand.
Oh, that's good.
Wait, Jared's not out of this game yet. Yeah, no, dude,
Yeah,
you
Jared, you
do
have
your
have it in
thing,
the
my
long
guy. Yep.
zone.
Interesting. And actually, with the Mirage Gates down, yeah, this is fascinating.
So now Jared's taking the same play that Tyler just made and saying, "Look, I'm gonna Roxanne you. I'm gonna kill your Manaphy, and I'm gonna set up something else." And Greninja is inevitable.
Well, so he actually has to knock out the Sableye here.
Oh, that's. Does he?
He does, because otherwise, Greninja has 120 health remaining.
Tyler has 2 prizes to take.
But if Tyler knocks out the Greninja, Jared won't be able to take 2
Oh,
prizes next turn.
That's right. Roger that.
Yes. So we are gonna see another rod. But yeah, Jared has fought his way back into this game through that Roxanne. Just what an insane Roxanne grab. All right, we are gonna see the Sableye Energy go back into the deck, taking advantage of those 4 Mirage Gates he had in his hand at one point.
So what stadiums does Tyler have?
Tyler has 2 Path to the Peak, and that's 2
His
Path
own
to the Peak
Artisan?
and 1 Artisan.
Okay.
And so I believe Tyler has both Path to the Peak in the Lost Zone.
Does he? Oh, well, we can't see because it's a pile.
Right. But
that would be huge because that's a piece that Jared doesn't need to find next turn. Then.
Right. And I think Jared, the Artisan is going to stick since unless Tyler has another Lost Vacuum available to him.
How many does he have in his list?
2. He has 2, and
I've
I
seen both of them.
have we?
I think he vacuumed the beach court.
Correct.
And then he used a vacuum earlier to build up his Lost Zone.
I think he just Lost Zoned a vacuum off of a Colress. But yes, I
Oh,
think both vacuums
okay,
are gone.
Yeah.
And we're seeing what move Jared's going to make here. And Michael, our judge, in the background, looking excellent in his Hawaiian shirt there. Deciding to go into the Sableye. And I do think you probably have to knock out this active Sableye. Otherwise, you give Tyler an out with 4 Sealstone to get Manaphy right back.
So you just 8 on Sableye, 4 on Manaphy?
I believe so. Or 2 on Manaphy, 2 on a Comfy. Because then Sableye next turn becomes a win condition for Jared.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, but this is a close match. Yeah, we do see 8, and we actually do see 8 and 4.
I think, to your point, 2 and 2 is actually better, though.
It is, because if for some reason Tyler does have a switch card in hand, he can put Jared back to not having game this turn. And we do have the switch card in hand.
Jared's
oh.
like, dang it, man.
And that's the big thing. If it was 2 and 2, Jared would still have an out without a second switch card.
Oh, that's tough.
And Jared is sad, as you all can tell. We're going to get rid of the heavy ball. I think that's a Cramorant. And honestly,
Cramorant seems fine.
Cramorant seems great here because you only need 1 more prize.
Yeah.
You Cramorant here, and then you use your 4 Seal Stone to get whatever you need back. Which would likely just be a Clara to get Cram back.
Right.
Seemed pretty easy. And I'm not sure what decision Tyler is. Does Tyler think he could win the game this turn is really the question.
I'm not sure. I think Tyler is just...
Does he play? Tyler doesn't play the Halucha, does he? He does not.
No, there's no way.
No. But for those at home, Halucha says when you play this card from your hand onto your bench, you can put 1 damage counter on 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon, which in this case would put Tyler within range of taking a knockout on both the Cram and the Comfy on the board.
Tyler's just doing final double checks of everything.
Yes.
I feel like given the look on Jared's face that he just made, he's like understanding the frustration of what he just did.
Right.
Tyler...
We are seeing the 4 Seal Stone.
This is interesting.
That is.
Sure.
Yeah, and we are going to see... And yes, chat, you're making very reasonable points about bench space and legality and all of that, but I'm trying to live. Just let me live and enjoy the possible opportunities. And we are going to see, I believe, double Sableye, double Psychic off of this Clara.
This is just saying I'm going to have it. And
Yep, and Jared just scoops it up and says, you're right, man. You got this. Like, what a series. Oh, and what a game for Jared coming back off of that.
That looked impossible, and then we clawed all the pieces together to keep us in it. But a lot of these Lost Zone decisions are really difficult, and knowing exactly where to put measly 4 little damage counters can make a huge difference.
Absolutely. And as we saw, Jared ended up not being punished because Tyler had the game regardless. But, well, actually, no, that's a lie. Jared kind of lost the game by putting all 4 on the Manaphy and not 2 and 2. Because if Tyler didn't have outs to 2 switch cards, regardless of what he did, Jared could have won the game next turn.
Another Sableye was inevitable.
Exactly. Well, we're going to jump over to our second part of top 4 here, and congratulations to Tyler for moving on. And we have Eli playing against Jake Gearhart. Eli, Team Nerd Rage Gaming. Woo, Eli! And he is playing against Guardy, and he has a Vulpix V on the board. And that's a pretty good
So
card in this matchup.
This is huge. By the looks of it, it looks like Eli went first, and it looks like Eli found Vulpix and one of the energy that works with it, water and double turbo. What this allows Eli to do is very easily set up a turn 2 Vulpix attack via Starbirth, getting Switch or double turbo or the physical V-Star, whatever he needs. And this just puts a ton of pressure on Jake's deck immediately. We see Jake has the skip available, which is one of Jake's main answers to Snow Mirage, but just getting the turn 1 Vulpix plus energy is really important for Eli.
Absolutely. Ryan, can you move your mic closer to your face?
Perhaps.
Excellent. Thank you. And I always appreciate the feedback in the chat. Thank you very much. Let us know if that's a bit better. But yeah, to your point, Eli in this game, and we actually saw this on stream a little earlier with, I believe it was Connor going against Thomas. If he can just get the wall with Vulpix, he's going to be in a great spot.
Right. The only thing that's interesting for Eli is the switch cards are fairly limited to switch and a rope, and after we use Starbirth, those cards can be very difficult to find. So once we see the skip come out from Jake, it's going to be really important that Eli finds his switch cards.
I would like to announce that Ryan has that just straight up memorized and was not looking at the deck list because the man is a genius.
I
and a
played this
savant
earlier.
for Pokemon. Well, yeah, sure. That's it too. That's it too. But on Jake's end, the only attacker he has that can hang, thank you, that can hang with this Vulpix is weirdly enough Cresselia.
Yeah, so I played this matchup earlier, and I played against a version of the deck that didn't have memory skip, which was really helpful. I went first, and I got the turn 2 Vulpix attack, and Vulpix took 4 prizes.
That's pretty good.
The deck just doesn't play answers to it when they aren't playing Tomb to turn off their own Zacian ability, and thus their outs become Cresselia 110, and then you kill Cresselia, and then they either have to rot it back, and Eli just top deck Arc V-Star. That's disgusting.
Wow.
The rest of his hand doesn't. Oh, there's a research there, so that's good. But yeah, the Vulpix has become such a headache for this Gardevoir deck to deal with when they don't play the answers to turn off their own abilities, which most of the time they don't. So they're going to Cress you for 110. They're either going to Super Rod the Cresselia back in, or they're going to like attack with Ralts for 10 damage, but we see that Jake has the skip, so it makes this a little more nuanced.
Agreed. And I think Eli here choosing to keep the Iono and just play the Iono rather than research the whole hand away.
Right.
And I don't mind that, keeping the boss in deck.
So all we need from Eli here is one of Double Turbo Energy, Vulpix V-Star, or a Switch. And the first card we rip is Switch.
Actually, we ripped Switch and Vulpix V-Star. We were one card away from just having it without
That would be
Starbirth.
super huge. But we're going to see the Starbirth get committed.
Yes, we are. And as much as I would love to see Eli keep this later, so like you said, when there's the boss stall play or the memory skip play, he's able to go find it.
So I think we would just want to bank an extra Switch card here as Eli, just to guarantee that we have it next turn when we get skipped, likely.
I would agree. And so here's the thing I'm torn in, though. Does Eli need to V-Star here and go in for the knockout? Like, does it have to be this turn? Because Jake clearly is not in a position to boss knockout much on Eli's board. If he does load up enough energy to knock out the Aerodactyl V, Vulpix is going to one-shot it anyway. And Eli would be able to save that V-Star for whenever he needs to, like, get around that memory skip. But what are your thoughts?
If Eli isn't attacking with Vulpix this turn, he's getting a turn behind, and he's not applying the pressure to Jake, considering that the rest of his board has no energy. He didn't attach to Arceus. He wanted to prioritize the Vulpix V-Star early, and it's just important for Eli to start taking prizes. Off of this Starbirth, we took Double Turbo Energy, and we took Escape Rope, so we're going to get around this Zacian this turn, I believe, and take a prize, and then next turn we have the Switch in hand that we drew off of this Iono when we get skipped. So,
and it's a fair point. It's a very fair point. And I think also taking out a Ralts on the board is a good thing because Jake's not really going to be able to Mirage Gate in this game. And you can see that from him filling his board with Ralts. Yeah, and we are just going to see it's Snow Mirage is the name of the attack.
Snow Mirage.
Snow Mirage to knock out the Ralts, and Eli takes his first prize in this game 3 of top 4. And Jake does go in with the Zacian V.
So I don't actually. Do you have Jake's list? He
I
does
do.
not play Spiritomb, correct?
He does not play
Okay.
Spiritomb.
So that's big.
That is. And that was one of the reasons why I think we declined to play Vulpix going into NAIC
Right.
was people have to be playing Spiritomb.
Yes.
They weren't.
I was.
That's fair.
I did very poorly. It
That-
didn't
well.
matter.
Listen, Spiritomb was amazing in Pittsburgh, so it just wasn't the time yet. But on Jake's side, like you said, he's not going to be able to attack with Zacian into this Vulpix. He's really only going to be able to memory skip it. And with that, I'm kind of curious why he advanced the Zacian, unless he's planning a boss attack this turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't know what all is in Jake's hand, and I'm not at all positive what his exact line of defense is going to be against this Vulpix. I was expecting the Ralts to come up and force Eli to have the skip, but maybe he wants to combine skip with an Iono later down the line.
I was actually expecting the same thing of now's the time to memory skip before Eli's really stacked his hand with
Yeah.
everything. Since Jake could have assumed that the rope double turbo was what he got with the V-Star.
Right.
It was.
See the energy go on the Ralts anyway.
And so then, here's the thing. He's not going to be able to attack with the memory skip if he attaches there. With advancing the Zacian, actually, there's no way for him to attack with memory skip now that he's evolved the other Curlia into the Mirage step. So what do you think the plan is here?
Roar the Sword.
I don't
By
know
the
how I
looks
feel
of
about that plan.
Eli just gets a free 140 damage off.
And he also gets to attach an energy
That's
to
really
allow
huge.
himself to retreat.
That's super big.
It is.
Eli has boss.
And tell me if you're wrong. If I'm wrong, I
boss
think
skip.
he just yes, that.
Yeah,
Good job.
Eli
Yes,
likes it.
correct.
I like it.
Everyone
This
likes
looks
it.
great.
Jake does not like it.
No,
Jake is less approving.
Jake's probably not stoked.
No. And we do knock out the memory skip. All right. Eli is in, honestly, a great position. Even just taking 2 prizes there, those 2 prizes are essential based
Yeah.
on how he's trying to map out this game.
This truly just becomes a race against how many prizes does Vulpix take before Jake expends it, and can Eli win the game before, after the Vulpix is knocked out? Does Eli have enough turns to knock out 2 1 prizes essentially? What Vulpix does so well is it buys so much time, and like I was saying earlier, I was able to take 4 prizes with it against Gardevoir before they were able to knock it out, and then it just becomes I have 2 Arceus set up, I'm gonna knock out 2 1 prizes, and the game's over.
There you go. And Stanley, just to be clear, and forgive me if I already said it, Vulpix's attack says it can't take damage from any Pokemon that has abilities next turn. So the only way Jake really gets around it is by using that memory skip Ralts to attack into the Vulpix and say you're not allowed to use that attack next turn. And in doing so, it means the other Pokemon Jake's play with abilities are able to hit into it. And that's important because Jake only plays Pokemon with abilities except for his Ralts and that Cresselia. So Eli right now is walling exactly as he needs to try to prevent Jake from getting off these attacks.
Yeah, this is pretty much exactly why the Vulpix is in the deck. There are other influential matchups that the Vulpix can be important in, namely the Charizard matchup, which has actually become a little more popular recently. Vulpix just walls that deck too. But it's mostly in here for Gardevoir, and we're seeing it in action right now. Everything has an ability, except for
does.
Cresselia that's going to do 110, and the Ralts that are going to do 10.
Yes, and that the 10 damage doesn't really matter, but the you can't wall anymore
Right.
is a big deal. Fun fact, Eli's deck also plays Path to the Peak, so Eli could choose to lose the game by benching it if he feels like it, or by putting it down, but I would recommend against that, Eli. So on Jake's side, I noticed that he went for a Ralts that wasn't the memory skip. Any reason why on that one?
What do you mean? When?
So he just level balled for
Oh.
that 3rd Ralts on the board that's not the memory skip.
No, I don't. I'm hoping that Jake shows me that he's a much better Pokemon player than I am, and he is. And I'm hoping that we see some interesting line coming through. But for now, it's Roar the Sword.
Is it Roar the Sword? Oh, man. And we will see the attachment. So then, I am curious what Jake's play is here.
I feel like Eli's just loving this.
I mean,
The
Eli's
Vulpix still has full HP. Life is good. We're
right.
announcing Snow Mirage again. We killed the memory skip.
Like, we're cruising.
Did Jake play a Super Rod last turn? That
He
would be
did.
okay.
And
Now I'm
that's
confused.
and that's why I'm super confused. And maybe what Jake is trying to get Eli to do is to take enough prizes where Jake can Iono him low, memory skip at that
Yeah,
point.
I think that's probably the line we're looking for. But
the issue with that too is, like you were saying, if Eli's able to take enough prizes where it doesn't matter, then he could just
Yeah.
be too far ahead.
I'm really conflicted on Eli playing this judge, to be honest, because he had switch in hand already.
I think he was less. Oh no, and it's a good point because you can't switch retreat in the same turn.
Right.
I agree. I don't know if I see the necessity of that now, especially because Eli's not taking any more prizes here. He's just hitting into the Zacian. So we'll see, though, what he gets off of this. We see Judge trekking shoes. We see the shoes.
I couldn't
And
tell what it is.
it's an
Ultra Ball.
Ultra
That
Ball.
card sucks.
Yep, terrible card. That's why no deck plays for them. Yep. But Eli does have draw supporter in hand. He does have outs to play the game.
Yep.
He did disrupt Jake's giant hand after the research, so he will at least hit in to be able to two-shot the Zacian, which helps and puts him ahead.
Yep. And Snow Mirage.
Yep.
And what are you going to do about it, Jake?
Jake is going to do nothing. Or he could just bench the memory skip Ralts and say that Eli disrupted his own hand and doesn't have it anymore.
I mean, that's like fully reasonable.
It is. However, I think Eli then retreating into Arceus, knocking out the memory skip Ralts with a judge, probably protects the Vulpix at that point.
Yeah, it just depends on how well Jake's board is set up. And we see a Curlian and Arcana Gardevoir on the bench that probably aren't going to get touched if memory skip is the main culprit that we're looking for. And that could give him some outs to find boss. We're seeing those energy get loaded up in the discard pile, and we see 3 on the Zacian. So I think maybe Jake's plan of Roar of the Sword is just to get them out of the deck and get them in circulation. But we see the retreat before we have the chance to see the skip.
I think we are going to see a boss up on the Arceus if
Okay.
I had to guess. Yeah, because with the reversal energy, we only need to see 8 total energy on
Right.
there. So 5 psychic plus the 3 on reversal will
Mhm.
be enough. Because V-Guard energy doesn't matter in this case.
No, it doesn't.
All right, so we do see that Gardevoir go to 10 or 40 damage remaining.
So I think what Jake wants to try to do here actually is get Eli down to a board of lone Vulpix, take out everything else, and then skip when the board is just a Vulpix and
Yes.
force Eli to put something else in play.
I would agree with that. And be able to do it with an Iono to low.
Right.
And so we are going to see the knockout on this Arceus. And so, all right, so here's something for Eli. I personally think if Eli can get the boss here, knocking out that Zacian with the Force Seal Stone could be way more impactful than anything else.
I agree.
And the reason being just, you're going to get that Force Seal Stone off the board. I do not see the
No,
boss
I
in
don't either.
hand.
Oh, never mind. Yes, I do.
Wait, he does have the boss in
Yes.
hand? Well,
He
he
has
a
it
key.
for sure.
He has a key.
Yes.
I don't see a problem dropping the key.
Judge, Iono, boss are the
You
cards in
are
his hand.
correct. Oh boy. And Eli, you gotta boss up the Zacian. That Forest Seal Stone's gonna be your undoing. And with Jake only playing 1, I don't disagree with dropping it there, because there's a very low chance Eli can punish
Right.
him. But Eli punish him. Caster, does Eli play Poncho?
Eli does not play Poncho. Eli is electing for shoes instead. And we also see Eli choose to not play a supporter at all.
True. I don't actually mind that, though, because maybe it insinuates to Jake that he does have a dead hand. And also, going down to 3 only means that if he gets another attachment onto Aerodactyl, even if Vulpix does get memory skipped, he can boss knock out the Zacian and just say, I have 2 attackers. You have to put
Yeah.
a lot of damage down to knock out one of them.
Definitely.
So we'll see if Jake is able to get off the memory skip this turn, or even just boss knock out the Aerodactyl. So we'll see. And I guess if you're Jake, is this a turn you go for the memory skip?
It's either you go for skip or you're knocking out the Aerodactyl, and you're forcing skip next turn when Eli has nothing else in play.
That is very fair. And I'm curious to see who goes, especially getting that energy makes me think he is not going for it right now. All right, so looks like that may have been time in the round. So Jake,
Jake having a little read,
yes, little readsy.
catching up on some light reading.
Guys, it's been a long day. I really need to stress that. We've been commenting for a long time.
Me and Dan are tired.
Yes. So Jake, though, has the Curlia, goes into the Arcana, sees an energy, which would probably be more cool in a different situation.
Yeah,
Because right here, Jake's going to be able to take a knockout if he needs.
helps him pivot with 20 less damage though, but electing to put it on the Zacian.
And that, I'm not actually sure why. Is that to, like, prevent any boss stall shenanigans?
Trying to figure out all the math with Zacian V. It has 140, 220.
There,
So you can only load up 3.
and honestly, there's no way for Eli to really do enough damage to prevent it from retreating. DEFCON, yes, Tyler did win his
Yep.
match, so he is in finals with his anything Tina can do, I can do better Lost Zone box. And Jake is trying his best to get into finals, but I'm not sure what his plan is right here.
Just trying to get a look at the hand. I see he at least has access to Ultra Ball if he wants boss with Luminion.
The V-Star here is interesting because what do you think he's going for?
We're gonna see in due time.
We, yes,
Palpad?
indeed
Do we just
will.
not have boss in the deck?
I wonder actually if we're going for the boss here and just guaranteeing that it goes back in.
Yeah. So I think we're gonna see Palpad, a boss, and then we're gonna Ultra Ball for Luminion to get that boss. And then next turn we're gonna look to Iono to 1 or 2 and skip. And
Yes.
say good luck.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And so if you're Eli, how do you play around that?
You don't take the. Well, you count how many boss Jake has down, because he's only putting 1 boss back with his Palpad. If
Right.
the other one is down, you can safely bench something else. Man, this is so tricky.
This is. And so the one thing, though, that I think Eli will have going for him in deciding not to play that that hand down, Jake is going to be attacking with his Shining Arcana.
Yep.
Jake has Zacian with a Force Seal Stone that he's used, Gardevoir EX, Luminion, and Cresselia on the bench. Jake is going to go down to 2 prizes. Eli has Iono in hand.
He does.
And so all Eli has to do is Vulpix, Iono, and Jake is going to have exactly 3 cards in his hand
Yep.
off of that. And one thing, too, that Eli could do, although there's 2 Psychic Energy on the Zacian, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then never mind. That was a bad plan. Don't do that.
Oh, we see Skip come down. That's
Ooh,
huge.
We do. And actually, I rescind everything I said about that
having
play.
this prepped is huge.
It is, but now, Eli, you don't even need to Iono.
Wait, yeah, if we just boss Skip again.
Right, you just boss Skip.
Oh.
And the one downside, though, is it does mean that Eli has to take 2 more prizes somewhere.
But depends on what recovery Jake is down.
Right.
If we just don't have another way to get Skip back, then this game is just like over.
Exactly. And I think Eli's checking exactly that. No, at least 1 Super Rod is down.
Yep.
All right, we are going to go into the Vulpix here.
I think what Eli does is going to be a tell based on what Jake has available. So we see boss on Skip. That makes me think that Eli saw 2 Super Rod in the discard pile.
I would agree with that because he's basically saying that Jake doesn't have another out.
Right.
We're going to see the draw for turn. Bryce, are we in time?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, okay. So I was going to hurt
Oh,
the timer.
Super Rod
Oh, there
comes
is a
back.
rod remaining. Ooh. So then, to be honest, that, I don't know if I agree with that boss, but I'm not sure what else would have been the right choice there. And we do see the
Yes.
skip Curlia.
This is such an interesting dance.
It is, legitimately. The one thing, too, I guess I would have liked is if Eli could have found an energy for the Klefki, I would have been more okay with that
Energy on
boss.
Klefki would have been very good.
Because then he only would have had to dig for a switch. So we're going to see, though, what Jake can do here. How? Oh, he level balled to get out the memory
Mhm.
skip.
Super on it
Ooh.
back, level all it out. Guaranteed energy via Psychic Embrace.
And there is a boss in deck, I believe, correct? Oh, no, he Luminioned it out.
Yeah, I don't know if there's one left or not.
Yeah. For timing in top 8, it's best of 3, 75 minutes, correct? I believe. So it's
Yeah.
longer than you would normally see at a Swiss round for a regional.
Yeah, here we go. Skip Iono from Jake Earhart.
Yes, indeed. Eli is going to get 2 cards here. One of them, I think, was a research.
That's good.
That's extremely good. And I think that's really going to be the game for Eli. If he's able to knock out this memory skip while
Yeah.
it's this turn, that is all but going to be game because Jake's out of super rods.
It's out of recovery for it. And no.
He has an energy and I think a research.
Oh, man. So it's just.
Well, I think. I'm struggling now to see. And we're going to
Skip.
memory skip for 10. Draw for turn. We do see the energy.
Yep.
We do see the research. Now, do we find the switch?
Reveal them one at a time.
Uh-oh. I haven't seen it yet. That's
No,
not a face.
We're not slamming switch.
No, we are not. Actually, there's not a lot of good stuff in that hand.
So it becomes retreat pass?
I think it does. Well, actually, I think it becomes retreat boop with Klefki.
Okay, well, yes.
And to be honest, Jake maybe has a boss left. Maybe. And I don't even think it's that likely since he Iono'd himself, but we're going to see. Jake should have only 2 cards in hand, correct?
Yes.
No, he did keep Arcana, so he should have more based on that. So, okay. But yeah, I think it's going to have to be the retreat and pass.
Yeah. I mean, you can't stay here with the guy.
You can't. And I believe Vulpix has a 2 retreat cost, correct?
I actually don't know.
Okay, I believe it has a 2 retreat cost. We're going to check that out real quick. So we are going to see what Eli does here because this is tough. Missing that switch card was a huge, huge deal. It has 1 retreat.
Okay.
So the
So
issue is...
It's just a game of do we have more doubles or more waters left?
Correct.
We only play 2 water, but we did just see him research a double.
We did.
I honestly think he probably has 1 of each left.
That makes sense. And I think Eli's also saying that, you know... Oh, he has water in hand.
Wait,
Then yeah.
wait.
No, then why are you retreating the double turbo?
Wait,
no, bad. Stop, Eli. Stop. All right, well...
Joust.
Maybe he has a
Oh, he
double
passed.
turbo in there as well. Wait, why didn't he joust? Just joust.
Yeah, joust.
All right, that's fine. So Eli may have also the double turbo in hand and just say that close enough, I'm going to get 1 of them. Because now Jake knows that if he knocks out
I don't see
this...
double turbo in his hand.
Okay.
I saw V-Guard and fighting and the water.
That's so interesting
Really
then.
confused why we don't retreat the water.
Agreed. And so Jake is likely going to go in and knock out this Klefki with the Gardevoir Shining Arcana,
Yeah.
correct?
Oh, I'm so confused.
So the one thing Eli does have going for him, though, is if he doesn't need to wall anymore. He doesn't need to do anything fancy. He just needs to gust knock out the Zacian.
Right. But that
And
still comes from an energy.
it
that
does.
We chose to retreat the one that we don't have in hand.
Right. And I don't understand that fully. And we see
Maybe
the
it was
Iono.
anticipating this.
Maybe.
Thinking that the water will likely get Iono'd away. And we're going to try to get to double turbo energy from this.
It's a bold move. And Ben, sounds like you were making the right call. For Clemson, if it does go to time, it's time plus 3 turns. So if the game is not resolved after time, whoever is ahead on prizes or closer to any other win condition will be declared the winner. So in this case, if it was in time, and Jake took a knockout here and we were past turns, Jake would win the game just by being ahead on prizes.
Eli drew a nest ball and something that I don't know,
I hope that something is a double turbo for Eli's sake.
or a way to see more cards. Looks like time is called. Eli's doing the little pointy gesture.
Yep. So that means Jake is turn 0. So he will have one more turn after this knockout. And, well, this is interesting. Is Jake going to try to do a double snipe on Eli?
I don't have enough.
He does not.
Because we have the Water Luminion in play that we can't embrace too.
Right. Interesting.
But it's just reverse the thing.
Oh, man.
Double-
Eli has the
Oh,
double
dude.
turbo. Oh, my
The
gosh.
boss?
And the
Wait.
boss! Eli has the
Dude.
game off
Oh
the
my
Iono.
God.
What a top deck!
No. And Jake's other boss is prized.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my
Eli
God.
steals the game at the last
No
turn.
way.
What a series! Unbelievable win by Eli. Big brained his way into don't worry, I'm gonna draw it all
Oh my
off of
God.
3. What a game and what a finish to this top 4 series. Whew. Well, that'll get the heart rate going.
Never question retreating the double turbo energy,
Nope,
Dan.
nope, never. Eli made every decision correctly. Why would
saw
I
it the whole
question
time.
him? Unbelievable. Incredible. Jake honestly played that spectacularly as far as
Yeah,
I could see.
definitely.
And Eli, though, was able to pull it off at the end. So we are going to take a quick break, let Eli lower his heart rate slightly before getting into the next round. And then we'll be back with you guys for the finals round of this $1,000 League Cup. Catch y'all in just a couple minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the last final round of this Nerd Rage Gaming League Cup.
Dan, we made it, dude.
We did. We started this cup a long time ago, and I'm still talking about it. So in this matchup, we have Tyler Matthews, who we've seen a bunch on here, playing Anything Tina Can Do, I Can Do Better. And we have Eli Greenfield playing lots of clef keys. And Ryan, how do you think this is going to work?
Eli's hand is nuts. We
Eli's
started
hand
Klefki.
is
All
nuts.
basic Pokemon have no abilities. Greninja, Comfey, Raikou.
All
Okay, sick.
Well, that's just...
Well, that's interesting.
So it looks like
So Tyler didn't want to play that game.
Decided to go first.
So I gotta look at both of their opening hands. We saw Eli's start
Yes.
Klefki, double VIP. He had an energy. He had some supporter. I don't remember what it was. Tyler had Greninja. He had a Nest Ball. But he can't use any of the abilities on
Correct.
Greninja or the Comfey he would ensuingly get off Nest Ball. And he, importantly, did not have Chorus.
That is a key thing.
So Tyler was not going to draw cards.
Correct.
And Tyler recognized that and was like, meh.
So
Go
the-
next.
The one thing I could have said is it would have been interesting if you're Tyler to see if your top deck was a Colress and if you could game from there.
Certainly.
But I also appreciate that it's 8:45 p.m. and he's like, no, bro, we're not playing
I
that
think
game.
Eli started key again.
Excellent. Eli, as a note, for those watching at home, Klefki says if this Pokemon is the active spot, your opponent's basic Pokemon have no abilities. And right now, it's telling Tyler that his basic Pokemon have no abilities.
And Tyler's like, dude, look at all these cards. Look at all these Pokemon.
That's it's a lot of cards. It's a lot of cards.
So Eli's going to like
So to be
Nest
fair,
Ball for key, Ultra Ball for arc, attach, go.
I don't even know if Eli can do that. I think he has to actually put down an Arceus and keep the Ultra Ball because, like, as cool as Key is, Tyler's going to be able to start playing cards and using Chorus, and he needs something to do. He can. Unfortunately, and Bryce is giving some great feedback here. Tyler absolutely can Force Seal for Rope, but he's probably going to want to Force Seal for Chorus more than anything else. And so with that, I got to imagine Eli just attaches, for love of God, doesn't switch into the active. And then Tyler just uses that Force Seal Stone to get a
I'm
Chorus.
still of party second key here, I think.
I don't mind second key. I think it's valuable, but it's also tough because then it means Eli may not be doing anything for a few turns.
Yeah, but neither is Tyler.
Tyler may not be.
Second key solidifies a lot of this lock, and it denies escape rope as an out. I imagine Tyler plays 4 of that card, so it removes 4 more outs. It forces Tyler into Forest Seal Stone for Colress, and if Colress doesn't give him another Colress to play next turn, it's not gonna. Tyler's not gonna do a lot.
That's very true.
But we see Aerodactyl come into play.
And I'm actually curious about that on why. Because
So Aerodactyl is really important to respond to Dragonite, because if you don't have an instant one shot on the Dragonite, it's going to do a lot of damage, and that can get really scary. But I feel like we're just far away from that happening.
And I would agree with that. And that's, I think, my thing is if you're using the Ultra Ball right now, I would agree it should be to get a key. But my vote would have been hold the Ultra Ball until you're able to get an Arceus V-Star.
She rope
And
immediately.
yep, and I think per your point, Ryan, like if you're going to use that Ultra Ball now, it has to be for another key. Because right now, Tyler's going to be able to start playing his game because
Yeah.
of that.
Abilities are coming in.
They are. We do see Force or Mirage Gate, just not super
Don't
helpful.
know what the other card was. Switch card.
Switch card. All right, that's fair.
It seems reasonable.
And we see, do we see a Colress? Because if he can
I-
see a Colress
I
and
imagine
save
we
the
would've
Forest Seal
slammed it.
Stone. Yeah, and it looks like we are going to
Yep.
see the V-Star.
Colress is coming.
Yeah, all right. And Tyler doing a good job in checking his prizes. These Lost Zone decks prizing is so important because you're making so many completely permanent, irreversible decisions.
Yeah. Again, I think Tyler honestly wants to go home. That's much of a quicker search than I'm used to him doing. And so I think he's like, yeah, do I have like enough things? All right, cool. Let's go play Colress and see what happens.
It's a fair point. To be fair, per the amount of, and Eli, don't take offense to this, but the amount of brain power used in these decks per game is much higher for Lost Zone stuff because you make so many decisions. Eli in this round has said, I have key. You know have key?
Yes,
I have key.
I have key.
All right.
This flower selecting has given VIP Pass Sableye Clara, I believe. And the 2 cards in the back I can't see. But none of those cards are astounding.
And
Echoing Horn is not great.
That's not something we need to worry
If
about.
there isn't a Chorus in the back of that hand somewhere, Eli can just attach and retreat to key and buy his time again.
Agreed, because I believe Aerodactyl V has a retreat cost of
It
1.
does.
So, but though for Tyler, Bryce, can you change Eli to 8th, not 8erd? Thank you. Thank you, Chad, for picking up on that. It's been a long day for all of us here. We're doing what we can.
Oh, that's funny.
So
Double turbo. Are we going further? Or are we
interesting. Does Eli have
Does he
the? Well, he has a
switch?
switch in hand.
Dude, Power Edge? Giddy up.
That seems like the worst possible choice we could make in this scenario.
So our hand is Fighting Energy Switch Double Turbo.
And
Like, end of sentence.
And so this is where I don't love the decision to Ultra Ball for Dactyl. Because now Dactyl isn't super useful. You had something that Tyler could rope around, and you are now going to have to spend resources to get back into whatever your attacker is. And even with all of that, you don't have an attacker in this scenario.
I think Eli's trying to weigh if it's more valuable to take a prize this turn or continue shutting life down for Tyler.
What do you think in this scenario?
I think my hand sucks, and it's really interesting because you can either try to buy your time with Klefki and draw cards and pass, or you can try to take prize cards as good cards.
It's a fair point. I think I would have gone the conservative route in Klefki and just say the likelihood of Tyler drawing successfully is lower than me drawing successfully. We'll see. Maybe Eli got something great off of that prize.
This is kind of risky because Tyler managed to get to 4 last turn.
Yeah.
A flower selecting, a Colress, a Mirage Gate, a dead Arceus V.
Correct.
So
And a Dragonite
And a
that can take
Dragonite
out an
that
Aerodactyl
will
V.
be unresponded to. Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. For people in the chat, number one, thank you again on the Aiderd. They do and they can share their list. We won't share their list for them, but I'm certainly if you reach out to Eli on Twitter or he'll make a post about his list afterwards. And we do see get rid of the rope, which I agree with. That is not the turn to play the rope right now.
Rope looks exceptionally bad.
Right. We aren't Greninjaing right now, but we are going to see the energy attachment and the vacuum.
If
Are
we have a
we
gate.
at 7?
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Tyler is right back in this game.
Can I get a game 3?
We
ladies
may
and
see
gentlemen?
a very rapid game 3. And I think Eli's kind of getting punished, not so much for like what the specifics of the decision were, but I even
Right.
see on a higher level, he decided not to commit either to setting up an attacker or to walling with keys, kind of took the middle route. And now he's being punished for that because he doesn't really have a good response for either of Tyler's approaches of either slow and steady or taking a big aggressive hit.
Yeah, it's really awkward. Eli's hand did not prove to be very good.
No. But let's see what that prize in this top deck are. Because could he just get right back in the game? I think I see a shoe.
Yep.
We see a shoe.
Bang.
Well, we're keeping the shoe, so it must be
Iono.
good. It is Iono.
Okay. That's a good
All right,
card.
that is. So, but here's the thing. Tyler now is one escape rope away from taking 2 more prizes.
Yeah. Given he
And-
finds a pivot, correct.
And we do see another key.
Ooh,
Okay,
okay,
well, we're no
that's
longer
good.
an escape rope away. We can simply just attack, honestly. And we're going to see another
Shoe
shoe.
into shoe.
Get rid of the Vulpix, and that's very reasonable. Seems less good in this matchup with a path down.
It's really still quite scary because the Aerodactyl cannot one-shot the Dragonite with just a double turbo attachment.
Correct. 'Cause it's doing 220 damage at that point. And so Dragonite now is terrifying. And also, the 40 damage placement on the board is not that big of a deal. Eli, if this Dragonite keeps taking knockouts, even if it does knock out some babies on the bench, it's not a big deal.
Really, funnily enough, Joust for 10 could be very relevant.
It actually is extremely relevant. You're right.
It's still 2 attachments because you're either going to attach to Klefki and Joust for 10, and then go into Aerodactyl with a double turbo attachment, but it's, yeah, I'm not sure.
Neither is an excellent scenario if you're dealing with both of those choices. But yeah, Tyler has taken this from a like 100-0 matchup to being right back in it with this Dragonite. And again, credit to, and I say it's not as a difference between Tyler and Eli, because honestly, Eli's an excellent player. He got day 2 at Pittsburgh. He day 2 another regional last year. He's had a ton of great results, and he's made some excellent choices on deck choice and play-wise. And getting that Iono is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But Tyler was able to go from a horrible spot too to, like, honestly, in an advantageous position here.
Yeah,
As weird as
certainly.
it is to stay. We are going to see, do we see a V-Star? We see some energy.
Yep.
See a V-Guard. That could be good. And then we're going to see just a pass.
So I know Eli has another energy in hand. It's just a matter of what further. That's not
And
good.
that's
Yep.
going to be
All
game right there with the
Giddy up.
rope. All right, well, people, we are seeing a very, very rapid game 3
Everybody's
here.
ready to go home. Giddy up.
But to be honest, like, this is kind of maybe with less of the game 1, but this is the kind I actually want to see is can
Right.
each deck do what it's trying to do. Game 1, Eli did exactly what it's trying to do, which is to say you can't play the game, Tyler.
I mean, game 1 was not very much of a game.
And but that's honestly, that's the point of the deck is to
Yeah.
not have it be a game and have it be
Right.
just I guess I win.
It was interesting to not see Tyler stick around just
To
at
at least
all,
see
though.
if you top deck
Yeah.
the cores, yes.
Yeah,
I think he was making a statement for the cameras, if
That's
I'm being honest.
entirely possible. I don't think he liked his hand. I don't think he liked the situation. I don't think he liked that Eli drew like the perfect opening hand.
Dude, I don't think there's a single thing he did like about
No.
that entire scenario.
No.
But Tyler too, he was able to take a very bad position in that last game to come back and win,
Yeah,
and just
for
win
sure.
in dominating fashion too. So we're gonna see. I think Eli's gonna go first in this game 3.
Dude, this is it, man.
Oh, man, we are giving you a good game 3 of finals here.
If there was one last opening hand to have a Klefki in it, I think
Yes.
Eli would want it to be right now.
This would be the hand. And we will see.
7 big ones for both players.
Oh, boy. Do we see a key? I see no keys.
I see no basics.
I see no basics
Okay,
at all. All right.
darn
Well,
it.
that's fair. So we are.
Go next time.
No, we're getting closer to Tyler just having a raw Colress. So he's probably hoping for that. Like, please, just let me get one of those.
Looking at Tyler's facial expression over there, I
that is-
don't know how much he's loving life.
That is not the face of a man with Colress in hand,
No.
unfortunately. But Eli, he's really hoping to see that key and want to get a second one down. To be honest, if you're Eli, this is probably terrible advice, and it is 9 p.m., but do you just not bench anything else if you don't have a second key, or do you still go arc attach?
There's a debate for sure, and it just depends on how strong you think Tyler's opening is. And if you see Tyler open like not a good basic Pokemon, then maybe you play one way or another. I'm not positive.
I would even say if you don't have
See
a
Battle
second
Pass.
key.
We see 2 Battle Pass.
Oh, with
boy.
no basics. Oh, man.
Look at Eli's face. He was like, dude.
There would be keys everywhere. Man. So Eli's trying. He's trying to set Tyler up to be able to play the game.
Eli's stubborn. If he doesn't get a key, he doesn't want anything else.
Exactly. All right, on the bright side, those are 2 extremely efficient games, seeing as game 1, we only had 1 turn. So
Did we have a turn?
we had a portion of a
half
turn. We had 2 battle pass.
We played 2 cards and Tyler picked them up.
Yes. Do we need a judge ball? We're not quite to judge ball levels yet. We're going to
Judge
give it
ball-
a couple more.
Eli would take it right now if it guaranteed clef key.
Absolutely. Well, honestly, I think this is good for Tyler just to give him a chance to raw draw into the Colress
For sure.
and not have to
Yeah,
rely
I mean,
on.
any extra cards are huge.
Absolutely.
Battle Pass.
Battle Pass. Battle Pass.
No
We have
basic. Oh my
3
God.
battle. Oh my
Honestly,
goodness.
I don't know how much Eli wants that hand. There's
True.
not a single attachment there.
No, it was purely battle passes, a rope, ultra ball, and a supporter. So he would have been able to get keys everywhere, but that's about it. So Tyler is just sweating over there, just for the amount of battle VIPs he has seen in these hands up to this point.
It's like dangerous.
Do you play 8? Is that allowed?
You
Judge?
play 8. My opponent is seeing this card very often.
Yes. All right, so we'll see if
7
you like
winners
gets a
for the
basic
4th
here.
time. Another
See a
battle pass.
See no
No
basic
basic.
Pokemon with a battle pass still. Oh, and Tyler's now like, just give me 2 Colress. That's
Yeah.
all I need. On the bright side, like for Tyler now, it's actually probably advantageous for him going second because there's a better chance he'll be able to see that entire hand and get a Colress out of it undisrupted.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is weird to say that he's excited to go second, but with seeing that big of a
I mean,
hand.
I think he's down. As
Yeah.
long as like if he's playing chorus, he's down. We kind of said this earlier in the top 4 game.
Right.
If we're playing chorus, we're okay going second. But if Tyler sees these what would end up being 10 or 11 cards and there aren't chorus, we're not going to be very happy.
True. Or if that's if Eli starts 1 or more keys.
Right.
If he does that, Tyler is very sad.
Battle pass.
I did
No
not
basic.
see another basic. We see a battle.
Tyler
Tyler is
fist pumping.
He is feeling it, man.
Dude.
He's feeling it.
Life is good for Tyler.
Eli is not feeling it. He's like, I just need some keys, man. Eli actually only runs 1 clef key.
Yeah,
that is the
for
entirety
sure.
of his basic lineup. That is a lie. Please don't quote me. But so Eli just, at this point, wants to just see a key.
Eli is a simple man. He wants a key. He doesn't want hardly anything else.
Well, he would like 2 battle pass.
Well, sure. I mean, look,
He wants 3 things, and that's all.
I mean, if we had key and all battle pass, I think Eli would be down.
Absolutely. Because honestly, his dream scenario is, can I get 2 keys down and just shut Tyler out of
Yeah.
the game? But we'll see, because if Tyler can do Colress, like vacuum or something like that, Eli's not going to be applying a ton of
I just want
pressure.
Eli to like flip them one by one off the top of the
I
deck.
agree. Boss butt. No, that's not a Pokemon.
There's
Oh,
a
we see
key.
a key. We see key and an Arceus. We see 5 mulligans
Yep.
for Tyler.
Surprisingly, Tyler will take all of them.
Yes. All right. And a comfy, which is unhelpful.
Trekking shoes. That's
Battle
a bro
pass.
All
That's
right,
huge.
life is good.
Tyler's like, of
So,
course, as one does.
in a normal scenario, this is ideal, perfect, and it still is. This is exactly what Eli wants to see.
Right.
We have key, we have an Arceus we're going to attach to, and the Aerodactyl is important to respond to the Dragonite at some point.
Right.
This is all very good. However, Tyler's hand is double the size it should be typically.
Correct.
So the odds of him having a chorus to play are quite large.
And honestly, if Tyler gets down a path to the peak and is able to play a chorus, he could vacuum. He could just get going on this and
Yeah.
still be in a position where he doesn't need basic abilities after a certain point. And he does get the Dragonite off the prizes, and that's a huge deal because
This would
that's his
be-
main attacker.
This would be curious if our only else chorus is Forest Seal Stone.
That would be
That would be
demoralizing.
really, really nice for Eli to see.
All right, we are going to see a battle pass. So, and actually, to that point, if Tyler did see a Colress in that top 5, in that 5 extra mulligans, and he's able to get a Forest Seal Stone down on Dragonite, he's honestly cruising because he'll be able to do Colress, and just start digging through his deck while Eli's not applying a ton of pressure. Because if he only keeps the keys down for 1 turn and then starts hitting with Arceus, the keys haven't added a ton of value.
Right. His hand is 2 boss, a path, and an Iono.
And to what Sky is saying, they don't mean much overall unless they enable Tyler to play Colress this turn, in
Right.
which case they are hugely, hugely impactful.
What's actually like pretty huge is this Iono in Eli's hand because if Tyler is able to try to begin this chorus chain, that's gonna go away.
Correct.
Iono to 6, which surprisingly will probably decrease Tyler's hand size by a significant amount.
Right. Unfortunately.
But if Tyler doesn't play chorus or show an out to chorus, are you playing this Iono?
And I don't think so, but it depends what else Eli has in his hand.
Right. Boss, and path currently.
So the answer is probably. And I say that kind of jokingly. Legitimately, though, it depends on what Eli's trying to do.
Right.
Do you feel the need to apply pressure? Do you need to keep setting up? Or are you okay just manually attaching for another turn and saying, Tyler, you're still not doing anything? And let's see, and I imagine Tyler's still all doing this with Colress in hand. Or
I'm not
maybe
sure.
not.
I'm going to be honest, it doesn't look like it.
It does not.
Pass.
Yeah, it looks like there is no
What do we
Colress for
have?
Tyler.
What do we have off the top for Eli?
We have Iono.
Alright.
Oh, and Tyler's just, thank you.
So the card off the top sucked.
Yes.
And Eli's showing.
That's fair. But again, I guess without an attachment, without anything, you kind of have to play that as
Right.
Eli. But Tyler is just very grateful. Does Eli get the V-Star attachment, anything going here?
Did not.
Yeah, well, all right. Yeah, there
V-Star
we
is
go.
good. DT
Attachment is good. Do you attack this turn?
I think it's really important that Tyler got 0 in the loss zone. So you're relatively happy attacking because you've taken your turn where you stunted the entire progression of the loss zone. And now you're swinging, and they've basically just started the game.
That's true. That is very, very true. You essentially encourage Tyler to draw pass for a turn.
Right.
And so then, if Eli doesn't have the switch in hand, we're probably going to see Starbirth for the switch or rope, correct?
Yeah, very likely. And I additionally would really like to see Eli grab a boss to prep.
Just to knock out that Dragonite with the Aerodactyl following
Definitely.
this?
Yep.
I think that makes a ton of sense. We'll see what Eli decides to go into. Well, he's obviously going to go into the Arceus, but whether or not he chose to get a rope or a switch.
He's prepping the V-Star on the Aerodactyl. And yeah, Eli's happy putting on the pressure now.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't mind getting that V-Star in advance because now it's one less piece you need.
2 boss at the bottom.
So,
So all 3 of Eli's bosses are in deck, so he did not grab one. But I think he prioritized getting the V-Star over the boss.
do you think that's the right decision here?
I don't know. I think the V-Star is easier to find, technically. But it is curious. If
I think if the line for Tyler is to apply pressure via Raikou this turn, then getting the V-Star is probably correct.
I would agree with that. I don't know if that is going to be the line for Tyler.
Escape rope, so you just get to
Interesting.
put up a key,
I guess so.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
And Tyler's like, all right, cool. What do I do now? We just killing a key with Raikou?
I guess he did take the lightning energy. But do we not have a Chorus?
Oh, man.
Oh, that is brutal.
Path?
If
Yeah,
so,
no, Eli is loving this.
no. Yeah, and that's the thing is, Tyler saw the top maybe 20 cards of his deck
Yeah.
and did not see a Chorus in any of them, and just I don't know what you
Or a
could do in that
Forest Seal Stone.
situation. Or a Forest Seal Stone. You're right.
With like 6 outs. Yeah, Eli is absolutely loving life.
Right. And I think, to be honest, this is exactly what he needed in the matchup. Is he needed keys to stall
Yep.
Tyler, and then he needed a free turn where Tyler couldn't apply pressure. And yeah, we're going to see the Aerodactyl knockout on this Raikou. And Eli's deck doesn't play Belt or anything
It
like
does
that,
not.
correct? So yeah,
But I don't. Tyler doesn't play Belt, does he?
no, Tyler does not.
So this Aerodactyl cannot get responded on.
Correct.
And Eli's playing Research to ideally dig for boss to knock out the Dragonite next turn. And yeah, life is going to be really hard for Tyler.
It is. Well, don't need that battle
I don't
VIP
see
anymore.
boss in his hand, but
I also don't see the boss, so may not be occurring. But still, Eli's going to go down to 3 prizes remaining.
Yeah.
And we
those
do lost on a
zones
judge.
They're okay.
But they also did get him closer to boss.
Yeah, we also didn't lost on boss, so
There's the chorus. Whew. Oh, man.
But this gets Tyler to 3 in the
I,
lost zone.
and we may be in the category of too little, too late.
We have another chorus in there, I think, and
We're actually getting rid of the chorus.
hmm,
Ooh, this is interesting.
this is curious. Either those other 3 cards are the best 3 cards in his deck and let him Dragonite this turn, or I don't know what.
I don't know what either. I don't actually think you want to Dragonite this turn anyway. I think you want to cram the active this turn if you get to choice.
Perhaps.
Because Eli
Forest Seal Stone. That's
Okay.
super odd.
I think Eli responding on the cram with Aerodactyl is not the end of the world. Eli knocking out the Dragonite, which he'll be able to do,
Is definitely the end of the world.
yes, it is catastrophic.
But man, this is just so tough.
It is. It is. Tyler's in such a hard position right now since that Raikou got knocked out before Tyler could take more than 1 prize. We are going to see the flower selecting. We're at 5, it looks like. So we're at least going to be able to attack with Cramorant this turn.
We took. I know Tyler took Forest Seal Stone, but yeah, it's just attached to retreating cramp.
Yeah, and is Tyler thinking that he should attach the Force Seal Stone? Because I don't see a reason not
I'm
to
not
here.
sure. Eli is 2 attachments. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
No,
and he got the boss. And honestly, that's just
Yeah.
going to be the game
That's
since Tyler
huge.
can't tank another hit with anything
Yeah,
else.
that's it.
I think that's it. That is game 3. Tyler scoops it up.
Yeah.
Klefki just absolutely dominating top 8 here. And honestly, a ton of the event here at Nerd Rage Gaming. Just who knew? Klefki, best card in the format.
I made a good call, and I lost round 1 and round 2.
And
but hey, getting to see the teammate get the win with the idea is good to see.
absolutely. And obviously, like I said, Eli is on Team Nerd Rage, holding that home court advantage
Yeah.
to take down the win. It's excellent to see. And like I said, Eli's an excellent player. Tyler's an incredible player as well. So we'd love being able to show some of the excellent players from the area on the stream. So Ryan, thank you for joining us for top 8 here. Any last thoughts on top 8 or what you saw with either the plays, deck choices, and the like?
What's Klefki's ability? Wonderlock?
Sure.
All right, that's all I have to say.
All right.
No, I don't know. I think it's the games we saw were really interesting. I think getting to see the top 4 game on the backup stream between Eli and Jake. Supposedly the first 2 games they played were super awkward and super bricky and super weird, but then we got to see that crazy game that we played out, which was really awesome.
What a game.
This set was from a 2-second game 1 to Tyler rolling over Dragonite on Eli game 2.
Right.
To
just seeing the deck do the thing in game 3, I mean, I was really happy I got to do this. So this
No,
is sweet.
absolutely. And I think, like you said, we saw some really exciting. We had a couple games were just like, oh, well, that was fun. But we saw some really exciting games here. So, yeah, it's been a good run. Well, thank you all for joining in and watching. I see we've had a ton of people on here throughout the day. So, really appreciate you chiming in. We've had a great time here. We gave out the $1,000 prize.
Yeah.
Ton of booster packs in these prize pack series 2. So, or series 3, excuse me.
Whole bunch of championship points.
And a whole bunch of championship points. I still need a lot of those. Anyway, so just as a reminder again, NRG Gaming, we are here for Pokemon. We're here for your Pokemon needs. We're so excited to get to host events like this. So hopefully we can see you guys out for the next one. We have our League Challenge September 28th, and we will have our cup coming up in the next quarter. We'll let you all know about it. So thank you all again, and have a great night, everybody.